Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a very sunny Whilton Mill. It's event one of the Kart Championship Winter Series, and it is a fabulous-looking track that we're looking out on too. My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me for the Winter Series, it's a welcome to Karting Live TV, but a welcome back to the Kart Championship for David Sullivan. David, fabulous to have you along, mate, and you've been around this series for a number of years now, so welcome home.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. Pleasure to be with Karting Live TV for the 3 Winter Series rounds here of the Kart Championship. Great as well to see Whilton Mill with a bit of sunshine after last weekend when their club meeting was cancelled. It was underwater. You can see the puddle on the outside of the new bend here at Whilton Mill that sort of came in at the start of the season and has proved a bit of a talking point, particularly in paddocks around the country. Some people like it, some people are not a fan of it.
I think the chassis manufacturers are absolutely delighted with it. It mounts a different challenge to the track. It's totally changed the nature of the track. We're here with the first event. I'm kind of going to err away from calling it a first round because it's not a championship. Each of the events are a single event. There's no points totting up. Yep. Makes our job easier, doesn't it?
Oh,
so, and I think a first for the Kart Championship, we've got a senior class.
We do have a senior class for the first time. It had billed itself as the only kid-only championship.
That's
but
right.
I think
it's gone now.
As a natural progression now, we've seen our drivers that they'd come through as kids. We'd build them
I was about
to lose them.
I was about to say we've got a senior Rotax class that we're going to have a look at soon, and there's quite a few names on there that have moved up from our junior category. So a lot of familiar names that we're going to see.
Absolutely. The champion in juniors as well over the last 2 years, Kasper Tomilewski, is representing himself now in Senior Rotax, his first race weekend in Senior Rotax. Will not spoil where he qualified, although having said that we have got results in the top right-hand corner of the screen, although that is a cumulative time. So we have kind of ruined it.
We've kind of given the order. We've given the order away, man.
By trying not to ruin
it,
we've ruined it.
Yes, absolutely. We're good at that. We've got 2 rounds of heats coming up this afternoon, so we're going to probably be bringing you everything live and direct to you on Karting Live TV up until about 5 o'clock. We're going to start with the Mighties. We know them as our electric-powered karts. They will always be a delight to watch and entertain. The drama, the intrigue, the intensity of the Bambino classes have been something of a revelation to me.
That Mighty Bambino class, the first time I saw that was the start of last year where BKC and CKC had merged together at the start of 2023. And I stood on the outside of the first corner at Warden Law, and the first thing I thought was, what's that noise? And because they do make a noise, it's just not the noise that you expect. The noise was the rattle of the side pod that you can't hear in a normally aspirated kart, but you can when there's no engine noise. What it does do as a class is, particularly when it's wet, it's very difficult.
In the wet, David, you can hear the splosh of the tyres.
But also it's very difficult because it's like a Scalextric, and they don't like it when you call them that, but in terms of power, it's either power on or power off. There's no way of feathering the throttle in the way that the normally aspirated kart does.
Yeah.
So what that does do is, A, it makes it very difficult for the drivers, but B, in terms of mechanics and coaching, you can't hear when the driver is on or off the throttle, so it makes it very, very difficult to coach. Now, they're making their way round the circuit. On the outside there, that's Christmas Corner. We've got the main overtaking places on this Whilton Mill circuit.
Right, they're going to make their way around for a standing start. We've got the grid in front of us. They've had their qualifying heat, their qualifying session, I should say. We've got the British Micromax champion standing next to us, Luke Millwood. It's a shame we didn't have another headset. He could have helped us. We've got Heath Smith on the pole position with a 1 minute 4.08. We've then got Oliver Woodhall, who's alongside. Row 2, Arthur Bowers and Junior Wright. Row 3, we've got Arthur Rhodes with alongside him Felix Tandy carrying the E-plate, remember, and that was after that magnificent win at PFI in that event last summer. Oh, sorry, last summer. It's this summer. We're not even into next year. Jack Swong and Jensen James Williams share row 4. Row 5 is Jack Harper and Freddie Purnell. Got Kai Ergensoy and Freddie Dye on row 6. Row 7 is Alfie Hennell and Arthur Thompson. Then we've got Ellis Holt and Etienne Gardner, and then this 18-kart field on row 9 is rounded off by Noah Brad and Presley Knight. So like I say, David, it's a standing start. An interesting fact there, what you mentioned there, that the throttle, the accelerator, is in fact just a switch. And is it an on and off switch? Has it not got a regulator there to sort of modulate it?
I don't know if it's changed slightly. At one point, it was a throttle body off a I think it was a Renault Clio. At one point, was the throttle body, because actually the throttle on and off is in the middle of where the driver sits. Green flag is up at the back. The start lights are just out of view, but we are away and racing in the first race of the Winter Championship Series here for Mighty Bambino as their field run through the Oblivion and Crook complex and up towards the heavy braking zone for Christmas Corner.
It's anybody's up to Christmas, isn't it? We'll just get a look. I think that's the number 5, is it? That's in the lead. That'll be Oliver Woodall, who just sneaked off at the start there and got the inside line through Oblivion. Here they come down towards us at Ashby's now. No, it's the number 3. So it is in Heath Smith, the pole position driver. That is indeed in the lead as they're already on the infield part.
These drivers towards the front, particularly both Smith and Woodall, running their seeded championship number from the Summer Championship that culminated in that final round at Fullbeck with Smith in 3rd place in the championship, the highest returning driver for this Winter Series, and putting that car on pole position. And it's already starting to break a little bit of a gap as the field there take what I like to call the ski jump at the newly formatted pit bend.
Well, we've got 3 wide for second into Oblivion. Let's see how it forms out as they go through Oblivion and into the right-hander of Crook. Across the line, though, it was Heath Smith, Oliver Woodall, Junior Wright, Arthur Bowers, Jensen James Williams, Freddie Purnell, Felix Tandy staying in 7th, Jack Swan, Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Dye rounding off the top 10. It's anybody's race at Christmas, though.
It was Arthur Bowers making that move up to 3rd place as he stayed to the inside in the run-up towards Oblivion, but then he scrubbed off a little bit of speed, and in doing that, he's dropped back down into 5th place. The top 2 are done a bit of a breakaway. This is very uncharacteristic for Mighty, because you do normally see a little bit of field spread, and we saw that in the practice this morning, but at the moment, the field is sticking nicely together. It's like Comas. We've got a spin in the middle of the pack. We'll keep an eye out as to who that is. They'll fall down the timing. We'll pick them up at the end of this first lap, but towards the front, we have got a bit of a gap as the field behind are starting to battle it out. The top 3, I thought it was going to be a top 2 of Smith and Woodall, but it looks like Junior Wright is going with as well. So there's 3, 4 and 5 from the championship.
He's gone back at them, hasn't he? The 2 at the front just broke a bit of a lead, and I think that was because Junior Wright and Jensen James Williams, Arthur Rhodes, they began to trip over one another. That allowed the front 2 to break away. Now we've got side-by-side action out of Crook and towards Christmas. On the inside, it's Heath Smith taking the defensive line, and around the outside, around the top shelf, I've learnt this weekend, that's what it's called in America, around the top shelf went Oliver Woodall, and he's into the lead by the time we get down to the braking area at Ashby's.
It's allowed Junior Wright to come through as well, and then Wright's going to take the line down the inside at Ashby's. He'll be on the outside as they run up towards the left-hander at Wilkins, slots back into 2nd place. I believe it was Felix Tandy who was spinning on the previous lap. Certainly he's dropped down the order 4 places, although there was some big changes on that previous lap. Some drivers going down 3 or 4. Good thing with timing now is down the right-hand side. It does give us where the drivers qualified, so you can see those drivers starting to make inroads into the field. One to watch at the moment, Freddie Dye up from 12th into 7th.
And if you want that live timing, Alpha Timing on the internet will give you all of that information of laps completed, the gap between the drivers, which at the moment are only tenths of a second, and closing that gap now in 3rd is Heath Smith, coming back at Junior Wright. Wright having to defend into Christmas, though, and the thing about these Bambinos, they're so narrow that you've got a multitude of opinions on which line to take through corners like Christmas, and it doesn't really throw the textbook out the window, because these drivers, being as young as they are, they're prepared to try anything. And those 2 that I mentioned, Junior Wright and Heath Smith, taking each other off wide, and who's that allowed through, David?
I think it's JJ Williams moving up from 4th, and I think they're going to be quite lucky to get back into 3rd and 4th respectively for Wright and Smith. Very preoccupied with each other, has allowed the rest of the field. Oliver Woodall's going to cross the line at the end of this lap. I think he's going to have a gap of 3, maybe 4 seconds with those 2 drivers battling. I think what you were saying, Joe, particularly with Bambino, is that we've got a mix of tracks throughout this Winter Series. We've got Whilton, which is sort of very flowy. We've got Warden, which is going to suit those drivers that are probably a little bit more confident, particularly on the brakes in certain areas with the right-hander into the dog leg, the run up towards Gasworks, and then we go to Three Sisters, where they might as well take the break off completely.
Yeah, Three Sisters is it's gonna be a slipstreaming battle. The leader, is that the leader breaking away there at the front there, or is that a back mark coming into play?
That's Woodall with a gap of 2.22
Right, he's
seconds.
gone, hasn't he? And it's all because of this little fist fight that's breaking out for second. It's still not over though. And there's a gaggle of at least 6 carts beginning to form a train there as they head down towards the left-hander. That's the Chapman bend, and then onto the back straight, heading towards the boot. Now, the boot's completely different with this chicane now. Last time the Kart Championship was here, we didn't have the chicane. In fact, the Kart Championship, David, was the last official event to run on the old configuration without the chicane. That's all changed now, and just look at how that messes up the field somewhat. Without that train of carts, they all get clustered together at the chicane.
Well, Heath Smith there was on the inside. He took the wide line into the left-hander of the boot, and historically that would put him on the inside for pit bend. It actually put him on the outside for the new left-hand complex corner as we still go side by side. Slight spin to the side there by the 82 of Arthur Rhodes as he tried to get down the inside at Christmas corner. And as we were saying there with the 3 of Heath Smith, he went for the inside. That historically, the last time he was here, he'd have had an easy overtake through the complex. Yeah. Now it put him on the outside. Then he had to get on the brakes and lost 2 more places as the rest of the field came through.
I think a lot of these drivers have actually raced prior to this weekend here at Whilton Mill with we're still calling it the new chicane, the new Vel chicane. Got a cart on the grass there, just noticed in the midfield. We'll check on who that is as the leader's already coming towards another lap completed. It'll be 6 laps completed. We're inside of 90 seconds remaining then. And these heats are 1 lap after the time has evolved and ran out. And we are already on to lap 7.
Lap number 7, Oliver Woodall with a good gap at the front. It's out to 5 seconds now as this scrap behind, and it really is a scrap. And the problem you've got there on the outside is that if one driver comes through, you're going to find 2 or 3 coming past as well as Arthur Bowers moves up into second place, drags Jax Wong along with him as well. JJ Williams dropping 2 places there as they make their way round Ashby. And then that behind, that's Heath Smith trying to come back into the mix. He had the pace to go with the leader, and then just that battle earlier on with JJ Williams had just dropped him, and so with Williams dropped him back, didn't he? Himself and Junior Wright back into the pack.
Onto the back straight though, David, between here and the left-hander at the boot. It's different line completely now at this double apex right-hander. Keep it in tight and then hammer across the curbs. These two deciding not to use the curbs at all. And it's Arthur Bowers that stays in that 3rd place ahead of Jax Wong. And Wong now needs to get right under that rear bumper of Arthur Bowers, through Oblivion, through Crook, and it's that sprint, the drag race, the slipstreaming battle now on up to Christmas. And behind them, Heath Smith, Jensen James Williams, Arthur Rhodes, they come together as well. So there could well be place changes heading towards that last lap board.
Bowers with a lot of confidence there, didn't defend Jax Wong as Wong then tries to spring a move in the run down the hill towards Ashby's, the right-hander, as they run out onto that curb, and really do need to use as much of that curb as you can without falling foul of track limits, because the more you use, generally the quicker you are. You're carrying much more speed around that corner. And these two now, again, they've just shown that a couple of laps of not battling with each other can take you out of that mix. And now these two, this is a battle now for second place, which it's between 2nd and 3rd. Before it was 2nd down to 7th or 8th earlier on.
Yeah.
So they've been quite smart here for young drivers to take themselves out of that mix. Now they're going to give themselves a decent chance of accumulating some good points towards that tomorrow, the important day with the superheat in the final.
They're beginning to get anxious, aren't they? Oliver Woodall has already seen the last lap board, 5th in the championship this season. Here we are battling it out in the Winter Series events, and the second place battle strings off into Christmas corner. Then Arthur Bowers, he defended the line through Inkermans, the right-hander, and then downhill. It's these corners on the infield. There might be a braking area for things like the Rotax classes, but in these Bambinos, there's very little speed difference, so they are very, very fast corners. Here at Parker, through the left-hander, and then just look at the speed they carry through Chapman. And now it's a run to the line. Time running out. They've only really got the boot to try a passing move, and that goes for everybody in this field.
Long look over the shoulder there from Arthur Bowers. Out at the front with a gap of 6 seconds. Oliver Woodall will be taking the checkered flag any time soon. It looks like there could be a little bit of lap traffic in front. Don't think our second place battle is going to catch. The leaders already crossed the line. They're side by side, running up towards the checkered flag. Bowers or Wong. Bowers takes second place by a fraction of a second.
It
and
really
it
was.
is a fraction of a second. Arthur Bowers taking second place with Jack Swan just behind. Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes are 4th and 5th. JJ Williams and Junior Wright in front of Jack Harper. Freddie Dye, the leading novice runner, in 9th place in front of the E-plate Felix Tandy. Freddie Purnell and Ellis Holt with Kai Ergonoyski and Arthur Thompson, Alfie Hennell, and then Etienne Gardner and Noah Brad taking the checkered flag. What a battle for second.
100th of a second at the line. And as Arthur Bowers and Jack Swan came out of that Nouvelle chicane, let's call it, and into towards the checkered flag, they fanned out side-by-side action. Once again, the mighty Bambinos. We have on Karting Live TV, David, we have our race of the month. And we do other kart series. And I try to spread the love a bit. But every time we came away from a kart championship round, I would err towards, and I was getting on Nick's nerves because he was like, "What's your race of the month?" And I would be like, "It's one of the Bambino races." And it didn't matter whether it was a petrol engine or electric motored. The racing that these youngsters produce is phenomenal. And I tell you what, you know how we talk about driving standards at the very top of the sport? Those are Formula One boys need to watch these Bambino races, because they can learn a lot about racecraft.
They are absolutely impeccable. Reminder that drivers in Bambino, both Mighty and Coma, it's drivers from 5 to 7 year old putting on a show.
Incredible, isn't it?
For us here on Karting Live TV. We move on though, because on screen at the moment you can see our Honda cadets getting themselves ready to head out onto the grid for theirs. Another race with a standing start before we move into our rolling start classes. And a couple of novices in this one as well that have performed very, very well. We say novices, they are, because they Honda, particularly 200, is for the last couple of years since the 160 class sort of moved away, hasn't been a Motorsport UK class really until the start of this year. So a lot of these drivers that you may well see with the black background, white number, are being shown as novices, but actually have a lot of race experience.
Yeah, and they just haven't sent their licenses off for an upgrade, have they? We've got an 18 kart field. Ricky Junior McIntosh is the driver that's put it on pole position. A 53.61 was his time, but just look at how close Ashton Horsepool, who will start alongside, he's done a 53.67 on that one, and then Edward Rye matches that with a 53.67. Must have come a lap later for Ashton Horsepool to get the position on the grid ahead. Edward Rye in third. Ronnie Smart, 53.68. Another 100th of a second difference. So that's going to be a very tight top four, at least, going off their qualifying times. Row 3, got Noah Clark and Jack Wykes. We've got Noah Clare and Luke McGall on row 4. Row 5 is Tom Nichols and Ronnie Jones. Then we've got Dexter Petty and Dino Rowland starting on row 6. Row 7, one of interest is Jaden Patel-Scott. You'll see David's interview with Jaden in the Paddock Show, which goes out tomorrow lunchtime. But Jaden starting out of, I think, position of where he potentially should be, with a problem with his rear axle slipping and his brake dragging. That's put him down in 13th. Arthur Murfitt is alongside him. Row 8 is Freddie Budd and Finley Thursfield, and then rounding off an 18 kart field on row 9 is Mason Becker and Ella Dixon. Now, you know a little bit about these, don't you?
Yeah.
Because your kid races these, Joshua, doesn't he?
He does. He races in Honda Cadet. It'll be his last race in Honda Cadet, in fact, in a month's time.
Is he moving up?
Age-wise, yeah, he's not eligible for Honda Cadet, so we move up at the end of this year.
Oh, have you spoken to your bank manager?
I don't have to too much. We are going down a non-road tax route, which means I can keep my kidney firmly inside my body.
Yes, you can.
But yeah, some really, really strong drivers on this one. Particularly, everybody was setting times late in the session. Ella Dixon, however, didn't have a chance to. She only completed 4 laps in qualifying. She goes off the tail of this field. Some drivers that have really come on for me in the last couple of months. Tom Nichols and Dexter Petty there, ones to watch from 9th, 11th respectively. Arthur Murphy, I think, is slightly out of position in 14th as well. We'll see how he goes in this one. But at the front, at the start of this weekend, on the way down, my lad said to me, who do you think is going to win it? I said, I think Ricky McIntosh is in with a shout, and he goes off P1.
Green flag to tell us the grid is nicely formed. We wait for the lights to go out, the engines rev rise. That's what I like to hear. Not saying that we didn't like the electric carts, but we've got an engine revs rise, and we've got a race start off and into oblivion, and then the right-hander at Cook, and then it's that charge up the hill where power and momentum out of that first turn is all important. Into Christmas for the first time.
Ashton Horspool leads then. He gets the jump on Ricky McIntosh off the line. Edward Rye going with them as Ronnie Smart then has to defend off. Appears to be Noah Clark in the run-up towards Christmas. It is Noah Clark there with the striped helmet. Just behind them, Jack Wykes in the number 13. It was slow start as well for Dino Rowlands. He struggled to get away. Looks like the clutch didn't engage. It's a centrifugal clutch on the Honda, so you're just looking to spin it up and get the metal, of the clutch shoe engaging with the drum on the outside. Ricky McIntosh struggling really to get into the swing of things here, and Ashton Horspool, who's raced here at Whilton Mill a lot in other series, really showing that track experience is the thing. He's gone off the front row in second place. He's got a gap of over half a second as they cross the line at the end of the first lap.
Ricky Junior McIntosh in that distinctive black livery, black overalls, is about to lose second place. In fact, he loses third as well with a swift move by Ronnie Smart and Edward Rye, who moved down the inside. Edward Rye choosing to just latch onto the back end of Ronnie Smart and goes through on the inside. Now their job is to catch Ashton Horspool, who, while the carts behind him have been squabbling for position, he's managed to pull a gap. But the line was about half a second, which is literally night and day in karting, but he's looking like that might disappear, as we've now got a train of, how many is that, David? About 7 carts now beginning to get it, form a train. If they stop squabbling and fighting for position, they will catch the lead, Ashton Horspool, and then it's anybody's game.
Yeah, it looks like it goes down to Ronnie Jones in 10th place. Tom Nichols is in there in the red livery. Then there's a bit of a gap from the back of Ronnie Jones back to Dexter Petty and Arthur Murphy. But again, it's going to be the same as Mighty Bambino. If they stay in a straight line and continue to push, a train goes so much quicker than one cart, and they're effectively only punching one hole through the air, and then the cart at the back's getting dragged back. So if they work together and slipstream, they're going to go well. The one thing that I noticed there is that is a different helmet for me on Edward Rye, and that I couldn't figure out who it was on the grid, because normally he just wears a black carbon lid, so that's a new one on me.
He's had a paint job, hasn't he? What is happening is Ricky Junior McIntosh there in the black cart with the yellow nose is challenging Edward Rye ahead of him. Now, what that is enabling Ronnie Smart to do is basically check out. He's helping that checkout process by putting in the fastest lap of the race last time by. Does he do it this time? And he does it again. He's down to the fastest lap being 53.64, and the gap's gone down from 0.67 to 0.41. So now he's getting in the tow. Up to that drag up to Christmas Corner, Ronnie Smart is catching Ashton Horspool, and these two now breaking away from Edward Rye and Ricky Junior McIntosh in that 3rd and 4th place. Only the infield part there, out of Ashby's towards Parker.
Interesting to see with what Ronnie Smart does here, because I was speaking to him pre-race from 4th place. He got caught out slightly in qualifying. He felt that he had the pace to potentially put it on the front row and to win this race. And I was thinking, does he wait? Does he push Horspool away? No, he doesn't. Down the inside and to the left of the boot. Clearly feels that he's got the confidence to not only get through, but to potentially gap Ashton Horspool now. Horspool's job now is to try and tuck him behind. And this is Horspool looking right to see where he was. If he'd have looked left, you could see the 50 diving down the inside into the boot.
Yeah, left the door wide open, didn't he, for Ronnie to look into, and he does indeed take the lead and leads across the line for the first time. 8 minutes and 1 lap, remember, and we're just ticking by half distance. The race isn't over though, as Ronnie Smart now, if he had mirrors, he'd see they were full of Ashton Horspool. Horspool not happy with being demoted to second place and now right on the bumper. I find when I watch Honda Cadets, David, that I've always used the cliche of it being a high-speed game of chess. But you do get these youngsters being very patient not necessarily making a move and just sitting there. They seem to be patient enough to sit there and be very clever about it.
I agree. On run up to Christmas, just as we came back, Noah Clark and Luke McGall dived down the inside of Ricky McIntosh, demoting McIntosh down into P6. I agree with what you're saying, though, Joe. You find that the drivers in the mid-pack, they're no slower than the drivers at the front. Just the drivers at the front, they've got a little bit more experience, a little bit smarter. They don't make moves without, let's see there, Noah Clark down the inside. Edward Wright didn't lose any time with that overtake. Knew it was coming.
He didn't fight it.
Didn't fight it. Slotted back in. They've lost no time. Yes, they've swapped position, but now they can push.
And that's exactly the feeling I get watching Ashton Horspool, who's allowed Ronnie Smart through. He knew the move was coming. He didn't fight it. He didn't squabble. But what he's doing is he's just sat on his bumper, and he looks quite settled there. And he's pointing at his helmet. I always love the gesticulations. It's as if they're trying to communicate telepathically. Who's that just come into the play?
Noah Clark arriving to the party with 2.5 minutes to go. He's worked his way up from 5th to 4th to 3rd. He's basically took 2 laps to do each one. Worked through, let's say. He got down the inside of Edward Ryan the previous lap without losing any time. Looks like he might have gone slightly low on tyre pressure at the start, because now he's starting to come in the mix. I know he's had a bit of a pre-race pep talk about getting his elbows out early doors and getting through, and now he's up into 3rd place. And the thing here now for the 2 leaders here is I'm not convinced they know Noah Clark's right on the back of them here. Yeah,
they're going to find out very soon. Through Parker now, the left-hander now, and into Chapman. Out of the left-hander, you've got that right-hand flicked before the back straight there. He looks over his shoulder to Ashton Horspool. He sees the blue and white, the light blue and white livery of Noah Clark, and he's right there. Clark is now right with them. We've got a 3-card battle for the lead over the Nouvelle chicane. They will come through the right-hander and cross the line. It'll be 7 laps completed, about 90, just over 90 seconds on the clock, so plenty of time. And here's the slipstream battle now, David. On towards Christmas they come.
Clark's getting in the position here now to pop out at the end of the straight. Decides not to. Thought he was close enough. I thought he had a really good run out of Oblivion and out of the crook corner. I thought he'd done enough there to give himself an opportunity, and already Ronnie Smart there just comes inside 1 kart length, slots back over to take the optimum line. What he's doing there is trying to put the drivers off, making an unnecessary dive down the inside. I'm not discounting McGall, Ryan, McIntosh here, because McGall has found a way past Wright up into 4th place. All this is going to take is 1 misplaced overtake, and Luke McGall's going to be back in the mix. Another driver similar to Horspool that's done a lot of laps around Whilton Mill, even on this layout, which I know Ronnie Smart and Noah Clark won't have done, but practice yesterday in the wet, it hasn't really put them off. The pace there is good. 45 seconds to go, which means this will be the penultimate lap.
Yeah, it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by, and the drivers can see that, of course. So if there is a move coming, they know when they can make that move. Through the right hand, and now they go through Inkermans and then down the hill towards Ashby. Is there going to be a move here? They just look conjoined, don't they? They look like they're strapped together, bumper to bumper. It's Smart, Horspool, Clark on towards Parker now. Where's the move going to come? What's your bet, David? I think they're going to play a waiting game and everything's going to break out and go absolutely crazy at Christmas corner.
I think, for me, I'd have gone on the previous lap, because Ronnie Smart now, we know he's just going to white line it. He's going to park it up into that top corner. He's a very, very wily driver, is Ronnie Smart. Performed very well in the season so far. The highest returning driver, finished in 6th place last year. And again, you'll find now there's McGall right in the mix as well. Don't think he could have done with 1 more lap, I think, but here you'll see the different line now. Ronnie Smart, for me, if I was Clark, I'd have gone wider, because I haven't got a defender. McGall is right back in the mix. We're 4 deep for the win.
They're going to be tripping over each other as they get towards the boot. Defensive driving into Ashby from the leader, Ronnie Smart. It's still Horspool in the 53, but we've got Noah Clark, Luke McGull, and now Edward Rye joining in the party. It's a 2-way battle for the lead. It's a 2-way battle for 3rd and 4th, side by side through Chapman. They've got to sort themselves out, and they do indeed. And now the charge towards the boot. Who's this coming down the inside for 3rd? It's the number 14 of Noah Clark. He's lost that 3rd place. But the driver who hasn't lost the lead is Ronnie Smart, with some very smart driving on that final lap, I've got to say, as the checkered flag will be flying at the next time by. Oh, it's the checkered flag now, of course. Damn, you know what? I think I was willing that race to continue, but it's the checkered flag there. And it was Ronnie Smart. Like I say, I thought he was really clever on that final lap.
I thought he was as well. I thought the drivers behind would have known that Smart was going to park it on that final lap. And for me, I'd have probably gone a little bit earlier. I think Noah Clark, for me, will feel that he probably had a little bit more in that race. He caught them with such pace and then just seemed content to tuck in third. And then Luke McGall on the final lap, we saw as he crossed the line, he was right in the mix. He made the move down the inside in the right-hander at Ashby's at turn 5. And then as Noah Clark tried the move back on him, McGall just kept the foot in on the entry into the boot, held on to third place. So it's Smart, Horspool and McGall, your top 3, but really tomorrow it could be, for me, any of that top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, as ever, Honda Cadets. So Ronnie Smart, as you said, took the win. Ashton Horspool second, Luke McGall third. Fourth was Noah Clark. Edward Rye was fifth. Sixth was Ricky Junior McIntosh. We had Noah Clare, Tom Nichols, Jack White, and Ronnie Jones. That's your top 10. The other finishers there on the timing bar. Jaden Patel Scott didn't move from 13th, so Jaden will not be happy with that. After you see our interview with him, David talks to him in the paddock show, and you'll see that tomorrow. You'll understand why we think he won't be happy with that 13th place finish. We've got Micromax next, and just getting up our Micromax qualifying. Harris Barber was the fastest driver in this class, got 11 karts in the Micromax class. Harris Barber on the pole position with a 52.88. Logan Rolfe has Logan's moved up in the Micromax, hasn't he? He was a Honda driver last year. Am I right? Sorry, the previous in the car championship this year. I will keep saying, I'm going to do that, aren't I? I'm going to say last year. I mean this year's car championship, of course.
No, Logan was micro. He finished P2 behind Alfie Mayer.
Was he? Right, okay. It's Ralph Martin was a Bambino.
Yeah, twice champion in my T Bambino. Ralph Martin has transitioned, staying with RCE as a team, but transitioned into normally aspirated machinery. Yeah,
we haven't got that down, actually. Usually we get that information that he's with RCE, but your paddock knowledge, as ever. So he's staying with RCE. Freddie Blackshaw, who I've seen in the ST Racing tent. He's down as a privateer, being run by his dad, Will. But Freddie qualifying fourth on the same row as Ralph Martin, our current Mighty Bambino champion. Noah Wicklow moving up from Bambinos as well. Noah, did Noah win the championship in? I can't remember now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the C50s.
He did.
He did, yeah. Noah Wicklow, of course. He did win the championship. He won from Ollie West and Logan Hodgetts. So we've got Harris. Let's start again. Row 1, Harris Barber, Logan Rolfe alongside. Row 2, Ralph Martin and Freddie Blackshaw. Noah Wicklow, our current Coma C50 car championship champion. He will start on row 3 alongside Buddy Hugo. Row 4 is Lewis Kokotti and Ethan Lloyd. Then we've got row 5, Zach Andrew and Freddie Walker. And Jensen Darlow, the novice. I think Jensen's still on a novice plate. Is rounding off our 11-kart field for our Micromax first heat. Got 2 of these heats coming this afternoon, of course.
Yeah, I think Darlow has recently come off his novice plates, only because the number 16 there, it looks like there's still a bit of glue or adhesive over his yellow number 16,
right,
where they'll have peeled off his black novice plate numbers.
Yes.
Want to note as well, Lewis Kokoldi running a letter rather than number. He runs the S plate as a Scottish champion, won at Lark Hall in the summer. Although, for those of you that live in Scotland that don't know what summer is, it's when the sun comes out.
Where are you from, David?
Sheffield.
All right, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
We occasionally have sun there.
Yeah, the Pennines protect you, don't they?
Yeah, they do. We're on the right side. It rains over the top and into Manchester.
Yeah. It stops at Manchester, doesn't it?
We're okay.
Yeah, we're the same. I'm on the northeast coast, and you watch the rain coming across, and it stops on the Pennines, and it protects us. So, yeah, Cumbria, Manchester, you can keep your rain.
Cool. Just before we roll round, we've got a shop. For those of that are at track and also watching us, which is the only thing that you should be doing between races, just outside the reception here at Whilton Mill, there's a shop where you can buy all your merch.
I've just bought 4 mugs, and our current Micromax British champion is in charge of the shop, and it's like a Marrakesh bazaar because he's open to a bit of a barter, aren't you, mate? Yeah, you can work a deal. I got a deal. I got 3 for 4. There's a what? They've made 180 quid, and it's all for a good cause. Is that for your next year's championship? We need a headset for him, don't we?
We do. First of all, false start, so don't get ahead of yourself, ladies and gentlemen. This one isn't getting underway. Second of all, he said £180 they've made it so far. What he should have said is, that's one set of tyres.
Yes, right.
180. Generally, I work in. It's 180, 365, 40, 720. They are. That's the number of sets. That's per set of tyres you can get.
So the shop is funding Luke Millward's. Is it funding Luke Millward's 2025 British Championship assault, or is it the Darren Beavers Villa in the south of France appeal?
Officially, no. But if you can skim a bit off the top into a deep back pocket,
he's doing a cracking job. He's doing a cracking job. Right then, job in hand is the Micromax heat number 1. Got Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe there, the two drivers at the front of this field. Logan Rolfe second in the championship this year. And it looks like the starter is happy. Oh, look at that carnage going into the first turn of Oblivion. Sorry from Nick behind us. Picked the wrong curb. Here they go into Christmas then. And who is that? That's got Harris Barber with that lead.
Yeah, Harris Barber. It looks like Logan Rolfe's dropped back slightly. Ralph Martin is fourth as well, because that's Freddie Walker, I think. Who's the 30? It's 30. Oh, it's Ralph Martin now on the 34. I'm sure he ran 32 last year, but he can't have it because that's Logan Rolfe's number. So he was up into second place, makes a slight error into the left-hander, goes wide out onto the curb, and it looks like we've got Logan Rolfe back up into second place. But it's Noah Wicklow with a good start. He's up from fifth into fourth place. Freddie Blackshaw looks like he's dropped down the order slightly. By slightly, I mean by his standards catastrophically. I think he'll be down in P8.
So third, fourth, fifth and sixth, those orange and black liveried carts beginning to fight amongst teammates there. Who's that livery? Whose is that livery?
That's the RCE livery.
Right, okay. Well, the RCE boys are tripping each other up, and here comes one of Synergy's drivers.
That's Buddy Hugo down the inside of Noah Wicklow. Wicklow with the curb on the outside. Lewis Kirkcaldy trying to sweep all the way around the outside. He may well get it done by the time they get to Ashby's, and he does. Harris Barber with a gap at the front. Logan Rolfe going with him. And then with the battle behind, Martin Wicklow and Hugo and Kirkcaldy has really started to fragment the front of Micro.
This is a cracking Micromax race. Of course, all of this battling there for second onwards, downwards, is allowing Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe to kind of check out. There they are, just off into the lead. Meanwhile, this is the battle for third that we're going to follow, because it's a train of carts all the way down to 11th as Barber comes through in the lead. Logan Rolfe second. He's got a 1 second lead on Logan Rolfe, and then Logan Rolfe's got 1.7 seconds before we get Ralph Martin, Ethan Lloyd, Buddy Hugo, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Noah Wicklow, Freddie Blackshaw, Zach Andrew, Freddie Walker and Jensen Darlow. They're all together from second downwards.
Yeah, I spoke to Buddy Hugo on the way after qualifying. He was not at all happy with the performance. Then he had his best time deleted as well, I believe, for track limits. So that wouldn't have impressed him either. But the pace now moving him up into fifth place. He's up onto the back of Ethan Lloyd, another driver to progress out of Mighty Bambino in the last couple of months there in the 66, Ethan Lloyd. With Buddy Hugo just behind Lewis Kirkcaldy, who was very successful in his trip over to Valencia. I know this championship has supported that sort of Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. He finished second behind at the who still is until the end of this weekend potentially, the reigning British champion and the champion in Honda Cadet CKC, Ryan White.
Buddy Hugo looks like if he could just get by Ethan Lloyd, he will pull away. However, Ethan's doing a sterling job there on the number 66. The orange and black cart, did he take a little bit of a nudge there? I'm not sure. Inadvertent. That's allowed someone down the inside. It's allowed Kirkcaldy down the inside of Hugo, who just tripped over Ethan Lloyd ahead of him. And that just shows the momentum that he lost there. Allowed Kirkcaldy to get by. And here comes, who's that? That's Wicklow, is it? Yes, it is. Wicklow now lining up behind the Synergy driver, Buddy Hugo. And Hugo, after looking like he was challenging to move forward, is now being swamped. That's how quickly this can move away from you.
Yeah, he went for a move, and as you say, I think he did have a slight tap on the rear, whether that was intentional just to try and create a little bit of space for him to get down the inside, but it looks like it could be another one handed over here. So they run up towards Christmas Corner. Noah Wicklow having a nose down the inside, the door firmly closed by Buddy Hugo. Just in front of them, Lewis Kirkcaldy again now. Again, you say they catch up at a fair rate of knots, and then it's just finding that way through, isn't it? That they sometimes struggle with. when they're in clear space, you can see what it's doing, because Ralph Martin, another driver progressing out of MIT Bambino, you think Noah Wicklow, 2 months ago, was in a coma.
Yeah, exactly.
I know he tested this Micro Max pretty much since the start of the summer.
I think I was telling me he's had 2 or 3 races in the Micro Max, and he's kind of taken to it like a duck. And you can tell. I mean, the thing about the Bambino classes, they really do teach youngsters how to race and to race closely. So when they do move into the faster karts like this in the Micro Max class, they're not afraid of being close to karts around them. And just look at that, Wicklow trying to get in amongst those 3 karts ahead of him. He knows that he's learnt so much in the Bambino years that he knows that those karts ahead of him are going to trip each other up, and he's going to play an intelligent game. And what I did notice about Noah is just how intelligent a head he's got on him when it comes to racecraft. And that's what we're talking about here, pure racecraft from these kids.
Absolutely. As Kokodi tries to move down the inside of Ethan Lloyd, who's making that Micro Max seem as wide as a junior Rotax in terms of it getting overtaken. They get on the brakes at different points through there, and Buddy Hugo with a slight nose into the rear of the S-plate, Lewis Kokodi. And that will have slowed him ever so slightly. Let's see whether Noah Wicklow gets that run up towards it. Well, enough that Buddy Hugo feels that he has to defend with 2.5 minutes, and Kokodi spins at his own volition up at Christmas corner. He's going to fall down to 8th place behind Freddie Blackshaw.
That rear axle just cried enough, didn't it? He turned into Christmas. Just look in the foreground here. The S-plate goes to the inside. Maybe he was trailing the brake a little bit. And they had the car cut across him. That was a little bit inadvertent by him. And with the car cutting across him, he had to stamp the brake a little bit harder than he perhaps liked to. Rear axle just locked on him and he swapped ends. That's put Kokodi down the order as Ethan Lloyd continues over the curbing then at the Nouvelle chicane. And now they're strung out. It just shows that little spin has strung this field out as Harris Barber, 7 laps completed. We've got coming up to 90 seconds remaining. Logan Rolfe is in second. Got Ralph Martin now in third. Fourth is Ethan Lloyd. Noah Wicklow up to fifth. Buddy Hugo sixth. Freddie Blackshaw. Lewis Kokodi down to eighth, with Freddie Walker, the newcomer, in ninth. Zach Andrew and Jensen Darlow rounding off the 11 kart field.
Lloyd making up 4 places from his starting berth of 8th. Currently running in 4th place and looking quite comfortable now after the spin from Kokodi. He just tried that move down the inside. He was already turning in, and then when he's tagged the rear brake, it's just gripped, locked the rears, and he's gone round. At the front, though, Harris Barber, you can see with the way he's transferring his weight round the boot that he is still pushing to try and extend that gap at the front. It will get to a point. Difficult for these drivers to consider the fact that the set of tyres they're on are going to have to see them through to the final. When you get that gap at the front, there is a little bit of management going on, but I'm yet to find a racing driver that's comfortable in easing off. And certainly one not easing off here is Noah Wicklow, and as they have some sort of semaphore conversation between Ethan Lloyd and Noah Wicklow. Wicklow, I think Lloyd asking him to push, Wicklow saying okay. Now, they'll soon figure out in a few months that when one driver asks you to push, you say they're okay, and then the next corner you dive straight down the inside on them.
And I've seen that. And I've seen drivers who overtake a kart in front and then they decide to work together. When I'm in front of you, we'll decide to work together. Wicklow, of course, just finding his feet in this new class. He's taken to it like a duck to water, the faster Micromax Rotax engine kart. He's out to C50 Bambinos, which is all about momentum. But these underpowered Rotax engines, remember, very, very stifled on the air intake just to reduce the power for these youngsters. And Wicklow just finding his feet and finding the different grip level, of course. And here he goes under the rear bumper now of Ethan Lloyd. And will he not have a go into Christmas? The answer is no, he didn't.
No, and I think the thing to note as well from where we were this time last year in terms of micros, I believe we're now on a fixed gearing, which does change things ever so slightly,
course, yeah.
Particularly at Motorsport UK level, which we are at here, is that we've now gone to a fixed gearing, which again, I think that's a good idea because it evens things out for all of your drivers. And what you are seeing here is that Wicklow, I think, has got the pace. I was going to say it was going to be a move at Christmas, but it's a move on the entry to the boot. And I think what that's done, going into the boot there, he's not scrubbed off too much speed. If that was a similar move that hadn't worked out at Christmas, I think the gap would have been too much for him to close back in.
I think
between now, but he's going to try and move all the way round the outside. That's going to put his track position into the right-hander of the Crook. He's through, but now he's going to have to defend that run up to Christmas, because on the switchback, Ethan Lloyd's back to the inside.
He's got the line, but again, sweeping round the outside. Wicklow had the momentum out of Crook Corner, and he carried that momentum all the way to Christmas. Now, can he hang on? He's defending like he doesn't know anything else to do. He's down the inside of every single corner. This is a battle for fourth. Ahead of him, Harris Barber, Logan Rolfe and Ralph Martin are leading this heat, but it looks like Wicklow is going to hang on to that fourth place as they head towards the boot for the final time into the right-hander, and it'll be the chicane, if anywhere, David, that sorts this out.
Yeah, Harris Barber's taken the checkered flag and the victory in micro heat number 1 from Logan Rolfe. It will be Noah Wicklow for third place. So Ralph Martin's in third. We'd forgot about him because he'd broken away from the battle. Then it's Noah Wicklow and Ethan Lloyd, Buddy Hugo, Freddie Blackshaw and Lewis Kirkcaldy, with Freddie Walker, Zach Andrew and Jensen Darlow. Two things for me there, Joe. First of all, Noah Wicklow's overtake round the outside had the script from Bambino. That's a Bambino overtake, that all the way round the outside. I think he forgot what cart he was in. He had no right to get round the outside there, kept his foot in. One thing that I have noted, though, as he came into the boot on the final lap, does look like there's a bit of movement on that nose.
Really? Right, okay. I didn't notice that.
Thing to always note as well is, obviously, when we get out of Bambinos into all of our other classes, we have front fairing penalties. So if too much pressure gets applied from the nose into the rear of a car, it will push it in, whether that's in just off one block ever so slightly or fully in where it wobbles around. They get a 5-second penalty for that. Then it's not up for discussion post-race, is it? It's a hard and fast rule. We'll keep an eye out for anything coming post-race on that one, but nonetheless, you can't take away that superb overtake round the outside by Wicklow. It was.
I mean, Christmas Corner is slightly banked, so there's more than one ideal line. If you take the inside line, that's the textbook line, but you can carry a lot of momentum around that outside line, and it's the camber of the road that kind of helps you and assists you in getting round there. And it was a cracking move, like you say. He's brought that straight out the Bambino C50 handbook, and with a great move there. We're going to see a lot of Noah Wicklow in this Micromax class, aren't we?
He's only going to get faster. Just before
I know.
We missed it as we were talking, but I need to show you something at the end. For Freddie Walker, crossing the line in 9th place, is the happiest driver on track. Crossing the line there, Freddie Walker in P9. And that's what I love. We spoke to Jaden Patel-Scott about it. The drivers that just enjoy being here, then they improve a bit, then they improve a bit more, then it's down to the results. But at the minute, that is all about for Freddie Walker. Who's just happy to be here.
Who's Freddie Walker with? I didn't notice the livery on his cart. Is he with anybody?
I think on the entry he's with TWR.
Right, okay.
But I think he could be just in his own livery. So.
Right, okay. Again, the novice driver, just loving racing his cart around a track. And it didn't matter for Freddie that he was 9th. He was the 3rd novice, but it didn't matter where he was. He's just loving that, and that's what I love to see in karting. It gets for kids. For me, I see kids, and I see certainly parents getting a little bit intense about things. At the end of the day, it's all about whether your child is having fun and enjoying the racing. And yes, we'll leave the intensity for on the track, and at the end of the race, it should be smiling faces all round. We've got the grid in front of us. It's the Intermax class. Are we calling it Intermax or Minimax here? We're calling it Intermax. It changes its name every week, this category. Sebastian Clark on the pole position of 48.75 was his time. A 49.13 was the second fastest time, and that's Leo Livings. He will share the front row of the grid. The second row of the grid is Ryan Townsend with Adam Giordaitis. Hopefully I haven't murdered that. Adam Giordaitis alongside him. Jensen Sale and Oscar Roach are on row 3. Avi Baker and Jensen Walker are row 4. Jackson Hilton and Amrit Singh Atwal are on row 5. Hugo McCluskey, again, another driver moving out of Hondas, I believe. Victor Poppercull sharing row 6 with him. And Eli Rideout rounds off the 13 cart field. What are you saying?
Amit Singh Atwal, I think, was slow getting out of the dummy grid and has had to take the Zulu circuit cut through just to get onto the back of the pack, and is trying to slot in halfway round the boot. Now, during the pre-meeting briefing, it was noted that if you were not on with the train, then you weren't allowed to get back in. So there'll be consideration given to that, but he was late out of the dummy grid, but at least he is in this race.
And we are indeed racing. I think we've got the go-ahead into oblivion then, through the left-hand sweep, which is absolutely flat chat off the start, and then Crook. Again, you have to carry momentum, and it's that race up to Christmas Corner. Already defensive lines from, I think that's Sebastian Clark. No, it's the 177, Leo Livings. There, he started on the second, but he was on the front row, and he leads this field round, takes the defensive line into Ashby. He's going to have to start focusing on the optimum line there, or he's never going to get rid of this pack of carts that are behind him.
Yeah, Adam Jadiatis tries to get through into second place on Sebastian Clark, who qualified on pole position by nearly 0.4 of a second, and he's going to go for the lead down the inside into the boot. Livings didn't really see it coming, went to turn in, found the 151 on the inside of him as they run up and over the curb at the final corner. Sebastian Clark will lead them over the line at the end of the first lap from Leo Livings and Adam Jadiatis. Then it's round Townsend, Oscar Roach, Harvey Bacon, Jensen Sale, Jensen Walker, Amit Singh Atwell and Jackson Hilton rounding out your top 10.
3 carts breaking away. It was a 4-cart train. It's very, very quickly become a 3-cart train with Clark, Livings and Juditis now beginning to break away. They're not squabbling. They're through the left-hander at Parker. Here they go be on the Chapman left-hander. They'll then fire out onto the back straight and head towards the boot. If anything, this is where they will challenge one another, but they're not. They are staying in line astern and maximising their speed around the lap to continue this break. Hammering across that Nouvelle chicane and across the line. It is 2 laps completed. Clark, Livings, Juditis, Townsend, Roach, Bacon, Sale, Walker, Atwell and Hilton.
The bigger these carts get, the more you're going to see drivers attacking that curve as there's a move down the inside. Looks like Oscar Roach is up into 4th place down the inside of Townsend into Christmas Corner. But the bigger the carts, you're going to see them hitting that curb a little bit more as Townsend and Roach still go side by side. Doesn't always work though. We spoke to Joseph Mills. That'll be an interview that you'll see tomorrow. He had a fight with that curb yesterday, lost it, and the team had to go and get a new chassis and rebuild it overnight so that he could race here today.
Still a 3-cart battle for the lead. There's plenty of time for this to develop into something though. Clark and Livings across the line now, 3 laps completed. The gap is, we don't really need a stopwatch, it's 2/10 between first and second, it's 3/10 between second and third, and the 2 at the front of the field beginning to break away and become a 3-cart battle for the lead. David has become a 2-cart battle for the lead as Juditis just cannot keep with them. He's driving a little bit ragged, and I think that's showing in the fact that gap is beginning to extend for second, between second and third.
Yeah, it appears to just be trying a little bit too hard to stick with them. Just needs to settle into a nice little rhythm, because worst case scenario here, if he goes with them and can't get past, at least it's the 3rd place. It's points on the board for tomorrow. Yeah. You don't win trophies on Saturdays. And wide and off the track, looks like that Leo Livings out of 2nd place, going wide and onto the grass. Problems for Leo Livings. I get the feeling that that's a retirement. I don't think he went wide through a mistake. I think that cart is something's not quite still going on that cart.
Tomorrow,
Engine's decided it's not playing
on
ball.
Saturdays and
wide.
wide.
Whether he crosses the line shortly, but I think no, cart's decided it's had enough for heat number 1, and Leo Livings' 2nd place is gone.
It did just look like he pulled off, didn't he? It didn't look like anything had broken, and that's a bit of a shame because he just missed the pit entrance. What this has allowed is Sebastian Clark now to have a very, very lonely 1-second gap to Adam Juditis. Oscar Roach and Ryan Townsend, though, they're still very close as the battle for 3rd. That's number 123 of Ryan Townsend, looking like he wants to get by the Jensen Walker 171, and that looks like a battle now that crosses the line. The 171 ahead, Jensen Walker getting ahead of Ryan Townsend, and Walker up to 5th spot just behind Jensen Sale. So that's where the action is, and thankfully Nick has brought us to that, because that's the battle that's going on track now.
Yeah, it looks like Oscar Roach has gained a gap on it was Townsend, and Townsend lost 2 places on that previous lap, down into 6th, and he's now trying to find a way past Jensen Walker. Jensen Sale, who finished in 2nd place in the main championship for 2024 in Intermax, is up into 4th place. I don't think he'd have been too happy with his qualifying position. finishing behind Max Gilman, who was on the entrance. Yellow flag is still out into the boot, so that's neutralised overtaking opportunities as they still work to recover Leo Livings' kart into a safe place. Livings as well needs obviously moving over into the pit lane there. But yeah, so no overtaking into the boot. It looked like that Townsend was lining a move up on.
Here we go. It's into Christmas, and look at it. Oh, and a little bit of a nudge there. We saw the head roll back, and I'm not sure how the officials will see that one, but a move for position into Ashby's, and just trying to confirm that has happened, and it was that Ryan Townsend that went through? Ryan Townsend on Jensen Walker.
I think it was. Harvey Bacon got into the back of Townsend, and then the concertina effect put him into the back of Walker. Walker was wide. Townsend down the inside. Bacon then was slow because the kart had been slowed ever so slightly with that contact, and then it has spread out slightly. Townsend then will move up into 5th place. Walker's down into 6th. Bacon remains 7th, but now he's going to have Armit Singh Atwell all over the back of him on that run up to Christmas corner.
Just behind Atwell, got Jackson Hilton in 9th, Hugo McCluskey and Victor Poppercull 10th and 11th, Eli Rideout, and of course Leo Livings, who we lost with that retirement. This battle is not over though, as the number 171 Jensen Walker now has Harvey Bacon to contend with, and Walker not happy with where that kart is at the moment for him. He's been under pressure pretty much the whole of this race, with drivers trying to overtake him pretty much for the length of time that we've been racing here, and whether he can hang on to that position to the flag remains to be seen. Gets it all out of shape going over the Nouvelle Chicane, and that will allow the number 180 Harvey Bacon right onto his bumper through Oblivion in a crook, and it'll be a drag race, a slipstreamer all the way down to Christmas. So I think he's got a gap that might help him. Oh, David's going to cough just when he was about to speak. And we've got that battle still going. It's still going, mate. It hasn't moved since you coughed. Right. It's all right. I hand it to you just as you were about to cough there.
Well, I've been holding that for about 3 races
that's what that's
since
for.
The start. And it decided that it was going to play ball at the worst of times.
Yeah, inside the final minute then. It's 8 minute and 1 lap as ever in the Kart Championship. This is the first event of the Winter Series. And as ever, the entertainment out on track is always there. And at the moment, it's the number 171 of Jensen Walker with Harvey Bacon trying. He's got the Thule Motorsport liveried kart. I'm not sure he's here with Thule, but it's certainly the number 180 down the inside. The blue and white kart drives down the inside. And that was, did he have a tin opener there to make that happen?
Well, he decided as late as possible that he was going to make that overtake.
I'm not sure he's here with Thule.
He's slotting in, he's going round the corner, and he's decided actually
the number 180 down the inside, the blue and white kart drives down the...
You can always tell when they're surprised because they turn in and then turn out again halfway round the corner when they don't expect it. Now Walker's going to slot back in on the back of Harvey Bacon. They've got a second or so to try and close up on the back of Ryan Townsend in front. And I get the feeling these two are just going to battle this out all the way to the end for 6th.
I think so. Let's see if we can pick up the leader, Nick. It's he's got a huge gap of 3.9 seconds to Sebastian Clark. It'd be unfair not to give him a bit of TV time. Here he comes then. That's out of Ashby's, and look at the way that smooth drive there, using all of that exit curb. I don't think we're policing track limits there, David. It would be an impossible task. We are heading towards the final stages of this heat then. And it's Sebastian Clark turns into the boot. He's got the Nouvelle Chicane curbing to clatter across, and he does indeed clatter across it. And there's the checkered flag. Crosses the line now and acknowledges that first heat win then. And we've got to wait a few seconds before Adam Giuditis comes through. Then we've got Oscar Roach in 3rd. Jensen Seal finishes 4th. Ryan Townsend, Harvey Bacon, Jensen Walker crosses the line. Amrit Singh Atwal is 8th, and then rounding off the 13 kart field, or indeed the 12 finishers, Jackson Hilton, Victor Poppercull, Hugo McCluskey, Eli Rideout, and of course Leo Livings we lost on lap 4.
Just that battle for 10th between Poppercull, McCluskey and Rideout was super tight over the line. We saw them go almost 3 wide. 500, that's
500s, yeah.
500s, and then
and
Two
then
tenths
ride out
off the back for
ride out
as
2700ths.
Well. Really, really tight for the final places in 10th, 11th, and 12th. Sebastian Clark. You don't normally see drivers celebrate quite so much for Heat 1 victories, so I can only imagine he's seen a photographer.
Lurking in the
absolutely. Because if you see a photographer, you have to get the shot in.
He can celebrate. He can celebrate winning the first heat, deservedly. We've got another favourite of mine coming next. This time it's the petrol engine Bambinos. I really am a fan of the Bambino class. It's amazing. I find it amazing. These 6 to 8 years old drivers just absolutely blow my mind. Shall we have a look at the grid then? It's going to be 1 minute 3.63 was the pole lap, and it's Hendrix Fallat who will find himself on the front row of the grid on pole. Alongside him is Calman Simon, 5th in the championship this year. Or was it? Was Calman Simon? Yes, he was. He was 5th. Will Wainwright, who finished in 4th. He is in 3rd place with Benjamin Shivar alongside. Benjamin finally coming 7th in the Kart Championship C50 Championship. Ray Thorne and Santo Amico share row 3. Nico Veslovsky and Jensen Drummond are on row 4. Freddie Purnell and Max Saint-Hilaire are on row 5. Jensen O'Connor and Shea Downey on row 6. We've got Isaac Young and Oliver Bullock. And then in 15th spot, we've got Lanny Edun, Alfie Ward, and Jacob John Lesieur Alexander. I think we're going to have to shorten that, aren't we? Jacob Alexander, I think, is...
I can assure you he's not got his full name on the back of his race suit.
No, he hasn't. They must have had an issue in qualifying. We've got 17 karts that will take the start. That was your grid. Alfie Ward and Jacob Alexander will start at the back because of some sort of issue they had in qualifying. I'm not sure what that is, so we can just speculate unless you know it.
Yes, some Bambinos are light, but some are lighter than others.
Oh, I see.
And they came in underweight, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
So they will
We've all done that.
16th and 17th.
We've all done it.
We've all done it.
It's sharpening the razor blade. And especially the Bambinos, they're so close that you will be looking at keeping the kart right on the minimum weight. You'll be as close to that minimum weight as you can possibly get.
Yeah, minimum weight actually went up for these
2
years ago from, I think it was 69 kilo to 71 kilo when it became properly a Motorsport UK class. They sort of aligned everywhere because some championships were running at 69, some were running at 71, so they were aligned at 71 for our Comas. But as you say, it's these drivers, like if you add an unnecessary half a kilo on, particularly that run up to Christmas Corner on a fixed gearing as well, it's difficult. We'll have a look further down the field, and you'll have a look. There's a driver towards the tail end of the field in Oliver Bullock in the 66. And I've sort of tracked Oliver because he races in championships that I cover as well. He is 6 years old, turned 7, I think, just before the end of the year. He is the tallest Bambino in the world. With the exception maybe last year of Noah Wicklow, who's also very tall.
Are you exaggerating there? In the world? Is that official? Is that official, Dave?
I think he's about 6'2". No, but height-wise, he's been ready. Size-wise, he's been ready for Cadet.
Right.
All of this year.
He's just not old enough.
But he's not old enough because you've got to be year of your 7th birthday to go and race in Cadet. Whereas Bambino, you can race until your year of your 8th. So there's that little bit of a crossover. He'll be ready to move up. He should be in a light blue kart when he comes out there. You can see him there. The one that's...
Oh, yeah, the very tall one.
The one that...
Yes,
The one that can see over the wheel. We've got a driver with an arm up.
I think that's Freddie Purnell, who struggled off. Now, he's carrying the SW plate. Is that the Southwest Championship or something? Is that a Dunkeswell thing?
Possibly. It could be South Wales, Landau.
It could be South Wales, yeah.
I think it could be a Landau.
Usually it's the Welsh, the W, though, isn't it, for Wales?
I'll find him. Before the end of the day, we'll be back tomorrow.
I'm saying that could be Freddie Purnell. We'll get a look at his number plate in a moment. It's just he struggled to get off the collecting area, and his dad was kicking the cart and pushing it forward with his foot.
And it looks like it's going to stop on the outside of Inkerman's.
Yes, it is. It's Freddie Purnell. Yeah, I saw that cart begin to oil up as he pulled out, and his dad will have been absolutely aware that that was a potential, because he was trying to push the kart forward and help the kart pick up, and what a shame that was. Beautiful blue skies here, by the way. This is ideal. The temperatures out there are about 15 degrees at the moment, and so we should have a track temperature of a nice warm 25. Tends to be about 10 degrees hotter than ambient, especially when the sun is shining directly onto it. So perfect weather conditions. Pardon me, the forecast is, dare I say it, for no rain.
Yeah, so P9 on the left-hand side behind the driver with the green helmet will be vacant because Freddie Purnell is out of his car. It's been pulled to safety and he's found the sanctuary of a marshal's post out on track. So he's going to have to watch this one out there. It's the green flag at the back confirms that we are okay. And we are away and racing in Coma Heat 1. It's a good start from the outside of the front row from Kalman Simon. But not enough to draw alongside Hendricks Falat, and he drops into second place. The top four already with a little bit of a gap as they run up towards Christmas Corner. They've just managed to keep the revs right on the grid and get away nicely. Will Wainwright, Benjamin Shivar just dropping into fourth place. Then there's that gap back to Wraith Owen in P5. He's under pressure though from Santa Amico in the run down towards Ashby.
Falat then being chased round by Kalman Simon. It's going to be, I've never mentioned this for a few months now since the last round, but that's an Ayrton Senna replica that I absolutely adore, and his dad knows it, and he knows he's going to get lots of mentions because of it. Benjamin Shivar has just fallen behind Will Wainwright. Will on his distinctive bright yellow kart still, and Shivar on his distinctive green liveried Sana Racing. He's here with his dad Sanel, of course, and they will very shortly be crossing the line to complete one lap, and I think it's going to definitely be Falat across the line with Kalman Simon right with him.
Wainwright then up into third, Shivar and then Wraith Owen. That's your top five. Walowski's up into P6, Amico, Drummond, St Hilaire and Jensen O'Connor. Your top 10 is down the inside, up to Christmas goes Benjamin Shivar. Let's see whether he's going to have enough round the inside. No, that's what I was saying about the Comas. You just stick it on the outside, you keep your foot in, you don't have to back out like you do in Honda and anything up from Cadet into juniors. You can run it all the way around the outside because you're not having to worry about scrubbing off all that speed. And slowly goes Benjamin Shivar round Ashby. It's going to drop him well down the order. Yeah, I think that's a problem for the number 7, or he certainly had a problem somewhere on track, went very wide, whether or not he's in a wet patch. Now remember, these Bambinos are on the treaded Lacan tyre, so it doesn't really matter if the track becomes wet. However, if everybody else is on a dry bit of tarmac and you found a wet patch, and I'm just speculating here because I did not know what young Ben what had happened to young Ben there, but we saw him go wide, and he's dropped down the order. Let's just see where he pops out. He is still dropping down the order, and he's gone down 4 places to 8th place, and that's after challenging for third. Yeah, it just looked like he got forced out wide on the outside of Ashby, and he had 2 choices, go on the grass or hit the brake, and he hit the brake, which was the discretion, the better than valour. It keeps him in this race, but now he's got plenty of work to do from the mid-pack. You'll see him there, the final driver just in shot. We have 2 drivers in green. He's the one that's really, really small. Yeah, in comparison to a very, very tall driver out there, and you can easily spot him. Falat, who, I've got to say, I'm just trying to find him where he was. He was 10th in this year's kart championship in this class, so top 10 finish for him in the season. Here he is at the front of the field and kind of commanding that lead, I'd say, because Kalman Simon, even though he's following him round in his wheel tracks, we've still got 5 minutes though, David. There's plenty of time for Kalman Simon just to time this. Will Wainwright, I thought, was going to get on terms with the 2 karts ahead of him. He hasn't seemed to be able to make any kind of impression there. And as I say, Simon was playing a waiting game. It's fastest lap of the race so far for Simon, and here he is lining himself up for Christmas. Yeah, he gained 2 tenths and dragged himself away from Will Wainwright. Hendricks Falat and Will Wainwright with a very similar lap times. They take different lines as they run up towards Inkermans. Benjamin Shivar moves up to 7th on the previous lap. You can see him in the background getting himself in the mix. Clearly feels he's got the pace to work through, but has a lot of traffic around him. He'll come into shot there in the 7. I feel he's got past Santo Amico as well, so he's going to be back up into P6. We'll confirm it. Other tall driver that I mentioned in green is Nico Wesolowski in 5th place.
Still, we play this high-speed game of chess at the front of anything. Fallat has responded. He's responded by becoming aware of Kalman Simon. And as I say that, Simon, that's a different line through the boot. That closed that gap down. So he's got a faster line, no question about it. But there's still a bit of a cushion. Will Wainwright, the gap is 1.13 to Simon. Let's see if he can do anything about it. But personal best lap times there. Fallat in the lead, personal best from Wainwright, personal best from Raythowen, and all the way down the field we're seeing personal best lap times coming in at the half distance point.
Benjamin Shivar recovers up into 5th place. It's Nico Wesolowski drops down from 5th into 8th place. He's going to be on the back of that second train of carts. And I know exactly what you were saying there. Kalman Simon, this is another game of chess here, because Hendrix Fallat and Kalman Simon look strong at different parts of the track. So the gap opens out and then it closes right back up. This is where...
Just playing with us, aren't they?
Yeah, again, though, it's fixed gearing as well. It's an 80-tooth rear sprocket. You can't do anything gearing-wise. So it's not like one of them's geared for the tight section, one for more straight-line speed. It's about carrying the speed.
It's how they're driving the track.
Yeah.
It's how they're driving the track. Here they come across the line. Fallat leading, Simon second. And the gap to Will Wainwright, it stays on about the second mark, 1.1 to be exact. And I tell you what, Nick, if we can drop back to young Benjamin Shivar, who's now on the bumper of Raythowen, it's the green helmeted driver here. Shivar on the number 7, down the inside of Raythowen, and back up to that 4th place, which was where he lost out, and he's dropped from 4th down to 8th. He's made his way back up to where he was. However, there is a huge gap of 3.7 seconds before he can get back onto the tail of Will Wainwright. If you remember, David, he was challenging for 3rd.
He was. Superb timing as well from Benjamin Shivar, just to wait for our camera to drop back on him to make that overtake. He's learning, and he's learning quickly. Is that camera time is the most important thing here this weekend for Benjamin Shivar, but he's going to have to defend up towards the left-hander of the boot. Can't keep his foot in all the way around the outside. Raythowen retakes 4th place.
So the lap charts will not show any difference there, and another textbook move this time, though it's back at him. Raythowen down the inside of Ben Shivar into the boot there, and Shivar just allowing that to happen. He didn't fight it out, he just let that move happen, and this is where Shivar got him last time. They're out of Oblivion and Crook, and can he do it again? Raythowen aware that he may come down his inside. Not a chance this time, though. And that Christmas corner there, the right-hander is very, very fast with very little braking into that corner, so it's all about momentum out of Crook to get alongside like he did the previous lap. However, is Shivar now playing a waiting game, or has Raythowen really upped his game to keep him back?
I think Shivar probably had enough there if he wanted to pop out the slipstream and make the move. I think now he's just going to spend a little bit of time tucking in. They're going to have another lap at the end of this one. They're currently lapping in the 103, so the next one will be the penultimate lap. They've got to be careful, though, because behind them it looks like Drummond and Amico are doing exactly the same thing, of just working together to try and close the gap in, albeit they're going to have to hope these two scrap for the next 2 laps, because it's about a second as Shivar tries something different.
Yeah, here we go. This is a very brave move. He's down the inside at Oblivion as we've got a move for second. Well picked up by our camera crew there. Paul at the top of the hill picks that one up as the yellow driver. Bright yellow, is that yellow or is it lime green? Is it? It's certainly yellow in real life rather than on our screen, our big screen here.
Yellow for me.
Yeah, fluorescent yellow. He's got Kalman Simon, and that's a change for second. Looks over his shoulder. He's still there. Can Kalman Simon, who was, I think, caught napping a bit because Will Wainwright was just closing that gap of about a second over just the course of 2 laps. So that's come back at him very, very quickly. Shivar still behind Raythowen the last time we looked. Here they come then. Last lap board this time by David.
Yeah, Kalman Simon lost nearly a second off his best time in that previous lap that allowed Will Wainwright to close back up. Now there's some lap traffic in front of them that could play a hand as they run up towards Christmas corner. And if they don't get past at Christmas, then it's pretty much single file down towards Ashby's. They need to be very mindful. It's not for any of the slower drivers to move out of the way. This isn't like Formula One or cars. You maintain your line. It's the faster driver's job to get through.
And while this has been raging for second, Shivar has gotten by Raythorne for that 4th place, and he's made it stick, and he's got a bit of a cushion. I say a bit of a cushion. It's only 0.2 of a second as the leader, Hendrix Fallat, comes into back markers. Down the inside of the back marker goes Will Wainwright and makes that very easy. Good driving from Alfie Ward there, who kept out of the way into the final couple of corners. It is Hendrix Fallat. This is our leader, who has had, I would say, quite a commanding lead, which he's turned into a commanding win. 10th in the C50 Bambino Championship this year, and he acknowledges that flag to take the win. Will Wainwright second, Calman Simon third. Will it be Benjamin Shivar? No, it will not. It's Raythorne. Raythorne got Shivar back on the final lap, and it'll be Raythorne who takes 4th place. Benjamin Shivar 5th, Jensen Drummond 6th. Then we've got Santo Amico. Max Centelaire was 8th, Nico Veslovsky 9th, Jensen O'Connor 10th, and then the rest of our finishers on the timing board just taking their checkered flag. I tell you what, David, that bodes very well for the rest of this weekend with how tight they were. We had a tight battle at the front. All right, Will Wainwright and Calman Simon dropping off the back of Fallat, but that was a great battle, and considering the progress that Shivar could have made after dropping to that 8th spot, he then came back. Yeah. I mean, if he'd stayed there, what could he have done with that 4th place was my question.
I mean, he's certainly got the pace to run at the front, hasn't he? I think in terms of lap times, he was there inside. He was setting lap times in comparison with the leaders, Benjamin Shivar, I think, as well, at the younger age of Coma Bambino as well. So he's still got plenty of development time as Benjamin Shivar. And given that Coma Bambino within the BKC is the British Championship.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that if he sticks with it, I think that he could be up there competing. But it could be, if these drivers stick with it, and generally I think anyone that's staying with this Winter Series will stay with Coma, because I think most of the others you'll see, like drivers like Wicklow, Ralph Martin have moved up and tried to sort of steal the march early by getting into the cadet classes early doors. So I think Winter Series will give us sort of a good foundation as who's to watch next year of these young drivers, but it's a winter series of development really to get these drivers up to standard, ready for next year to challenge for a British title.
Junior Rotax, their first heat of the weekend about to get going. We've got a bit of a changed order here, the youngsters coming through. Kasper Tomaszewski moving on into seniors. So we've got a bit of a change and a different looking grid to bring you. It's Milo Manderson on the front row. His time 46.55. Riley Bishop, he qualified second. He'll share the front row. Jack Robinson and Lewis Sumner are on row 2. We've got Logan Lauder and Owen Wallace on row 3. Andrew Dixon and Sam Green Gomez share row 4. Row 5, we've got our current 2024 Junior Primo champion, Daniel Hartley. He starts 9th with Marcel Popperkuhl alongside him on the 5th row. 6th row is Ewan House and Adam Turicek. Bella Conville and Jonas Klimas. They are on row 7. Row 8 is Daniel Adomaitis. Have I said that right? Adomaitis? Yeah. Tell me if I'm wrong, everybody. Daniel, get in here and tell me how to say your name. Alfie Lambert starts alongside Daniel on the 8th row of the grid. 9th row of the grid, Charlie Very, a little bit further down than what we would expect to see Charlie here with ST Racing. He starts alongside Aris Ali on 9th row. 10th row is Sophie Caldwell and Oliver Liversedge. Row 11 is Daniel Callahan and Braden Donoghue. And then we've got Kosti Zarov and Zane Quaker, and then Lewis Holt, rounding off what is a very healthy 25-card grid of junior road actors here at Whilton.
That back row as well, Zane Quaker, Lewis Holt, only set 1 lap time in qualifying.
Oh, interesting.
Hence why they are well out of position, particularly in terms of time. Zane Quaker, a driver that we know can come through the field. Lewis Holt as well. I think looking through the order, Marcel Popperkuhl, the highest returning driver from the Summer Championship, 3rd place in 2024. Charlie Very was in 4th place. 2 of the top 5 you'll find in seniors in a little while, in Kasper Tomaszewski and Harry Hurst Grover. The only one in the top 5 not here this weekend, James Kell, who finished in 2nd place.
Andrew Dixon finished 7th in the championship, in the Kart Championship this year. He's qualified in 6th. He's with the X-Kart team, of course, and we look forward to seeing them.
Also, we'll talk about in a moment, but that's Riley Bishop off the front row.
Yeah.
Also with X-Kart, who are the distributor now for TB Kart, and that's why Riley Bishop is on a green kart rather than the traditional white. We're away and racing in Junior Rotax as they run up towards the first corner. Milo Manderson looks to have held on from Riley Bishop. Now it's that run up to Christmas. Everybody will cut to the inside. Anybody going to be brave and try and sweep round the outside? There's a little bit of contact in the middle. The 2-3-3 of Logan Lauder just getting in the mix there, but looks like most of the field, looks like all of them in fact, have made it round Christmas corner.
Oh, don't speak too soon though, because they've got to get through Ashby's. That downhill right hand hairpin is really tricky on the brakes on the first lap. When your tyres are cold, your brakes are cold, the cart's sliding around underneath you. They're already onto the back straight, and it's the leader already into the boot. The 2-3-5 of Riley Bishop coming back through. Across the curb they go. Will going to be a clarification on just who's where.
Is that Lewis Sumner up into the lead? I think it is in the 2:38. No, it's the 2:39.
Jack Robinson.
Jack Robinson.
The numbers do look the same. It's Jack Robinson who leads across the line for lap 1. Milo Manderson is second. Riley Bishop, keep an eye on that, because that's Manderson almost slipping to second, but then loses out on the switchback. Riley Bishop third. Andrew Dixon fourth. Popical, Sumner, Lauder, Turicek, Gomez, Daniel Hartley rounding off the top 10.
Popical down the inside for 4th place on Andrew Dixon into Ashby. Before that, he'd seen Riley Bishop try and dive down the inside of Milo Manderson. Got the move done, but then Manderson got it redone on the exit of Christmas corner. So it's pretty much as you were. As that move is a move you used to make when you didn't have to go through this massive left-hand hump.
Yeah, they've got to get it across to the right, or else you're going to absolutely mess up your lap time via going across that chicane the wrong way. As Riley Bishop now looking very, very racy indeed. He's dying to get past Milo Manderson. Manderson is doing a cracking job of just getting on with the job, and it's Bishop who is absolutely all over him. He's in that distinct... Oh, look at that, chopping down the inside at Ashby's. Last of the late breakers, the kart snapping away from him on the brakes. An incredible bit of outbraking. And it's just, let's see now, Manderson, quickest in qualifying. He's been outdone a little bit on the first few corners. The flap on his radiator comes up to let the engine get a bit cooler. It's reached where he wants to be. And here we go, across the chicane, David, and into another lap. And this is where Manderson will close that gap to Robinson.
Yeah, it's Riley Bishop now up into 2nd place. There's Manderson with the radiator flap adjustment that Riley Bishop had done previously. Bishop in that green TB kart. And even with an overtake, he took 4/10 out of Jack Robinson at the front. Robinson in the Cato Motorsport colours, similar for Marcel Popical in 4th place as well. The top 4 are on a bit of a breakaway. Adam Turicek in 5th. Will be hoping that these drivers start scrapping, even with 5 minutes to go, to give him a chance of closing back in on this front tray. But Riley Bishop looks to have got that car up to temperature now and is reeling in a nervous Jack Robinson, who has a big look over the shoulder as they head up towards the boot. And this is the corner I feel that Bishop is possibly strongest at. He gets a good run out. The gap on the previous lap was 0.7 of a second. They cross the line, it's under 0.2. And he's close enough, I think, here to make the move up the hill towards Christmas corner. Will Robinson defend? Robinson with the helmet tap. Riley Bishop pays absolutely no credence to that at all. He's down the inside, and Riley Bishop leads with 4.5 to go.
Bishop is absolutely on a charge. He wanted that lead from the very outset, and he's done it before half distance. He fell down the order slightly so, and here he comes.
Robinson with the helmet tap. Riley Bishop pays absolutely no credence to that at all.
Just down the inside, and Robinson couldn't really do anything about that. We saw how quickly he was going. We saw what pace he had. We saw the determination in his, let's say, body language on that kart, the way he was styling by people on the brakes. And here we go. That does not surprise me at all, as Riley Bishop now begins to break a gap to Robinson, who has Milo Manderson now right with him on his bumper.
Throughout most of the lap, I think Robinson's fairly comfortable. I just think it's in this final complex of corners, the third sector, that I think Riley Bishop does take a few tenths out and opens up that gap. But Jack Robinson, in his mind, he'd have thought that half the job was done when he had a gap of nearly 7/10 to a second after the first couple of laps. But this, for me, this is the complex here that I feel that Riley Bishop got. Yellow flag out at post 5. We'll see who doesn't cross the line at the end of this one. We've got a yellow flag waving and a slippery surface flag at Ashby. So when you said Shivar went wide potentially on some water in the previous one, it might have been something else. Like I said, we've got a surface flag out.
It's not raining. It's certainly not raining.
It's Andrew Dixon in the 225 dropping down the order. Another one of the X-Kart drivers drops down into 25th. He hasn't crossed the line. I think he could be out of the race.
I wonder if it's some sort of coolant or something being lost from the engine. Remember, no engine oil in these two strokes. The lubrication comes from the fuel. So it's not like you could drop oil out of a sump or anything, just not in this level of karting. There's no oil to be lost. So slippery surface being shown into the boot, which is going to compromise people's approach to that. And if anything, I'm pretty impressed with Jack Robinson, who's staying with Riley Bishop, not that far away, only half a second. Milo Manderson now in third still, hanging on to that bumper. And then just a bit of a fourth, taking a watching brief as Marcel Popoco. Lauder is in fifth, Turacek sixth, Daniel Hartley up to seventh. Sam Green Gomez is 8th, 9th is Lewis Sumner, and rounding off the top 10 Zane Quaker, who's come all the way from the back of the field.
24th for Zane Quaker, 24th to 10th, still with 2 minutes to go, and he's right on the back of Lewis Sumner for 9th as well. So Quaker's got a chance of maybe getting up to Turacek, I think, in 6th if he just keeps his head down and the moves are clean. The yellow flag is in now at post 5. It went from yellow flag to slippery surface back to a waved yellow, I think, as they recovered the kart to a safer place. At the front, though, Riley Bishop, who towed up onto the back of Jack Robinson with good pace, hasn't been able to shake off the 2:39 of Jack Robinson for Cato Motorsport. Milo Manderson in third place. They have pulled away slightly though from Marcel Popoco, who is in a little bit of a lonely fourth place, as is Logan Lauder just behind them. He's got 2 seconds back to Adam Turacek. But with a minute and 15 to go, Riley Bishop at the front. He's got 2 kart lengths, which at the moment isn't anywhere near enough for Jack Robinson. At some point, Robinson's going to have to look back.
Yeah, there's a move for that second place. There was Manderson down the inside into the boot. Now Manderson's job, with a minute left on the clock, is to catch Bishop in the lead. Now Bishop has got... He's down in the entry. He's been an X-Kart driver. He's got his X-Kart overalls on, and there it was. That was technical out of Chapman, and then along the back straight, and then down the inside. It really left Jack Robinson with nothing to do. He couldn't really do anything. And into the mix has come Marcel Popoco. It's going to be an X-Kart battle for third and fourth by the looks of this.
They're both.
Oh, they're Kato's, aren't they? Kato Motorsport.
Yeah, the 2 KMS drivers. Riley Bishop at the front is with X-Kart, although he is racing the TB chassis out of their awning. One thing to note, when Manderson went wide, the amount of water he sprayed up out of the curb, it's still holding water in that exit curve.
That's why the slippery surface flag was out, because they're bringing off water, and it was at turn 5. It was at post 5, so it's the same thing. There is water settling in just off track. You put a wheel off, you're going to bring that water onto the track. That's going to happen, isn't it? Look at this. For third place, Jack Robinson coming back at Manderson through Inkermans. Time running out. They're on the penultimate lap. Green flag waved after the yellow. Shows a clear track using all of the curb. There's no water there. They've pushed that away, haven't they?
Quaker's dropped back down the order. He's down to 24th and hasn't triggered the timing line. So all the hard work for Zane Quaker to go from 24th to 10th back down to 24.
So he's had a bit of a dramatic start to this weekend, hasn't he? Here we go, though. This is dramatic. Riley Bishop on the TB kart, the bright green and white livery of that X-Kart, of course, being the UK distributor for the TB kart, which is not an OTK chassis for your choice. Defensive line into Christmas, and Manderson there almost compromised his line out of Christmas corner. He's hung on to second place, but he's definitely, by defending, he's holding things up. That's allowing Robinson right there, and his Kato Motorsport Popoco coming into the mix as well. But time is running out. They're on the final lap.
Heading up towards the boot then for the final time. Riley Bishop has opened up a gap as Manderson, Robinson and Popoco have battled it out over second place into the boot for the final time. Robinson's going to have to try and get a good run out to draw alongside out of the final corner. Riley Bishop wins heat 1. Robinson does indeed draw alongside, but he's not close enough Manderson for second, Robinson and Poppicle in front of Logan Lauder. That's your top 5. Daniel Hartley makes good progress through up into 6th place, getting past Adam Turacek towards the end. Sam Green-Gomez, Lewis Sumner and Owen Wallace round out your top 10. Some big movers further down. Lewis Holt, who also started on the back row, makes up 13 places to finish in 12th.
Yeah, Zane Quicker had an up and down race, didn't he? Making his way through the field, chased around, made about 10 places or so, and then dropped down. There's a story there for sure. Riley Bishop is the story of Junior Rotax, though. Absolutely on a charge. You could see by the lad's body language, he was wanting to win that race, and he was absolutely just throwing that TB Kart around. Tremendous. Look at the battle for second, though. Milo Manderson finishing a second behind him. Jack Robinson across the line, 7/100ths of a second. That's all that was in it at the end. Manderson and Robinson there, the last of what will effectively be the podium positions in the final, of course.
Yes, it is. We're sticking with Junior Rotax, although it is a different form of Junior Rotax. We will have a bit of time to talk about it because we've got the collections, certainly of Andrew Dixon's machine, Zane Kawaker's as well, I think. It looks like I can see him up near Marshall Post 6. So we'll have trolleys out to collect carts on circuit, which means Junior Primo, there is absolutely no difference whatsoever in the machinery. These are drivers that are slightly less experienced because Junior Rotax is quite a wide age range. Well, you can go in at 12 and you can leave at 16. So
it's not necessarily experience. This is Junior Primo, which allows 13-year-olds, or is it 12-year-olds?
12. I think potentially.
I'll check it out.
I've got
13-year-olds. It's 12 to 14.
Yeah.
So when you're 14, you get in with the big boys and girls. It's like if you're in the first year of comp and you're competing in any sport with a 4th and 5th year.
Yeah.
There's a massive gap there. We don't see it as adults.
But there's
a massive gap there to these kids.
That was always a little bit of a bugbear with Cadet, for example, because when it was year of your 13th, you could have drivers that were effectively in year 3 of primary school against drivers in year 8 of high school, and there's a big difference in the physical build of drivers.
That's right.
This does give you drivers...
And level of aggression.
Definitely. So it does give you drivers a bit more of an opportunity to hone their skills before they go and jump up into the big class.
So this year's Junior Primo is drivers that are under 14 before the 1st of June. Now, I don't know if that's been re-amended for the Winter Series, and it's drivers under 14 before, say, the 1st of December or the 1st of January. But it is technically speaking, drivers 12 to 14-year-old. So Daniel Hartley, who we've just seen come 6th in the Junior Rotax class, this season in the Car Championship, he ran in the Junior Primo because of his age. He's now old enough to move out of Primo and into that Junior Rotax. I'm going to say Junior Rotax proper.
Yeah.
It's not. I think, personally, a lot of series could do with splitting the Junior Rotax grids into Primo and older.
If the driver is still 12 and they feel confident and quick enough to go straight in, they can go straight in. So you're not being held back. If you feel that you want to compete, against the more experienced drivers at a younger age, you can do. But it does give you an opportunity to come and not get swamped up and maybe overwhelmed by the experience of going out with drivers that have got a lot of experience at this level. And even though it's effectively Junior Primo, it was a really tight qualifying session between the top two.
It was great, wasn't it? 47.31, the pole position time, going to Team M Sports, Hayagriva Gokulnath, or Gokulnath. I don't know how I'm going to pronounce that. I'll probably get used to it. Gokulnath is cracking time there. However, only 100ths of a second in it, 47.32 for Joseph Mills. Now, Joseph is it Joseph that's on that distinct? No, it's Thomas Harper I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
Joseph Mills is the driver who is with True Performance Motorsport, isn't he?
On the
brand new chassis. So True Performance, Ivor Powell's team here this weekend down from the northeast, and Joseph is just a novice. I think his dad was telling me just his 3rd race. He's all right. He's done a bit Club 100 and he's done a bit of indoor karting.
Yeah.
But this is a different level. So that's a cracking qualifying, and only 100th off Gokulnath. That's going to be a cracking race for the front. So we're going to see how that novice driver actually races. Second row of the grid, bit of a one that you're staying with Thomas Harper and his family, aren't you? So
yeah,
it's a bit of a biased commentary coming here.
I'm always straight down the middle, but to talk about Thomas Harper, the first time he sat in a junior Rotax period was yesterday.
Is that right?
And he's put it in third place.
Is that right?
Yeah, superb from Harper.
Nick and I are loving his Silkwood Jaguar livery.
Oh.
His dad's a Jaguar parts dealer or something, isn't he?
About that,
yes.
I have a picture which the viewers won't be able to see, but I think your reaction will be...
It works for television, don't worry.
Will be enough.
Of course.
That's from Snet.
Oh,
today.
that's from Snet, right. Yeah. So they're running, so his dad's team...
So that,
what is that?
I think that's his dad's.
That's an XJ6
yeah.
or an XJ12. He's beside two Group C Silkwood Jaguars. What the hell is that? Is that an XF or something? No. What sort of Jag is that, Nick?
I don't. Well, that's his dad's because it's got 156, which is Thomas's normal race number.
It's an X-type, isn't it? S-type.
Yeah.
S-type Jag with a. Right. Apart from looking at some car pornography there. Thanks, David.
There's a race going on.
Yeah, there's a race going on. So it's Goldeneth on the pole, Joseph Mills alongside, Thomas Harper with his fantastically liveried Kart in Silkwood Jaguar colours, George Cole alongside him. We've then got Thomas Butcher and Tyler Davis on row 3. Zach Kane, Trevelyan Sansom are on row 4. Ronnie Legg and Lewis Gilbert are on row 5. Alfie Forrester and George Ralston share row 6, with Jensen Cook and Elijah Hartley on row 7. Laurie McVeigh is the driver that rounds off the 15 Kart field. So another healthy grade of 15 Rotax Primos here.
One driver, unfortunately, not with us this weekend. He was on the entry list, was the 17 of JJ Plowman. Normally over from the Isle of Man, but weather conditions meant that the ferry didn't sail, which means JJ could join us here this weekend.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully he's still watching and isn't too down in the dumps, and we should hopefully see him at Warden and Three Sisters for the second and third.
It's no consolation. It's no consolation having to watch this, though, is it?
He is used to that sort of thing happening every now and again. It's unfortunate, but out of their control. Here we go then in Junior Primo. Out of the tram lines, the lights extinguishing, we are away and racing.
Oh, look at that. It's Joseph Mills. The Origin White, the red and white colours of True Performance Motorsport lead the Junior Primo class. And can he hang it on there? And that's a novice move there. Absolutely hung onto it on the brakes. And he's still hanging onto it. Look at that Kart. That Kart is sleuthing around on the brakes. I tell you what, Joseph Mills is not afraid of that, is he?
No, but it could be the first time that he's had to judge his own braking.
I thought he was off.
I
thought he was off, mate. I thought he's hit the brakes too hard. We've all done that at our early starts, and I thought he was off. He didn't. Fabulous car control. I tell you what, Ivor, you've got a canny driver there, mate.
Yeah, great. Oh, it looks like we could have George Cole up into second place as well in the 98 as they make their way through at the end of the first lap. They'll cross the timing line, but it will be Joseph Mills leading from George Cole. And then Goglenath, Davis, Harper in P5, Kane, Butcher, Ronnie Legg, George Ralston and Jensen Cook as George Cole considers a move for the lead, slots back in behind Joseph Mills. The top four all nicely together. Harper not too far back. Zach Kane as well in the 23, just off the back. And then they've got a gap back to Thomas Butcher. And that sort of all came about as they went 2 and 3 wide, not only up towards Christmas, but they were still side by side a lot before that. Together, and it did break the field up ever so slightly.
Got to remind everybody that they're on slick racing tyres. That takes about 3 laps to get to an optimum temperature, running temperature, where the drivers have consistent handling before they get to that temperature. So right now, they're just beginning to get where the drivers need them to be. They're a little bit slipperier than they would normally be. By the time they get into their third lap, the tyres should be there.
Yellow.
And then we'll see less of slipping and sliding around. And this is where we see the quicker drivers beginning to come and be to the fore. And maybe we'll even see a challenge from on Joseph Mills from George Cole.
Reason you didn't see any overtakes up to Christmas. Yellow flag out at Christmas corner. Elijah Hartley's kart stopped on the exit. Marshall's working, so no yellow flags, no overtaking opportunity up there. Elijah Hartley out of the race. Down to 14 remaining runners. Mills at the front had a bit of a gaff as George Cole goes in a little bit hot.
Well, I think George Cole was a bit reluctant to use the curb there at the Nouvelle chicane, and just look how it's punished him because he lost all of his speed there. He was kind of with Joseph Mills, and by running around the curb rather than over it as a move for third place, that's Tyler Davis ahead of Gottelnath. And Gottelnath coming back at him. Gottelnath down the inside. They're side by side still. And the 83 there of Tyler Davis. Has he hung on to it? Davis ahead? Yes, he has.
Davis with the move down the inside. What that has done, it's brought Harper and Kane into the mix as well. So they run up towards the left-hander of the boot. Harper in those distinctive white and purple colours. Just sort of analysing. He's come out of... He's done a little bit of junior in Tillotson, but he's currently driving that like he drives his Cadet kart. He's throwing it in a little bit rather than sort of believing that the where you can slide a Cadet, whereas you get a lot more grip in these juniors.
Yeah, they need a bit more smooth sort of style of driving, even though you've got more power.
Zach Kane's dropped. He was right on the back of this with Zach Kane, but he's fallen away.
He's dropped back, hasn't he? Yeah.
What was his previous lap time? Was 49. Yeah, he was almost half a second to walk off on the back. He was with them on the previous lap, because we mentioned it when Davis and Goglenath were battling, that it had brought them both back into the mix, but he has fallen away.
All it takes is a slight mistake. You drop half a second, and that shows on track to be an absolute night and day gap. Here they come then. It'll be 5 laps completed. Joseph Mills. Bit of a story from Joseph Mills leading this race there on the red and white kart. He broke a chassis yesterday. You'll see the story when we talk to him in the paddock show, because that's going to be, I think that's going out tonight on our Facebook pages, and it'll go out in the programme, in the live stream tomorrow in the lunch break. And Joseph telling the story there of how he had to get himself a new chassis this weekend, and it's going very, very well for him. George Cole, though, David, he's not finished, is he? With 3.5 minutes remaining, George Cole is bringing Tyler Davis into the mix as well, and I think this race has got a lot of track time yet for Joseph Mills to hang on to this lead. Once again, did you see that, George Cole?
Yeah, and that's going to allow Tyler Davis to draw alongside. I thought he was a little bit closer, as in being alongside in that run up towards the Crook and Oblivion complex. But again, George Cole just doesn't seem to be as committed into hitting that curve lap on lap. When he gets it right, he set the fastest lap of the race a few laps ago. That's been eclipsed recently by Tyler Davis. When he hits it right, it's almost perfect, but it's that sort of that consistency of hitting it lap on lap.
He seems a bit reluctant to just smash over that curb, and you've kind of got to, because it costs you time. I think he's going to learn that. It's not costing him time here, though, because he's right on the bumper now. Let's see if he can hang on by clattering across the curb. He does it this time, and look at that. He doesn't lose any ground whatsoever. Joseph Mills, George Cole, Tyler Davis, Hayagriva, Goglenath, now beginning to make that a 4-kart train for the lead as they head up the hill towards Christmas.
Harper's fallen away, and looks like Zach Kane, Thomas Butcher, Ronnie Legg might turn that into a 4-kart battle over 5th place. But Joseph Mills, the important thing to note is these drivers will have a data logger on their steering wheel. They'll go out and they'll look at what their fastest lap time is and be okay, but it's finding out where they set that fastest time in terms of at the start of the session, end of the session, in terms of practice. Now, yesterday was quite wet, so they won't have had a lot of time to do long runs on tyres and slick tyres for this one. It looks like Mills had a good pace, but then the rest of the field towards the end, once the tyre pressure and the engines have come up, have reeled Joseph Mills in as Tyler Davis tries a move. This time it's down the inside rather than round the outside into Crook and Oblivion. He's close enough, but he knows he's there. Down the inside, there's a little bit of contact. Goglenath's going to come through as he for second place slots into third. George Cole, though, his chances of a victory pretty much gone with 1:15 to go. He's down into 4th place.
That was messy. That was very messy, boys. Tyler Davis who goes down the inside of George Cole, and then they just clatter into Tyler Davis clatters into George Cole. George Cole really had no room to go. I'm not sure. Again, it's not our job. We just talk about the racing, but we'll see what happens with that one. Meanwhile, this is played right into the hands of our leader, Joseph Mills, who's now got a gap of 0.8 of a second. That's the biggest gap we've seen all race long, and it's coming right at the time that Joseph Mills really needs that breather. About 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Tyler Davis, Goglenath, Cole, Harper, Kane, Legg, Butcher, McVeigh and Gilbert. That's your top 10. going towards the final stages of this heat.
The good news for Davis is I think they'll get round with 4 or 5 seconds to go. Now, similarly, that is not good news for Joseph Mills, because that's going to give Davis a little bit longer to close in that 0.8 of a second up onto the back of Joseph Mills, as long as Hayagriva Gottelnath plays ball. If he turns this into a battle for second, then Mills is going to take the victory comfortably. He's willing to push for another lap. It's 3 seconds. He crosses the line with a second to go. 2 laps of Junior Primo.
If I was Hayagriva in that third place, I'd be looking and thinking, Mr. Davis, you've got no chance of catching Joseph Mills, but I have got a chance of trying to get around you. And that's what I'm going to try and do. Here they go then, through Inkermans, down the hill towards the downhill, off Camber Ashby. Very tricky corner. Look at the momentum they carry out onto that exit curbing now. Through Parker. The next left-hander is Chapman. And then they go through a right kink and onto the back straight. This is the final lap, of course, and Joseph Mills for True Performance Motorsport. He's about to take the checkered flag in the first heat win. Probably the first heat win of this level for that young driver. And he takes a fantastic heat win there. Joseph Mills in fine style from Tyler Davis, who did hang on to that second place. Hayagriva Gottelnath came in third, George Cole fourth. There was Thomas Harper in fifth, Zach Kinn, then Ronnie Legg, then Thomas Butcher. Laurie McVeigh was ninth. Lewis Gilbert rounded off the top 10. There's only another 5, so we might as well mention them. George Ralston, Alfie Forrester, Trevelyan Sansom, Jensen Cook, and Elijah Hartley rounded off the 15 kart field. But Joseph Mills on those novice plates in fine. I tell you what, that to me just tells you just what a grounding indoor karting can give you with regards to racecraft. It can teach you how to race that you can then take to the outdoors.
Absolutely.
You've got a message from someone famous?
Not quite. Well, yes and no. He has said that he thinks I might be a little. He says I'm a little bit quiet.
Get out
on the stream.
He wants to try having you in my ears next to me.
I've never ever been told before.
Is that Mr. Ashton? By the way, we haven't mentioned who this is.
No, famous for one thing only: his shoes.
Dan Ashton, who is usually our clerk of the course, isn't he?
Yes.
For this series, got a phone call at the last minute that offered him a job officiating at a karting event in Malaysia. And, of course, it was Malaysia or Whilton Mill. And, yeah, guess what? That's where he is.
Dropped us, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Like a stone, mate. Yeah. Like a stone. So I think that's Mr. Ashton, who we do miss terribly here, I've got to say it. We do miss. But the thing, I would worry, Dan, if I were you. Why aren't you in bed? Because you're about 7 or 8 hours ahead of us.
9:30, apparently.
9:30, all right, okay. Well, still, why isn't he in bed? He's usually in bed for 8. The other thing is, this is running really well. This meeting is running really well without him. I'd be very, very wary, Dan, of dropping us in it again. Yeah. Anyway, we do miss him.
There's already people eyeing up his red trainers for future rounds. So,
can you imagine the colour of trainers he's going to come back from the Far East with?
Yeah,
it could be. We look forward to that.
It's 9:30 and it's 30 degrees.
There. He'd be sweating, mate.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Unless he can afford air conditioning in his hotel, which I would imagine he has. Have you seen the track where he's at? I forget. Dan, tell us where you're at. Tell us the event. Tell us where the track is, because I saw some footage of it, probably on your Facebook. That was phenomenal. The track looks phenomenal. A brand new track as well. Took them 18 months or something to build. Or 8 months, something ridiculous. It was like nothing was there, and then bosh, this fabulous facility was there.
Yeah, I tried to look at it yesterday on Google Maps, and there is literally nothing there from the last time they took pictures of it.
Really?
It's in Kuala Lumpur. Where there was, it's called LYL International Kart Circuit in Kuala Lumpur, or on the outskirts of Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
And it's. That picture will say it's sort of like half Rowra, because there's like
they've
cut it into like the side of a quarry on one side,
all right,
then decided that they don't want the rain.
David, I've never heard anywhere in Malaysia being compared to Rowra. That's tremendous.
Not full Rowra.
Yeah, half Rowra. It's got grass. Let's have a look at the grade. We've got 10 senior Rotax out. We've got Zach Hussain, who leads the field round on the pole position with the current junior Rotax champion in the Kart Championship, Kasper Tomaszewski, alongside Harry Blur and Harry Hurst-Grover, another driver up from juniors, in third and fourth. Fifth and sixth is Jensen Pugh and Lewis Marika. Then Morgan Hudson-Brown, Ewan Hughes, Elliot Foster and Sam Kelbrick round off the 10 kart field.
Yeah, looks like it could be, is it Sky Fraser who was on the entry list that we're missing, unfortunately, in the 66. So we are down to 10.
So we've lost one, have we?
Off the original entry, yes. LYL stands for Love Your Life for karting, and we're about to love senior Rotax as we're away and racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap of action. So they make their way through Crook and Oblivion and the run up towards the first corner. Zaki Hussein will lead them up. And even though he's got 2 or 3 kart lengths, still feels the need to hit the brakes. Looks like Kasper Tomaszewski, who went off the front row, had dropped down into 5th place, although will now move up into 3rd as he gets first down the inside of what appears to be Morgan Hudson-Brown first, and then potentially Jensen Pugh as well. And he's immediately on the back of Harry Blore for 2nd.
Morgan Hudson-Brown making up some great ground there as we are already into the boot for the first time. We'll get clarification as to exactly who is where in this 9 kart field. Or is it 10 karts? We have 10 karts qualify for sure.
10, I think. We had 11 on the entry.
Here they come across the line. Harry Blore, it is on the 44. Got a little bit of another look, and that's the TB, the brand new TB kart. Who was that? Was that
Jensen Pugh?
Jensen Pugh, who lost it going sideways there. So is that the debut of the new TB this weekend?
Here this weekend, yes, but it did get a run out under the S8 Racing banner at Kartmasters. S8 Racing ran it as Kasper Tomaszewski dives down the inside of Harry Blore for the lead. And Kasper Tomaszewski, who dropped down into P5, he's then nudged into the rear. He'll drop down, I think, at least into 2nd. Zaki Hussein's going to try and keep it all the way around the outside. Tomaszewski's going to have to do the hard work all over again.
Oh, great driving from Hussein there, who held on to that. But Tomaszewski trying to pick up where he left off in the junior championship, but learning that seniors is a little bit different. Harry Blore might fall foul of the officials there, as there was inadvertent contact. Certainly didn't look deliberate. It's one of those things. These drivers are racing so closely that sometimes it's unavoidable to fall over and trip over one another. Tomaszewski looks down the inside at Parker. He has to back out of that. The speed carried through by Zaki Hussein was just too great for Tomaszewski, and now he just takes a breather and watches the number 44, Harry Blore, the number 13, Zaki Hussein, ahead of him at the chicane. And then across the line, it'll be 3 laps completed this time.
Keep an eye out for Morgan Hudson-Brown in the 25. Fastest lap on the previous lap, this time eclipsed by Zaki Hussein. But he's done enough to draw himself into the mix slightly on the back of this one. Down the inside goes Hussein on Blore. Blore runs it out round the outside, and Kasper Tomaszewski's going to dive around the inside. Inkermans on the brakes into Ashby. Tomaszewski's there. Hudson-Brown is going to come through to try and take advantage as well. Hudson-Brown on the outside from 4th place. He then gets squeezed by Zaki Hussein, and he slots back into 3rd, round the outside of Kasper Tomaszewski. Jensen Pugh and Harry Hurst-Grover behind. I think Hurst-Grover could well be up into 5th place. Pugh down into 6th. Indeed, that is the order.
There may only be 10 of them, but it is absolutely outstanding and thrilling racing. The number 14 drops down to what is 5th spot behind Tomaszewski now. Just dropping down, Tomaszewski dropping down to 4th behind Hudson-Brown with a great drive there. The number 20, Tomaszewski. That's him coming back to the rear end of Hudson-Brown. He looks like he wants to challenge this junior karting champion from this year's championship. Knows how to race. He's been racing in the and Hudson-Brown going very wide indeed, and Tomaszewski just chopped through there. And I'm not sure what happened there, David. It was Hudson-Brown who just went wide onto the grass, I think.
I think he clipped the curb on the inside left, and that sent him wide. Got very lucky there because we've had so much rain in the last 2 weeks here at Whilton Mill that he's lucky that kart just hasn't dug in and taken him wide. Keeping an eye out on the 14 of Harry Hurst-Grover. That Nauseo panel is looking very squiffy on the front. And as he crossed the line, I did notice one of the on-track clerks just got straight on the radio whether we end up with a mechanical flag potentially for Harry Hurst-Grover, but you see the Nauseo panel there on the front is looking very much off to one side, It's whether that bottom bolt has come out and there's a risk of that flicking up. We'll keep an eye on it, and if there is anything shown on the overhead gantry, we'll try and pick it up.
This green and white TB kart of Jensen Pugh is absolutely on a charge. We saw how quick this kart can be. It's made, well, it's a kind of semi-debut here. Remember, X-Kart, the UK distributor for this TB kart, and the number 60 there, Pugh, up to 5th place now ahead of Hurst Grover, and he's on a charge. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be long before he's going to be challenging that orange and white kart of Morgan Hudson Brown as the leaders. We're with the leaders again as Harry Bloor comes under massive pressure from Zaki Hussain as they continue round. They're on lap 7. It'll be 7 laps complete, and it's Hussain, last time by David, who put in the fastest lap of the race.
Took nearly half a second out of Harry Bloor on the previous lap. 4.46 of a second he took out of Harry Bloor. Is more than close enough now to attack for the lead. Bloor, again, we were saying earlier on about tyre pressures. Has he gone early because he opened the gap up? Whereas if Hussain's gone a little bit lower, they're up to optimum pressure now, whereas Bloor might be slightly over the optimum tyre threshold. Still 2.5, and Bloor is going to defend with still plenty of laps to go, and Zaki Hussain's going to have to think about where he makes the run here. If he can get a switch back at Inkerman's down the hill towards Ashby's, he can't, and this is going to play into the hands, I feel, of Kasper Tomilewski in 3rd place, who was almost a full second behind Zaki Hussain on the previous lap. I get the feeling that's going to be a lot further down. Even Hussain's looking over the shoulder. He knows he's got to get past Bloor very, very quickly, or Tomilewski's going to turn it into a battle, and then that'll make it very difficult for Hussain. He's in that middle of a sandwich of, if he knows that if he goes for the lead, he could come out in 3rd place.
The Cato Motorsport driver Tomilewski can see these two coming together in front of him. We've just got coming up to 90 seconds as defensive driving from Bloor again. Hussain trying all he can on the number 13. He's literally from left to right on the back end of Bloor. Meanwhile, with the leader Bloor taking the defensive line as they're side by side towards Parker, they settle in, and there's a change of lead. Yeah, Hussain going down the inside into Parker, and the number 44, I think the number 44 caught himself out there by overly defensive driving, and Zaki Hussain just took it through. However, who's that coming to the bumper of that 2nd place Harry Bloor kart? It's Tomilewski, because these two slowing one another down. Tomilewski's now in the mix. However, I'm not sure he's got the pace to overtake these for the lead.
Well, we're going to see now whether Hussain feels the need to defend, and he does, so that's not going to improve his overall speed. Tomilewski in 3rd. Let's not discount Hudson Brown, Pugh and Hurst Grover at the moment. They are just slightly behind, but Hudson Brown's got enough of a gap that he doesn't have to defend. He can just try and get his head down, and he did take a 10.5 out on the previous lap as Hussain, Bloor and Tomilewski got themselves together. And as you say, Bloor just went in too deep at Ashby, and Hussain just drove all the way round the outside into the left-hand corner in the middle complex of the track.
Hussain had pressured him for about 3 laps, and it was that pressure that Bloor finally succumbed to. Tomilewski has got good pace. He's gone onto the rear bumper of Harry Bloor, but I'm not sure he's got enough to actually catch and pass, because it's going to be 1 lap to go aboard next time by. And Zaki Hussain is really, really quick around this lap. Harry Bloor is really, really quick. We know how quick Tomilewski is, but these three very, very equally matched now, and I think this is how it's going to play out. They've got a few corners to go before they get to finalise what will be lap 11. It's going to be a 12-lap race by the time we see the checkered flag. And look at that. Look how spaced out they are now. That looks pretty settled unless one of these drivers can make a mistake over the Nouvelle chicane curbing. And then out of that final turn, the pits bend, and into the final lap, with the last lap board being shown there, prominent it is. Hussain on his way towards the checkered flag, leading this field round.
Half a second for Zaki Hussain at the front. Doesn't feel the need to defend Harry Bloor in the run up to Christmas corner. Looks fairly set in terms of positions, this one, Joe, unless somebody succumbs to the pressure. Tomilewski closed in, but looks like he had a lot of early race pace that has since fallen away once everything is up to operating temperature, but he is closing up towards the boot. Zaki Hussain should have this one comfortable. Will Tomilewski make a late dive? We'll pick him up in a minute. Not quite close enough. Zaki Hussain hits the curves, makes his way out the final corner to win heat number 1, and the first ever senior kart championship, senior race here in the kart championship is won by the 13 of Zaki Hussein. Harry Bloor in second place, the junior champion Kasper Tomilewski in third. Morgan Hudson-Brown, a case of what could have been if the error on lap number 3 hadn't have sent him tumbling down the order. He finishes in P4. Harry Hurst-Grover and then Jensen Pugh with Elliot Foster, Lewis Merica, Leon Hughes and Sam Kelbrook complete your senior rotation. I'm going to have to get used to that now. We've got seniors in the kart championship. For a long time it was the largest kid-only championship in the country, and we've ruined the tagline.
Yeah, not anymore.
We're going to have to think of something else.
It's not unique at all now, is it? It's another championship, and I do think that we are going to see the seniors become a part of the championship going forward. A bit of an exclusive that's going to be disclosed by David and I in the Paddock Show tomorrow. Don't miss that. I'm not sure if Nick's going to put that out tonight. He might not. But a bit of an exclusive that is broken by David and I, rightly or wrongly. We're not sure whether we're going to get wrong for it, but listen out and watch out for our Paddock Show. I'm just talking about that little bit of an exclusive we had in the Paddock Show that I'm not sure whether we're going to get our wrist slapped for letting, basically disclosing that. We're not going to mention that. Watch the Paddock Show tomorrow lunchtime. When we go for our lunch break, the Paddock Show goes out. Going to be interviewing, Dave and I interview a few drivers and a few fathers and mechanics, but we do sort of let our tongues flap a bit with a bit of an exclusive about next year, don't we?
We might not be back after the lunch break. They might have got rid of us for letting it slip.
I never thought of that.
Yeah, they might get rid of us. Who knows? There might be 2 new voices.
I never thought of that.
In the afternoon. Mighty Bambino, the first class to have their second race of the day, we've had a message in from Johnny Stinson just regarding we were talking about the throttle being either on or off earlier. I'll stand corrected. There is a way of sort of feathering it in. I think that there's a slightly different iteration now from when I initially looked at the Mighty Bambino, but he even sent a picture of the sort of the throttle body as well. So we appreciate you getting in touch.
It's not a throttle body off a Clio then.
It was at one point, I think, but I don't think it is now. But we appreciate everybody people getting in touch via.
Have we got any YouTube chatter?
We have had a little bit of YouTube chatter, but not enough for my liking. So if you are watching, do get in touch. We do like that. But while we're speaking of likes, give us a little like on the thumbs up as well. Press the subscribe button if you're not previously subscribed, because A, it's good to do nice things, and B, it helps get us onto more front pages, which means that you're watching your drivers and more people get to watch your drivers, which is only a good thing.
I think, going back to the Mighty Bambinos, which are there in the collecting area just waiting to get the go-ahead, we need Johnny Stinson in again, don't we? We need a reminder, and I think it'll be a great idea. Certainly in one of the winter series events, Johnny needs to come in and tell the viewers what these Mighty Bambinos, and I want to know what's happening with the Mighty Cadet.
Yes, well, what I think what we could do, particularly because they do tend to, they're a shoal, aren't they, Mighty? They generally they all stay together in the paddock. They all generally they're all together.
Yes,
so I think we should find a knowledgeable parent and interview them on one of our paddock shows and basically just go, look, this is not...
Look at Johnny Stinson, he's selling them.
Well, yeah, but he's not here.
He is.
Is he here? He is here.
Yes, he's here.
Right.
That's his van just over there.
Well then... But,
he's here.
Yeah, but I've seen the van.
Bizarrely, he's here and listening to us.
I've seen the van, but he's messaged in a full paragraph.
Yeah, you know why?
We could have just come in.
No. And Johnny, if you're listening, I'm going to show you up here, mate. So Johnny's here, because I've seen him already. The reason he hasn't come in, mate, because he knows I would have taken your headset off you and give it to him and sat him down and gone, right, tell us all about Mighty, because that's what we've done before. Well, so he's got to build up to that.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
he's got to build up to that. He's got to build his courage up.
Yeah, we'll bully him into it tonight. It's fine. Yeah, he'll be in.
He's Irish, so just get him drunk.
Yeah, he'll be one of the 2 that's in after we get sacked at lunchtime. Revealing the calendar.
Yeah, Nick, you're going to have to do the commentary, mate. That's for sure. Right, we've got a grid of Mighty Bambinos. It's the same grid It's the same grid as we had because it's time qualifying. Thanks, Gaz. Bury, you know what I'm thanking you for. A pronunciation corrected for me. We'll come to that later. So we've got the same grid that formed up. It was Oliver Woodall who took the Heat 1. Arthur Bowers was second. However, we've got Heath Smith starting ahead of Oliver Woodall on the grid. Arthur Bowers starts on the second row of the grid with Junior Wright. Arthur Rhodes starts on row 3 with Felix Tandy alongside. We've then got Jack Swong and JJ Williams starting on row 4. Jack Harper and Freddie Purnell start on row 10. Fingers crossed for Freddie Purnell on the SW plate that he does get going this time. Kai Ergensoy and Freddie Dye start on row 6. Row 7, Alfie Hennell and Arthur Thompson, with Ellis Holt, Etienne Gardner and Noah Brad rounding off the 17 Kart Mighty Field.
Standing starts is what we are back to this time, which is why when they come round you'll see lots of high visibility jackets as our Bambino parents are allowed, and helpers, not always parents, there's helpers, mechanics are allowed on track just to ensure that the drivers get themselves into position. Well,
Felix Tandy there, he's Le Mans 24-hour winning dad, is his mechanic, and of course Nick Tandy, Felix's dad, knows his way around a race car because he ran his own Mini from being about in mini stocks, from being about, I think, not much older than Felix is. I think from about 9 or 10. His family were running in mini stocks, and of course Nick went on to circuit racing, and of course being works Porsche driver in the IMSA series. He's here doing tyre pressures and loving it, as he said to me earlier. Knowing Nick as we do, he probably is. Here we go then, clear the grid. Grid is cleared. It'll be red lights. I usually like the Bambino Dad's race, but there's not much of a race here at Whilton Mill. It's just a fence hop. Green flag at the back of the grid. No engine revs rise because we're on electric motors here with Mighty. But the lights go out and we are racing towards oblivion.
Good start from both of the front row. Again, off second place. Looks like Oliver Woodall could have got the jump on Heath Smith, as he did in the first race, and we're 17 wide on the run up to Christmas corner.
That is phenomenal. They all came out of what's that corner? The Crook. I couldn't remember that. I was so excited seeing about 17 wide carts coming out of Crook. They've all sorted themselves out by the time they get to Inkermans, and how they did that, I do not know. The leader,
it's the 4 of Junior Wright.
Junior Wright has gone from 4th to 1st. Behind him is Heath Smith, and behind him is what number is that? Is that Jax Wong on the 76?
Yes,
that's come through. Wow, what a drive, Jax. Up from 7th on the grid, was it? Yes, it was. 7th on the grid and into 3rd. So a 3-car battle now at the front, just coming round the boot. Hug it tight to the right to get the right line over the curb. And these youngsters not afraid to clap that curb at all, are they? Some of them airborne there, David.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, for them, it's fun.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that is true.
For them, it's a huge amount of fun. They cross the timing line at the end of the first lap. Junior Wright leads Heath Smith and Jax Wong. Then it's JJ Williams and Oliver Woodall. Jack Harper. Looks like we could have a change for the lead. We'll run through the rest of the top 10 shortly. But it's Heath Smith and Jax Wong, 2nd and 3rd, up to 1st and 2nd, respectively. The early leader, Junior Wright, down into 3rd.
Into Ashby's then. These 3 absolutely tight together. If they're going to continue like that, we're going to neglect the rest of the field, because these 3 having a right old ding-dong. It could go, you know what, it looks like it's got the potential for these 3 to swap places backwards and forwards. But at the moment, Junior Wright's making that very, very difficult for Heath Smith. Jax Wong just slotting in behind. We speak to Jax, don't we? We speak to Jax with his mate Kai Ergensoy in the paddock show, and it's a lovely little chat with these youngsters, telling us about their mighty Bambinos out onto the start finish straight. Get me words tied up. This is such an exciting race. 1, 2, 3 across the line. So close you could pitch a tent over them, David.
Yeah, Junior Wright, who was very tight out of the final corner, actually. Scrubbed off a tiny bit of speed, which stopped his run. In the background, it looks like we've got Woodall and Harper going side by side, and then it looks like Williams is under pressure as well. We'll keep an eye out as to see where they all pan out, because this battle for the lead, it's for me, it's not staying in this order.
I can't see it, can you? I can't see it staying like that. Here we go. Jack Swong looking down the inside towards Parker. You know what? I actually think, as bizarre as this sounds for kids aged 6 to 8 years old, They're actually playing an intelligent race here. They're not moving offline. They're optimising their run by being behind one another and following in each other's wheel tracks. And by that, they know that they're keeping that momentum up. As soon as they start moving offline to challenge, they know they're going to slow themselves up. Here's the rest of the field coming through then. Smith leads, Wong second, Junior Wright third. Then we've got J.J. Williams, Jack Harper up to fourth, ahead of Oliver Woodall. J.J. Williams down to sixth. Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Purnell, Arthur Bowers, Freddie Dye, Felix Tandy in 11th. Then we've got Arthur Thompson, Kai Ergensoy, Alfie Hennon. Keep an eye. Ellis Holt, Etienne Gardner and Noah Brad.
Jax Wong down the inside on the run up to Christmas Corner, and we've got our third change or a third race leader in almost as many laps as Jax Wong makes the move on Heath Smith. Smith has to slot back into second place. Junior Wright then trying to get a run on that run down towards Ashby, and then still all over the back as they head through the two left-handers in the middle of the circuit. Jax Wong leads, and we are on lap number 4. So Wong's had a go at the front, Smith and Wright as well. I told you I was fairly sure it wouldn't stay in the same order. It was always going to happen.
We absolutely knew. We just crossed by the half-distance mark here, and Jax Wong will show at the lead of this race. Here he comes in across the line. It's 4 laps completed. Heath Smith second, Junior Wright third. Woodall up to fourth now. The winner of Heat 1 up into fourth place and ahead of Jack Harper. Still J.J. Williams in sixth, seventh for Freddie Purnell as he goes ahead of Arthur Rhodes. And we've got movement at the front again.
Another change for the lead on the run up to Christmas, and they're still side by side. Wong gets squeezed out, really, and then Junior Wright, is on the grass, and that's going to drop him down into at least third. He's not going to be close enough now. I don't think he's going to have to work hard to close back in. But it all
just
came
got squeezed out, didn't he?
Yeah, Smith then, and then Wong, and then as he tried to go for the lead, he was squeezed onto the grass. Does really well there to keep that kart facing in the right direction, given how wet that grass is. But Heath Smith now leads then. Jax Wong behind. Wong with a nose out down the inside on that run up towards the boot, and he's going to take a wider line through just to try and maximise it here. He's just got to keep the speed up to get that run, 'cause it's all about Christmas Corner in about 20 seconds time.
2.5 minutes remaining then, and Junior Wright having that little bit of a grassy excursion there, no fault of his own. He did get squeezed out. He's under pressure from Oliver Woodall, who's been coming through the field after that bad start by him. Looks like Woodall might even challenge for that third place. They are side by side for third and fourth place. Meanwhile, the leaders still ding-donging it out at the front as a move for third has come off. Oliver Woodall on the number 5 up into third place now. The orange helmet there just in third place behind that lead battle. These are the leaders though. Heath Smith, Jax Wong. Jax Wong with the white helmet. The orange and yellow helmet is Heath Smith in the lead. And as they go through Parkers, they're already into Chapman. And that third place looks settled with Oliver Woodall now pulling away from Junior Wright.
I think Woodall still in with a shout of winning this one. Yes, the gap is 1.4 seconds, but the way that he's come through the field with 1:40 to go, Jax Wong and Heath Smith are going to scrap before the end, I can guarantee it. Oliver Woodall is right back in the mix here, and Junior Wright staying with them as well. Let's not forget we've got Harper, Williams and Purnell in a great battle for 5th, 6th and 7th behind. There they are on screen. Oliver Woodall closing in 0.9 of a second quicker than Heath Smith and Jax Wong, and Wong is alongside Heath Smith as they run up towards Christmas Corner, and here comes Woodall down the inside. Oliver Woodall from third place. Wong's going to try and get back at him. I said Oliver Woodall could win this race, and Oliver Woodall is leading with 1 minute to go.
Incredible. When you said that, I thought that's not going to happen. But here it is, and it's down to these two at the front, beginning to mix it up and tripping over one another, coming out of Crook and up the road to Christmas. And Oliver Woodall just got that momentum much quicker through Crook, and look at the speed he's got already pulling out a gap now. Heath Smith, Jax Wong and Junior Wright come back together, and that's Jax Wong in that 4th place position there. So how that happened there when we went to the replay, I'm not quite sure what happened to Jax Wong. But here they come across the line. It'll be one more lap after this one, so 2 more laps of racing. It's Oliver Woodall leading, Heath Smith in second, Junior Wright third, Jax Wong in fourth, but it's not over, is it?
No, look at that train behind as well. We thought earlier on it was just 3 karts, but it goes deep from 5th all the way down, I think, now to potentially Freddie Dye. Arthur Rhodes in 10th and 11th as well. So we've got two quality battles going on in Mighty Bambino. Oliver Woodall with a gap of 3 kart lengths. Back to Heath Smith, Junior Wright and Jax Wong. It's still anybody's race because round Ashby, Smith, Wright and Wong have closed back in on Woodall.
Yeah, Woodall hasn't actually pulled out any gap at all. He's got pressure coming his way. Heath Smith's first in line to give him that pressure. Then we've got Junior Wright and Jax Wong, who's going to perhaps pick up the crumbs from the table if it all goes wrong at the front. Here they come into the Nouvelle chicane then, clattering across the curb, all 4 as one in unison, like synchronised flying there from these 4. Into the final lap, the last lap board flies. Woodall now through Crook, and it'll be that slipstreamer all the way to Christmas. As they head towards Christmas, who's going to do it?
Woodall's clearly confident that he's got enough in terms of straight line speed. He doesn't defend, and everybody's round there. No overtakes up to Christmas, but Woodall wasn't particularly fast round the final corner, which allowed everybody else to close up. Now the move is potentially coming down the inside, as it looked like Junior Wright was trying to find a way through on Heath Smith, but it looks like it was more defensive to try and hold off Jax Wong, who's now trying to go all the way round the outside, and he is indeed looking over his shoulder to hold on to third place here for Junior Wright.
Here they come then onto the back straight for the final time, and it's a challenge for third, squeezing one another down there and coming together there. A little bit of wheel banging going on, boys. Be careful. You'll be in the headmaster's office soon if you're not careful. Oliver Woodall, though, ahead of these two, and will take the checkered flag to take his second heat win, maximising his score into the superheat tomorrow. With in second place Heath Smith, and then that ding-dong battle between Junior Wright and Jax Wong all the way to the line there for third and fourth. Freddie Purnell came fifth, Arthur Bowers sixth, and here it is. And there, yes, you looked across and then turned left on that. Who was that? Was that Junior?
Yeah,
he looked across and then turned left. That's, yes, maybe not. We might have to have a word with him. Not us, the commentators, but the officials will be looking at that and thinking, yeah, you can't really do that. We keep out of all of that. We're in the entertainment business. Outside of the top 6 then, J.J. Williams was 7th, Felix Tandy 8th, Freddie Dye was 9th, Jack Harper 10th, and then we had outside the top 10, Arthur Rhodes, Arthur Thompson, Alfie Hennell, Kai Ergensoy, Ellis Holt, Etienne Gardner, and Noah Brad was the kart that came 17th, and the final runner.
Yeah, difficult for those from 5th down to 11th, because they were having a great battle. Just unfortunately, we couldn't peel away from that sensational battle for the lead. And it happens like that sometimes, doesn't it? Sometimes the leaders break up and then you get to drop back. Sometimes the leaders are going at it, in a huge ding-dong like that. And, Purnell, Bowers, Williams, Tandy, Dye, Harper, Rhodes probably didn't get the TV time that they deserved there. But there's nothing we can do about it when the leaders are going at it like that. We've just got to stay with them, and they provided us action all the way to the checkered flag.
There's the race of the month so far. There's the race of the month. Heat 2. What do you mean? What? It is Bambinos. I'm sorry, Nick. Yes, but what can I do? They race absolutely fantastically.
Well, we can but hope that Honda Cadet put on a show this time, and Nick he'll have to clip up some Honda action rather than some Bambinos, which I'm sure he will be very, very happy about. They're getting their engines started, as Joe mentioned. It's the same grid that was for this race as the preceding race as well. It's going to see whether McIntosh can turn this one into a race. He didn't quite get the rub of the green in heat number 1 that his qualifying pace gave him, really, and he did fall down the order, but it's going to be another interesting race, particularly because we saw Heat 1 winner Ronnie Smart from 4th place. Let's see whether he can do it again. Yeah, he's got another big ask, hasn't he, from 4th on the grid. It's the same grid as before. Ricky Junior McIntosh on the pole with Ashton Horspool, who came 2nd in Heat 1 alongside Edward Rye and Ronnie Smart, share row 2. It's Noah Clark and Jack Wykes on row 3. Row 4 is Noah Clare and Luke McGall. And then on row 5, Tom Nichols, Ronnie Jones. Row 6, Dexter Petty and Dino Rowlands. Jin Patel Scott hopefully will make better ground than he did in Heat 1. Starts 13th with Arthur Murfett alongside. And then on row 8, we've got Freddie Budd and Finley Thursfield. And rounding off 18 carts, Mason Becker, Ella Dixon.
Heat 1 was Ronnie Smart, Horsepool and McGall. Luke McGall finishing third. Noah Clark, Edward Rye just outside of that top three, with the pole sitter Ricky Junior McIntosh ending up sixth in Heat 1. He'll be not wanting to do that again, I suspect.
No, absolutely not. Just the question that's coming from Steve W in the live chat, just saying how old are the kids racing now? I think that came in during my T Bambino. Well, you were watching drivers that were 6, 7 and 8 years old pulling them sort of moves. They were racing well beyond their years in that my T Bambino.
Who was that, sorry? Who was that said that?
Steve W.
Right, Steve W. I tell you what, mate, write into the Formula One Drivers Association and tell them to watch our Bambino racing, because they can learn a lot about just making space for one another, compromising when somebody tries to outbrake you, you know, not whinging into the radio. His ice cream's whiter than mine. That was Verstappen, by the way. Me poor impression of Verstappen whinging on about his tyres or something. Anyways, we have got some more excellent racing.
Don't want to drop a bit of Dutch accent on that?
Maybe I could. Yeah, maybe I should try. I don't know where it came from, actually. Back to the race. Green flag at the back of the grid then. Ricky Junior McIntosh is on the pole position on the left-hand side. The all-black livery car with the yellow nose fairing and the black helmet. Just see the top of his head. Drivers bouncing up and down to get those Honda engines to pick up. And it's McIntosh that leads into oblivion and leads and doesn't lead through Crook, the left-hander, because he's offline. But he does lead out of Crook, David.
Yeah, Ashton Horsepool slotting in. That's Edward Rye trying to go all the way round the outside. And he does indeed go all the way round the outside. Edward Rye up into second place. Horsepool then down into third. That's Noah Clark in fourth place. Behind them, it looks like it's a good start. And then Rye down the inside of McIntosh. McIntosh is wide, and for the second time, Ricky McIntosh has been swamped by the field, and Luke McGall is round. Contact into the left-hander.
Oh, everybody seemingly, Ricky Junior McIntosh didn't know what was happening there. He was just being pushed backwards and backwards and backwards, everybody coming around him, and before he knows it, we have a driver tripping over him. He's right in amongst it there. Wheel to wheel, 3 wide through Parker's never going to work. And it was Luke McGall who came off the most unlucky there, and he was the driver that ended up off track. Meanwhile, Edward Rye is the driver that leads things around on lap 1. Noah Clark in second, Ashton Horsepool is in third. But it's anybody's race, and this is all the way at the flag, you know, in Honda Cadet. These Honda Cadet 200s certainly know how to race, and that might look like a 3-cart train for the lead. It's very and then the leader going very wide and losing the lead, does he? Yes, he does. He's down to third. Edward Rye coming out of Ashby's. It's easily done. You use all the curb. He needed more than all of the curb, though. And look at that. I don't know what happened there. He turned in, bit of oversteer, had to turn the steering back out, and he just didn't have the track left. Look at how far off he was.
Yeah, Noah Clark inherits the lead then. It's Ashton Horsepool up into second. Edward Rye returns to third. Ronnie Smart has found a way past Jack Wykes on that previous lap. He'll drop up into fourth place. Wykes in fifth. Then it's McIntosh, Clare, Tom Nichols, Ronnie Jones and Arthur Murphy up from 14th to 10th. Ashton Horsepool now with the helmet tap, imploring Edward Rye to push him on again. Rye goes in a little bit deep. Looks like it's a bit understeery, that car, at the moment. The track surface does look very, very shiny. I don't know whether...
It does.
I don't think it's raining, but could there just be a little bit of moisture in there?
I think it's just the way the light's reflecting on the track on our cameras, but it does look wet. It's not. I can assure you, it's bone dry. We've got a lovely layer of rubber going down here at Whilton Mill. It's going to give us a sticky racetrack for these slick treaded tyres, and indeed all the con-treaded tyres that are on the Bambinos. They're going to stick very well round the corners. Here they come then into the Nouvelle chicane. Noah Clark with a 3-cart train behind him, forming a 4-cart train across the line. Clark, Horsepool, Rye, Smart. They've broken a little bit of a gap to Wykes. Junior McIntosh, Clare, Tom Nichols, Ronnie Jones, Arthur Murphy is the driver rounding up the top 10. And there's a challenge for the lead into Christmas. He gives a little wave there, David, like sort of, everybody come with me or something.
Yeah, I think he's just going, look, I'm coming through. It's your job now to slot him behind. Ashton Horsepool with a good move up into Christmas corner. As Noah Clark then gets a little bit of a nudge in the rear, I think, by Edward Rye. No real harm done, with the exception it's allowed Ronnie Smart right back onto the back of Edward Rye. and Smart, who charged through the field. He dropped down the order. He was the driver on the inside of McIntosh. He was on the inside of Luke McGall when McGall went round into the left-hander. But they make their way through, and Rye is wide once again. This time it's Ronnie Smart taking advantage. He's down the inside. You see, Smart and Rye are hitting that curve, whereas Horspool and Clark aren't.
Well, Smart just nudged the back of Edward Rye, and that's all it took to open up a gap there. And that wasn't deliberate. That was just merely tripping over one another. These four still circulating together, though, and even though Ashton Horspool now at the front of the field, Noah Clark still in second. Ronnie Smart, remember, he won the first heat, and we've only clicked by half distance. We've had so much happen in this second heat for the Honda Cadets that we have only just completed 4 minutes.
Rye again.
Yeah, very wide indeed. How did he hang on to that? That was about 45 degrees, that kart. Incredible kart control.
Yeah, ran out of tarmac, almost got the kart beached up on the curb. He's going to fall away off the back of Ronnie Smart. Keep an eye out, though, for Ricky McIntosh, who took 4 tenths out of the leaders on the previous lap in 5th place. Does he take any more out this time? Another 2 tenths on Edward Rye, although not on the 3 in front, because they are being fairly compliant with each other at the moment with 3 to go. And as I say that, Noah Clark is out of the slipstream down the inside of Ashton Horspool. Clark leads, then Horspool drops into second. Ronnie Smart right back onto the rear bumper as they run down to Ashby.
And Horspool didn't affect them too greatly because he made the gap. He made that happen. He allowed that to happen, I should say, and he says that into Parker and Ronnie Smart into that second place and ahead of Horspool. So Horspool crossed the line leading this race. Now will come across the line to complete 6 laps in 3rd place.
They came out of Ashby's. He tapped his helmet to say once again to Ronnie Smart to work with him, and Smart overtook him into the next corner. Yeah. Moral of the story is here, stop tapping your helmet and you won't get overtaken.
And just get on with it. Nobody's going to work with you. Here they go then. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Clark, Smart, Horspool, Edward Rye in 4th place, Ricky McIntosh in 5th, Jack Wykes through in 6th place, and it's still all kicking off with a change of lead, and Ronnie Smart, the winner of Heat 1, into the lead at Christmas Corner. Will he hang on to this lead, though? They're through Ashby's, heading towards Parker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts now as Ricky McIntosh joins the party. We've got about 4 karts going to make this a 9-kart train.
It's Ronnie Jones. When they crossed the line, 2.5 seconds, split the top 9 in Honda Cadet. This is Honda Cadet racing at its best. Nose to tail all the way around. Anybody can take the victory, and it's one of them, as you go for a move, chances are if it doesn't work out, you're going to lose some places. I mentioned earlier on about Ricky McIntosh getting back into this one. He is on the back. As Rye once again looks like he's understeering slightly wide, round Oblivion. Let's see whether McIntosh is close enough. He's not, and now Clark's going to defend Horspool. And I get the feeling now this, again, it could be a Ronnie Smart double here, because Clark is now defending Horspool for that second place. We've still got 1 minute and 15 to go. If he defends another few times, Smart's going to have enough, I think, to break away, but even he's looking over his shoulder with a bit of nerves.
Here we go then into the final minute with Ronnie Smart picking up where he left off in Heat 1 and leading round, but it's not comfortable, is it? He looks over his right shoulder. He's got a lot of attention on him. Noah Clark looking very intent on getting by and just poking his nose there down the gap, not quite, as they go through the Nouvelle Chicane. They are inside of, they're lapping in 54 seconds, so it'll be 2 more laps here, and if anything, well, I think we're going to see a challenge from Noah Clark.
Well, Ricky Mack's up to 4th as well. He's got past Edward Rye and he's right on the back of Ashton Horspool. As they run up towards Christmas again, you were saying Clark with the move, he's looking for the switchback, and that could give Horspool a run. McIntosh here, if he just gets down the inside, I thought he was going to nudge into that gap and then not allow Horspool back in. But Ronnie Smart defending now from Noah Clark. Lap and a half to go.
Into Chapman then. And these 4, Ricky McIntosh on the pole position, dropped down the orders, fought his way back into contention into the top 4. Ronnie Smart, we know he can lead a heat, and we know indeed he can win a heat. Into the Nouvelle Chicane for the penultimate time. They clatter across the curb there. Across the line, they'll see the 1 lap to go board. Time running out for Noah Clark and Ashton Horspool to make any kind of impression on this lead. And Noah Clark once again hanging onto the rear bumper of Smart. He's going to have to defend into Christmas, hugging the right-hand white line, and hangs on to him. And round the outside has come Horsepool, and into second place, McIntosh going with him. It's all going to go wrong, is it? No, not quite. Into Ashby's, and it's Horsepool definitely second, David. Noah Clark hangs on to that third by the skin of his teeth.
Some move that by Horsepool, but he didn't have to defend. He had the luxury of going wide and sweeping all the way round the outside. He's going to have a dive now, is he? Up towards... No, he's still tapping the helmet, and Clark's going to dip out the slipstream. Up towards the boot. Edward Rye's there as well, the top 5. 6, 7, 8, 9... all split, all in the same camera shot, but it's going to be Ronnie Smart, 2 from 2 in Honda from Ashton Horsepool in second place. Noah Clark and Ricky McIntosh, Edward Wright, Noah Clare. Then it's Jack White, Tom Nichols and Ronnie Jones. The top 9 split by 1.5 seconds. Here's that move from Horsepool all the way round. Clark actually caught the rear of Ronnie Smart and it tipped him slightly sideways. That did help out Horsepool somewhat, but he gave himself that opportunity all the way around the outside. And Ashton Horsepool with one of the overtakes of the day so far.
Tremendous stuff for 1.5 seconds, the gap between the first and the 9th place. I'm not sure if we can match that, but I'm pretty sure we're going to try. Once again, Honda Cadets, absolutely awesome racecraft that we're seeing from those youngsters. It's only right we should give a readout to the top 10 again. It's the same as Heat 1 with Ronnie Smart taking the win. Ashton Horsepool in second. Noah Clark this time was third. Ricky McIntosh in fourth. Fifth was Edward Rye. Noah Clare was sixth. Seventh was Jack Wykes. Tom Nichols was 8th, and 1.5 seconds away was Ronnie Jones in 9th. Incredible. We then had Arthur Murphy in 10th, Dexter Petty 11th, Jaden Patel-Scott up to 12th, Luke McGall, Dino Rowlands, Ella Dixon, Mason Becker, Finley Thursfield finished 17th, and it was Freddie Budd that rounded off the 18-card field. What have we got next? It's Micromax, so we're still in the realms of cadet racing, David, and the Micromax class. Let me just get up the result for the Micromax Heat 1. That was won by Harris Barber with Logan Rolfe, remember. Harris Barber with quite a commanding win there of but just under 3.5 seconds there.
Yeah, good. Barber just broke away and just pulled off out the front, didn't he? And had it quite comfortable from Logan Rolfe and Ralph Martin. On track, it was Noah Wicklow who finished fourth, but he did indeed get a front fairing penalty, so that adds 5 seconds to his time.
Yeah, we suspected that, didn't we?
Drops him down into 7th place from that opening heat, but still will take the confidence of the pace with him into this second heat for our Micromax. So grid-wise, as they get ready to enter the circuit for their second heat, Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe will go off the front row with... in fact, let's have a quick look, because that was indeed the result of the last one. So it'd be the same grid. So yeah, it's Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe off the front row, Ralph Martin and Freddie Blackshaw going off row number 2, with Noah Wicklow and Buddy Hugo on row 3. Lewis Cacoldi, the S-plate, he goes off P7. He's going to have Ethan Lloyd for company on row number 4. Zach Andrew and Freddie Walker are on row 5. The grid rounded out by the 16 of Jensen Darlow. You can see him there on the left-hand side of the screen on the Gillard chassis as they get ready. We're just waiting for clearance on circuit. Looks like we've got green flags at all our posts. All our Hondas finished the race, so unless there's anybody waiting in the pit lane, and right on cue we get the engines of our micros starting here as we head out onto the circuit. Green flags And they will roll up round their lap. And it's all important now for these young cadet drivers to get as much heat as they can in these tyres. Probably more important for heat 2 than heat number 1 because of track conditions. It's a lot cooler now. We had some sunshine earlier.
Sun's gone in, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Sun's gone in. It's clouded over. Track temperature will come down. So we will see the drivers weaving around a little bit, charging through the corners a little bit hard just to get a bit of temperature into the tyres. And it's a rolling start, remember. So we'll see our pole driver, Harris Barber, begin to bring the field into some sort of order, usually about this point here on the back straight. And by the time they get to the boot here, we should have them slowed down enough. Looks a bit quick to me, that, though.
Yeah,
they're going to need this. Well, remember, we missed the chicane out here. Yeah. Then we go through the final bend, but that does look a bit quick. We'll see if that makes our starter happy. Looks like he is, and into oblivion, and then through the right-hander at Crook. It looks like, is that Logan Rolfe who's picked his way from that outside row? He's on the Tony cart, I can see that bit. Just looking for a number.
Harris Barber leads because he's in the
he's
in the strawberry
He's on the
suit.
Tony, yeah, he is.
Rolfe led him over the line, but Harris Barber, the pole man, leads from Logan Rolfe. Once again, it's Ralph Martin in third place. Good start from Buddy Hugo. Looks like he's moved up in that yellow helmet. As wide goes Harris Barber, and through goes Logan Rolfe and Ralph Martin for first and second. Martin then with a look over the right shoulder, look left, young man. You'll find Harris Barber trying to dive back down the inside into the left-hander of the into the boot. But Logan Rolfe will lead us over the line at the end of the first lap as he takes advantage of Harris Barber going slightly wide. Barber then going to try and sweep round the outside. It'll put him on the inside, but he gets the door slammed shut on him by Ralph Martin. Logan Rolfe then leaves from Martin. Barber, then Buddy Hugo under pressure from Lewis Cuccoldi. Then there's a gap back. That's Freddie Blackshaw, Freddie Walker, Zach Andrew and Noah Wicklow with Jensen Darlow and Ethan Lloyd, who's fallen away. I think he had a problem on the opening lap. He's at 4 seconds adrift at the tail of the field, having dropped down from 8th place on lap number 1.
So it's Logan Rolfe that led across the line. He's pulled out a bit of a gap there, a change for second as Harris Barber goes down the inside of Ralph Martin. Very clean move there at Chapman. Another move for fourth as the S-plate of Lewis Cuccoldi up and ahead of Buddy Hugo into the Nouvelle chicane then. It'll be 2 laps completed, and the leader, he's pulling a gap, but he's taken Harris Barber with him. Gap was half a second, 6/10 between Barber and Martin. Cuccoldi through. Blackshaw is in 6th behind Buddy Hugo. They've got Freddie Walker, Noah Wicklow, Zach Andrew, Jensen Darlow and Ethan Lloyd. That's the field, but it's all happening at the front. And the leader, Logan Rolfe, was looking like he was pulling a bit of a gap. However, Harris Barber now has cleared the carts behind him, and the Strawberry driver now right onto the rear bumper of Logan Rolfe.
Great lap from Harris Barber. Took a 10th and a half out of the leader and had an overtake in the middle of that as well to get past Ralph Martin for second place, and immediately finds himself on the back of Logan Rolfe, who at the moment can do nothing more than just try and keep that cart facing in the right direction. But I get the feeling it's only a matter of time as Harris Barber this time goes down the inside into oblivion.
That's a very brave move. It's a flat-out corner, that left-hander. You've got to use all of the curb, and Harris Barber rejoins the front of this field. He was the winner of Heat 1, and he's not like being not in the lead. And you could see the body language just leaning outwards just to get that left-hand wheel to grip a little bit more, using his body weight on all of these corners, leaning out of the corner. And already pulling a little bit of a gap, not much of a gap. He only has to make a mistake, and Logan Rolfe will be right with him again. But it'll be Harris Barber that shows in the lead of this race as they come out of the boot through the Nouvelle chicane. And Barber leaning right out of the cart there, almost looking like he's falling out of his seat. He will lead across the line in with 4 laps completed.
Does look like his head's about to roll off his shoulders, doesn't it?
Looks like his helmet's about to
his
fly.
body, and then he leans his head a little bit further to try and shift that weight. It's obviously working for him. I'm certainly not trying to coach him because he's fallen down the field and drove back through everybody to lead with 4 to go. but he's dragging the 32 of Logan Rolfe along with him as well. Driver there in second place with that orange helmet, and not too far back either. Massive shout out to Ralph Martin, because he's not been in micro very long, whereas Barber and Rolfe have been in this class for a little while, and he's certainly not being dropped.
It looks as though Barber's tyres weren't with him at all for those 2-3 laps. And then he's got, however that team have set that kart up, those tyres have now come on, and it's where he likes to be, and he's got a little bit of an edge, and he's pulled out a gap of quarter of a second. He's edged that gap a little bit further as they head down to Christmas Corner. The slipstream coming into effect there for Logan Rolfe, pulling him right back onto the bumper, and Logan Rolfe's going to need everything in that Synergy Factory Race Team textbook to get past the Tony Kart driver. Here he is then, heading towards Parker, and it'll be towards the final stages of this lap, David, where if any kind of challenge is going to come, it's going to come here.
Yeah, he's certainly got the pace as well to make the move up towards Christmas Corner, but the deeper we go into this race, the likelihood of Harris Barber putting the kart on the inside and asking Logan Rolfe if he fancies going all the way around the outside of him increases massively, and Rolfe needs that run. But the thing is, he doesn't really close up until the braking zone on Harris Barber. It means that he's not close enough. You'll see now there, 2 or 3 kart lengths. It's going to take a dive by Logan Rolfe, and I just don't think he's got enough. It's the final corner that's causing him some issues. He's just got to get a better run out of there, and he's going to have half a chance.
And it's that first corner where Barber has a massive amount of pace through Crook that he carries all the way along the straight. It takes all of that straight for Logan Rolfe to come back at him. I'm not sure Rolfe has anything in the toolkit really to get past Barber. He might make a liar of me or a fool of me. That's happened. It's not a high benchmark, that, to be honest, and a lot of drivers, a lot of these youngsters have managed to do that. Here they come then across the chicane. They do go full wheels off the ground there, aren't they?
They are.
Amazing.
I think he's a little bit closer this time than what he was, but again, it's going to be at the end of the straight where he may well reel him in, but he's not going to be close enough to make a move. And Harris Barber, who won the first race by over 3 seconds, it's been a different story this time as he had to come back through, but then when he got to the front, he's not been able to break away in the same way that he did in heat number 1, and Logan Rolfe still has a chance here. And behind them, he's a second back, is Ralph Martin. But these two, if he needs Logan Rolfe to scrap, as then it looked like he'd gone a little bit too wide there.
He's still finding his feet, isn't he, Ralphie? Ralph Martin finding his feet out of Bambinos into Micromax, and Kart just getting away from him a little bit. It's a bit of a heavier kart, this, a bit of heavy steering. So these youngsters just getting to grips with just how much effort it takes to drive these karts. They're inside the final minute. They crossed the line with 53 on the clock. Their lap time's 52.8. It's going to be right on the cusp. And their fastest man on the track, fastest boy on the track, Logan Rolfe, in that second spot. He's still got the pace, David. He's got slightly quicker pace than the leader, Harris Barber. But it's not just about matching the pace of the leader. You've got to have a slightly bit more in your toolkit to get by him. And we're going to see that happen. If he can make it happen, he will make it happen, won't he?
Over the overall lap, I think, Rolfe's got the pace, but it's just not in the right places to overtake Harris Barber. Barber looks good out of the previous corner to this one, which means he's safe into the boot, and he's good out of the final corner as well. Here, he just gets a gap in the middle part of this complex of corners, opens up 2 kart lengths, and that is more than enough for him to be comfortable on that run up to Christmas Corner. They're the 2 bits.
Last lap.
One final opportunity then for Logan Rolfe, and he's not close enough to Christmas.
They went across the line. At a click 0, they hit the line, and the timing beam clicked in, and it's last lap. They were on the cusp of getting 2 more there, and it just hasn't gone the way Logan Rolfe could have done with 2 more perhaps, but I'm not sure, because Harris Barber's responded there. Look at the gap he's pulled. The gap was 4/10 last time by. So Harris Barber has had a little bit left in his toolkit, hasn't he? And he's responded to the advances of Logan Rolfe. Meanwhile, behind these two, Ralphie Martin in 3rd, Lewis Kokori in 4th, Buddy Hugo. Noel Wicklow now moves up to 6th. And then we've got Freddie Blackshaw, Freddie Walker, Ethan Lloyd, Zach Andrew, Jensen Darlow into the checkered flag. They fly. And it was Harris Barber. That takes his second win, 100%. Ah, look at that. The current Micromax British champion, Luke Millward, has brought me a pen. How are you, Luke?
I'm really good, thanks.
You enjoy watching the Micromax?
Oh yeah, to be fair, well, at a bigger meeting, there's always more chaos. I prefer probably Worlds, but that's all it.
Oh, you're just showing off now, prefers Worlds. Get out. He's just showing off now.
But thanks for the free pen.
Yeah, we've got a great pen. But I'm off brand here, aren't I? I'm off brand slightly with the current pen I'm using, so I'll go on brand with a nice new Kart Championship Kart Club pen.
A pen for every championship.
Does it work? It doesn't work. There you go. Thanks, Luke. That's why he's giving them away. He probably. I'm surprised he didn't sell it for a £5.
He probably prefers the bigger pens.
Yeah. The world pens, the world final pens.
World pens.
Yeah. What we got next? Hang on, I'm going to have to go off brand again.
Well, I'll let you have a quick look. I'll just run through the order as they crossed the line, as we got distracted by complimentary pens. Harris Barber from Logan Roll from Ralph Martin. Lewis Capaldi and then Buddy Hugo with Noah Wicklow in 6th. Freddie Blackshaw and Freddie Walker in front of Ethan Lloyd, Zach Andrew and Jensen Darlow, rounding out your Micro Max grid. We stay with Rotax. It's time to step it up a bit. We go to Inter.
Yeah, so again, same grid as we saw for Heat 1 from our time qualifying session, Intermax qualifying. Sebastian Clark started on the pole. He also took the first Heat win for Intermax. It was Adam Giordaitis who finished in 2nd. Oscar Roach finished 3rd. Jensen Seal was 4th. And then Ryan Townsend was in 5th spot. The grid looks slightly different to the result from Heat 1. Sebastian Clark on the pole position. Leo Livings alongside Ryan Townsend and Adam Giordaitis on the 2nd row. 3rd row is Jensen Seal and Oscar Roach. Then we have Harvey Bacon and Jensen Walker on row 4. Row 5, Jackson Hilton and Amrit Singh Atwell. Hugo McCluskey and Victor Popical are on row 6. And then it's Eli Rideout. That rounds off what is a 13-kart field for Intermax. Sebastian Clark, he won by 4.5 seconds. So Clark is a bit of it's going to be a hard ask. Giordaitis was a great drive. Starting 4th, he quickly got into that 2nd place, if my memory serves me rightly. And I know it's only about an hour away, but I'm pretty sure he got straight into that 2nd place.
He moved up to 3rd, didn't he? Then Livings kart ground to a halt in the boot. So let's see what Livings can do in this one. He will be going off that front row, but he'd only take the first 3 laps, didn't he, before retiring on the outside of the boot with problems. So, hopefully they've got it fixed. I'm sure they have, but he's on the right-hand side of the grid, isn't he, in terms of this holding area, because everybody on the screen is the odd numbers. That's
right.
First, 3rd, 5th, all the way down that we can pick up there. All the way down to Eli Rideout with the Zamp helmet on the left-hand side, the 143.
Another newcomer to the series, Jackson Hilton. He's here with Hunter Motorsport. Reese Hunter, former British Rotax champion here, the team principal and proprietor of Hunter Motorsport, bringing Jackson here. This winter series is ideal to get some experience going into a full season proper, and that's exactly the route that Reese is taking Jackson down, with getting some grounding at a reasonable level of British karting. This,
and the thing is, next meeting he's going to be on home turf as at Warden Law.
Absolutely.
And I do expect we'll see 1 or 2 more Hunter Motorsport drivers out for a blast round their home track.
I would like to think they'll bring out the big guns, won't they? They'll bring out the Max Jollies and the Hasnan and Carnes, maybe. We'd love to see them here. Daniel Minto, another Hunter Motorsport driver, he's just moved into Rotax, and he was out at the RMC event and did very well.
Didn't look out of place, did he, for a driver that's made the step up out of the smaller Cadet chassis?
Everybody in the team was delighted with Daniel's progress and how he got bullied a bit. He got kicked off a couple of times, didn't he? But he'll soon learn to give as good as he gets.
It's tough when you say that the chassis in terms of length isn't a huge amount longer. The actual chassis, it goes from a 950 chassis to a 1050 chassis when you go into a junior, which is effectively a senior chassis. There's no difference, but the rear width, the additional power, you're on different tyres, particularly the rears, which is like twice the width that the Cadets are.
Yeah, and it's the effort in the steering, isn't it, because of the grip.
So when they start, you see, then they probably have to put more caster in the front to make it easier for them. They might even change what they call the Ackerman. It's the position of the track rod in the steering column to make the steering easier for them to turn. What that does do, though, is it sort of helps scrub a little bit too much speed off. The big thing as well is how much, see on the front there, Leo Livings and Sebastian Clark working those tyres hard. And it's difficult for your smaller, younger drivers that have stepped up into a bigger chassis. When them tyres are grippy, it's them first 2 laps when they haven't got the heat in the tyres. We saw it in that last race with the pole man dropping down and then having to work through when the tyres came up to temperature. Let's see who's got the tyres up to temperature in Intermax as Sebastian Clark and Leo Livings lead them round into the tram lines. The lights extinguished. No, they do not. It's a false start in Intermax. It looked like they were nicely positioned, maybe out of the tram line slightly, but nose to tail wise looked like they were there, and the pace looked okay because Livings has been slowing them down coming through the boot.
They tend to be overly eager, the Intermax class, pretty much. I remember the days when they were on the bigger chassis, when they were called Minimax at this level, and they were always the ones who got the majority of the false starts. It's just the over-eagerness of these kids.
They come out of the final corner and just go, and what you'll actually find is, and we'll keep an eye out for this time, and it's probably easier for us to talk about tomorrow when we have the standing start classes and you can see it a little bit clearer, but there will be a yellow line across the track, probably 30 metres before you get to the overhead gantry where the lights are. That is officially the acceleration line. Now, I'm yet to find a driver that's waited for that line. They do go, at times a little bit early. It looks like we went a lot too early in inters, but that's your acceleration line. Sometimes circuits will have it. I think at Warden we have a cone, don't we, on the other side of the track at Warden.
Having stood beside Dan Ashton a few times at Warden Law, I know he's not here. He's sunning himself in Malaysia, but it's the acceleration, and when they accelerate that he doesn't like. You can't go too early. You can't be on the throttle before the apex of Pitts Bend here.
Yeah, and it's obviously not fair then for the rest of the field
that's
right. Still going
They've got to go through the corner, isn't it? Here we go. Let's see if they can do it again. Remember that Leo Livings, the pole position driver, he went out on lap 5 in the first heat, so he'll be wanting to maximise this. We do get racing, and it's Livings who leads, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, great start. He'll want to change things from heat 1, won't he?
Well, he's going to have to, because we've seen when Sebastian Clark gets to the front, Sebastian Clark disappears off into the distance. So Leo Livings this time leads with Sebastian Clark slotting into second place. Adam Giadaus is up in. We've got a driver round in the middle of the pack. We'll pick out who falls down the order slightly. It was a blue Kart. We'll pick it up at the end of this first lap. They'll be the driver that's dropped down the order that we're facing the wrong way out of Christmas Corner. Still a little bit going on in the middle of the pack there. Looks like it was Oscar Roach and Jensen Sale squabbling over 5th place. Could be even a little bit further down, actually, because at the front, there is Livings leading.
Livings leaping across the Nouvelle chicane.
Pick out where Sebastian Clark was, because I don't think he was in second place. He's not in second place. Adam Giadaus is up into second.
Yeah, 4th.
Oscar Roach in 3rd, and then it's Sebastian Clark, the Heat 1 winner.
He's absolutely getting hustled there into Christmas Corner. 2 karts going side by side behind him, Jensen Sale and Ryan Townsend. They were just queuing up to try and get by Clark. Clark was very, very cagey, and I think Clark has done the job of keeping them behind him.
Yes, Clark up into 3rd. It's Oscar Roach just behind him in the pink helmet in the 196 kart. Then just behind them, that's Jensen Sale, second in the championship last year behind Max Gilman, who is currently running in 5th place. And I think it's Ryan Townsend just behind on that Zip kart in the 123, the yellow and black the Zip livery.
Leo Livings has checked out, though. He's got 1.3, that might as well call that 1.4 seconds gap at 2 laps by Giaditis and Clark. Here they come into Christmas Corner, and now there was not a coming together between Clark and Oscar Roach, as well as Giuditas, I do not know. How they've come out of that is the 151 of Sebastian Clark has come out ahead of Giuditas and into second place, and this is just absolutely playing into the hands of Leo Livings. Remember, a retirement in Heat 1. This is exactly what he needs to put himself into the midfield of this grid, if not a little bit higher. He's going to need to hang on to this lead, and what he does not want is for Sebastian Clark to close the gap down. And the gap, I can tell you, 1.5. So it has gone out. Let's see if it continues to go out.
Livings with the fastest lap to cement his lead at the front in the 177. Leads from Sebastian Clark, Adam Giuditas and Oscar Roach. Jensen Sale there in the green on the tail end of this train. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Ryan Townsend and Harvey Bacon, 6th and 7th. Walker, Poppicle, Hilton, Rideout, McCluskey and Atwell completely 13. It was Atwell who was round on the first lap. So problems at the start of heat number 1 for Amit Singh Atwell when he had to rejoin the grid very, very late on. I'll have a quick look in a minute to see whether he was penalised for that, because they did mention it in the briefing, but he's spun on the opening lap down into 13.
Atwell was given a penalty. Yeah, he was given a penalty.
And that was for contravention of flag signals, wasn't it? Which was, they did mention it at the start. I attended briefing this morning and drivers were told that if you spin on the outlap and you're out of position at a certain point, you have to join the back, and he regridded in the middle of the boot, so that's why he's picked up that penalty.
Yeah, and he dropped down to, 8th place?
Yeah, Oscar Roach, down the inside of Adam Giuditas into the left-hander at Ashby's. He's up into 3rd place. Jensen Sale still in the mix as well.
Leo Livings, last time by, the gap had come down 1.4 seconds, so still at half distance. The number 196 there of Oscar Roach with Jensen Sale right behind him. Here they come then out of the chicane and across the line. We'll have a look at the gap. Leo Livings leads 1.2 seconds. Sebastian Clark, another fastest lap for him, 49.1 for him. Oscar Roach further back there is in 3rd, and then right on Oscar Roach's bumper is Giuditas. Jensen Sale in 5th, Harvey Bacon 6th, Jensen Walker is in 7th, and then just rounding off the top 10, Victor Poppicle, Jackson Hilton, Eli Rideout, Hugo McCluskey in 11th, Amrit Singh Atwell 12th, and it's Ryan Townsend rounding off 13, Kart Field.
Townsend falling down the order and hasn't clocked timing either, so it looks like he's had a problem out on track for Ryan Townsend. So it looks like we could be down to 12 unless he gets going again. That's why he's showing at plus 411. That was the last time he clocked timing, so hasn't crossed the line. Talking about crossing the line, is that gap for the lead down? It was 1.23 as they crossed timing, and we're under a second. Sebastian Clark is not only racing Leo Livings, but also racing the clock here. We're under 3 minutes. I think he can get there. Can he get there with enough time to have a spring of a move?
0.86 of a second, and you don't need a stopwatch to see that gap coming down. It's about half a second. He's taking chunks of time, and if anything, with 2.5 minutes remaining, Sebastian Clark, who finished, where did Sebastian finish? What am I talking about? He won the first heat, and he looks like he's got the pace to potentially catch Leo Livings. He's on a damage limitation exercise in this heat because he did not finish the first heat. The gap was 0.86. Let's see where it is. The gap is 0.56. That's how it's coming down, 0.3 of a second. So by the time he comes by the next round, the flag, he's going to be picking up the slipstream. It's going to be nothing, David. And then going in towards the final maybe 2 laps, we've potentially got a move here.
Let's see what Clark does, because he doesn't need to win this race to be on pole position for tomorrow.
What are you saying?
I was about to say, I was going to caveat that with, but he's a racing driver with a helmet on, and as soon as that visor goes down, he's going to have one mission, and that is, first of all, catching Leo Livings, and he's pretty much there or thereabouts as they enter the boot. Takes another 2 kart lengths out of Livings. He's right on the back of him. It was half a second. I think it's going to be down to around about a 10th as they cross the line with 1:20 to go.
Let's see whether he can make the move. It's all about momentum out of Crook here through the right-hander onto the straight towards Christmas Corner. He slots into the slipstream. Not enough on the brakes. You know why? Because Leo Livings is the last of the late breakers as well. through Christmas, already through Inkermans, and on the downhill sweep towards Ashby. He goes for the inside, but Livings has the momentum round the outside of the corner. Leo Livings hangs on to this lead by the skin of his teeth as they come through Chapman now, heading towards the final stages of the lap. And here they go towards the boot. It's all about whether or not Clark can get by the cart in front of him. Into the chicane, out of the chicane, across the line. We don't need a stopwatch. It was 0.16. It's going to be narrower than that. It's about 2. Who cares? Because this is his last chance coming up.
30 seconds, so we've got one remaining lap, and then the last lap borders. Now the move is down the inside up towards Christmas Corner for Sebastian Clark. Lap and a half to go, and he finally makes the move on Leo Livings. He's taken a couple of laps to really just feel out where Livings is strong and where he feels that he is a little bit stronger. Stationary yellow at the left-hander. Can't see a car off circuit, so we'll pick up if anybody's falling down. I think it's Hugo McCluskey, and there he is in the background with the green helmet walking away from the 114 machine. He'll be classified in 12th, but we're down to 11 remaining runners as they head towards the timing line to commence the final lap. Sebastian McCarthy leads from Leo Livings.
So Sebastian Clark it is leading through Oblivion and Crook and then up to Christmas. Now then, the question was, I was about to say, does Leo Livings need to take this and risk another non-finish? And the answer is no. That didn't stop him. And Sebastian Clark, the gap tightened coming out of Christmas, and Livings takes the momentum of the line, and that just squeezes Clark. Now, I'm not sure, David, how the officials are going to see that. We're going to leave that up to them. But at the moment, we've got Leo Livings, after a non-finish in Heat 1, he's about to come through and take Heat 2 and take the checkered flag with quite a gap to who will be second. And I think it's Sebastian Clark, after that grassy excursion, going to hang on to it. Oscar Roach will take third. Jensen Sale moved up ahead of Adam Giuditis on the last lap there and came fourth. Fifth was Giuditis. Jensen Walker sixth. Seventh is Harvey Bacon. Jackson Hilton comes through in 8th place. And then we've got Victor Popico, Eli Rideout, Amrit Singh Atwal, Hugo McCluskey and Ryan Townsend, who we lost, of course, as retirements earlier on. So that was, look, you know what? The car championship, it's all about drama. It's all about intensity. And the Intermax class gave us that right there.
Yeah, it was tight between the two of them. I get the feeling that Livings will say that, Clark should have backed out. Clark will say that Livings should have given him more room.
That's why we're commentators, mate, and not next
door.
Absolutely.
They'll have an opinion on it. We've got an opinion on it, but it doesn't matter because we're not in charge of decision-making, which
No.
I am very, very grateful for.
Yeah, it stops Sebastian Clark taking a 100% record in the heats. He gets a first and a second. We'll see how that pans out, like we see.
I mean, for me there, Clark, yes, he wanted to win, but a second place was enough for pole position for the super heat tomorrow. So I'm surprised that he did keep his foot in, because he could have just slotted in for that second place. It could have ended a lot worse for him if he spins across the grass. Then he finishes 4th or 5th, and then he might not be on pole position or even the front row.
How many times have you said that to yourself when we've watched young karters
Yeah.
not give an inch?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
I was about to say Leo Livings might as well stay behind Sebastian Clark and not risk a coming together that could have ended in tears there, and it could have ended in another retirement or down the field. And I thought, is it worth the risk? But you know what? That's why I'm sat in the commentary box and not out there racing. These youngsters are very, very young in their motorsport journey, and they've got that kind of instinctive. Whoever's in front of them, they have to get past them. That's it. That's mission statement. Quite simple.
Absolutely.
Whoever's in front, get past.
And
That's
I don't know why I'm offering any sort of advice, because Sebastian Clark is miles better than what I am.
Yeah, well, that's not a high benchmark, in fairness to us.
It is not.
Yeah. We've got the talk about racecraft, talk about skill. We've got the C50 Bambinos out next. And after a Heat 1 win by Hendrix Fallat, Will Wainwright with a second place, Calman Simon third, Wraith Owen was next up. Then we had Benjamin Shivar. And then in 6th place, Jensen Drummond, Santo Amico, Max Saint-Hilaire, Nico Veslowski, and rounding off the top 10 was Jensen O'Connor. Right, the grid that starts this off will sound and look nothing like that. Hendrix Fallat was on the pole, or is on the pole, I should say. Calman Simon starts alongside. And then we've got Will Wainwright and Ben Shivart sharing row 2. Row 3 is Ray Thorne and Santo Amico. Row 4 is Nico Veslowski and Jensen Drummond. Row 5, Freddie Purnell and Max Centelet. Now, this is the one. I thought Freddie Purnell conked out in the electric Might E Bambinos, and I was saying fingers crossed for Freddie Purnell. This is the one that Freddie Purnell didn't get away, the SW plate driver. There he is there, and he gets away perfectly here and will start the race. So this is the one that Freddie Purnell conked out on the at the start of Heat 1. Thankfully, he's got away for Heat 2. Alongside him on row 5 is Max Centeler. Row 6, Jensen O'Connor and Shea Downey. Row 7, Isaac Young and Oliver Bullock. Row 8 is Lani Eden, Alfie Ward and Jacob Alexander. Jacob John LeSueur Alexander, to give Jacob his full name. He rounds off the 17 kart field.
It's it's Freddie Purnell pulling double duty this weekend, so he'll be doing twice as many heats as everybody else.
Yes. Now, fundamentally, the karts are exactly the same. They're on the same tyre. They perform. They get the same lap times, but in very different ways. I mean, the Mighty kart absolutely fires off the line.
But they're not on the same tyre. They run the header now slick, the same as the Army Bambino used to.
I thought they were both on the LeConte.
No, I'm sure they're on a header now slick. I will confirm. I'll go and find one.
Yeah,
at the end of the day. We'll see.
I'll tell you why, my friend.
Have they changed?
So, Coma C50, LeConte all-weather tyres, Mighty Bambino.
They
LeConte.
have changed.
Yeah. You haven't been in this series for a season, you know. Just do it to catch you out.
I know. I feel bad now because that's twice that I've got stuff wrong.
Well,
on
you'll soon be up to speed.
Yeah, I know. Stinson will be in later. He'll beat me with my own shoes.
Clear the grid.
55 is slightly angled towards the left. That's Lani Eden.
So the LeConte treaded all-weather tyres are there to be seen as the green flag flies at the back of the grid. It's a light start, remember. The lights go out, and away we go. Hendrix Fallat and Calman Simon off the line. Simon pulls in and slots in behind. Who's that around the outside of Wainwright on the yellow kart? That's Ben Shivar on the inside, and it'll be a drag race up to Christmas.
It's Jensen Drummond who struggled to get away in the 22. Calman Simon pulls out the slipstream of Hendrix Fallat, tries to get down the inside, then switches to the outside. Wainwright in third. Benjamin Shivar, who made a good start into P4, as Calman Simon now looking for the switch back down the hill towards Ashby. And then it's Wraith Owen in P5. That's your top 5. It's pretty much as you were on the grid. Benjamin Shivar getting away well once again, but then slotting in behind William Wainwright. They're going to have to work together, I feel, in this opening few laps to stop Hendrix Fallat and Calman Simon breaking away.
And keep an eye on Wraith Owen. He came fourth, remember, just behind Calman Simon, who goes for the lead, does he? That distinctive yellow helmet challenging for the lead on Hendrix Fallat, and that's allowed Wainwright into the mix with Shivar, and here comes Wraith Owen as well. We'll confirm the order as they cross the line. Crossing the line now, Fallat, Simon, Wainwright, Shivar, Wraith Owen, Santo Amico, Purnell in 7th, Max Centeler, Jensen O'Connor and Shea Downey, the 10th kart there, rounding off that top 10.
Nico Wesolowski, who went well in heat number 1 until the final lap when he fell down the order, is in 15th place. Certainly he's got the pace to run a little bit higher than that, I feel. Let's see what he can do throughout the rest of this race. The top 5 already on a little bit of a breakaway from Hendrix Fallat at the front down to Wraith Owen. Then there's a gap back to Santa Amico. You can see just a little bit in the background on the occasional shot. You should see him about pop in around about now. There he is to the left-hand side of the screen. He's going to have to work hard to close in. And Hendrix Fallat, who won Heat 1 by 1.5 seconds, I thought that when Calman Simon made that move at the end of the first lap, that was going to be enough for Hendrix Fallat to break away. It certainly has not been the case.
They just come back together, don't they? They kind of ebb and flow. And here we go, 4 karts now in the train. Falat, Simon, Wainwright and Shivar, just off the back of these four there, Wraith Owen, just trying to get on terms, and then just behind Wraith Owen, Santo Amico and Freddie Purnell. But these four now, with Hendricks Falat looking very composed, as Shivar down the inside of Wainwright. But Wainwright, he tried this before, Wainwright sticks it out round the outside, as the Americans call it, around the top shelf. I'd never heard that one before until yesterday, and I work in America. But there you go, I'm going to use that now. Wainwright did the same last time, didn't he? Exactly the same. Copybook.
Yeah, you can hold it round the outside in these combers. What it has done is allowed the top two to break away slightly, with William Wainwright now going to have to work hard. Wraith Owen had already fallen away. He lost 7/10 on the previous lap as the train in front really just pushed each other and he wasn't able to stick with them. Now let's see whether he can close back in on the back. They're all fairly equidistant now, this top five, and it's going to be a case. Behind them, we've got a good little battle going on there between Santo Amico and Freddie Purnell. Good to see that Purnell, now that Kart's working for him, has some good pace in P7, right on the back of Santo Amico. So run up towards Christmas Corner, and he's already pulling out to try and draw alongside as they go round the little flick of Fine Lady. So they run up past Manuel's Bank towards Christmas Corner. Has to slot back in though. Looks like he went a little bit too early.
Yeah, he just didn't have the speed, did he, to pull alongside. He did got all credit to try it. As the lead comes back together, Hendricks Falat now has Kalman Simon coming back to his bumper. So I'm not sure what has caused that. Maybe it's just the way, like we say, these carts ebb and flow. But certainly first and second, breaking away from Will Wainwright in third. I say breaking away, it's only a few carts lengths, and Will Wainwright will be straight back in it, as will Benjamin Shivar and Wraith Owen. Through the boot now, hugging the curb, and then not using the curb at all. I noticed in these C50 Bambinos, that curb would completely destroy the momentum and the speed in these very understandably underpowered carts for these youngsters.
Yeah, Mighty, they've got a bit of a higher weight limit. They were going over it a little bit more, compared to Coma, and Coma deciding not to. The leaders coming back together, and I think Wainwright is probably a little bit closer than what he was on the previous lap as well. Get the feeling this one could just concertina all back together as Kalman Simon gets a good run round Christmas Corner, down the hill towards Ashby's. 3 minutes and 10 on the clock, and Kalman Simon not only in the Ayrton Senna replica helmet, but also in the replica sticker kit of Senna's first Formula One. Well, when I say first, it wasn't because he was in Tolman. Then he went, but when he went into his first
Grand Prix win,
Grand Prix win for Kalman Simon, and so I always do like that. My son's race helmet has the Senna S and his signature on the back, as his middle name is Ayrton. So we always.
Is that right?
Yeah, Joshua Thomas Ayrton is his name. So
you're going to tell us where that first Grand Prix win was from, aren't you?
No.
You don't know? 1985, Estoril.
Not
Portuguese,
off the
Portuguese
top of my head,
Grand Prix.
I'd lost it. I was born in '84.
All right, I'll let you off. I lived it. Here we go. I tell you what, battle for the lead while we reminisce about Ayrton Senna's career. Battle for the lead and a battle for third and fourth, as Benjamin Shivar, just behind these three, comes under pressure from Wraith Owen. Meanwhile, Kalman Simon challenging. He's looking like he's about to challenge. Now, what this will do with 2 minutes remaining, this is going to bring in Will Wainwright. If Simon tries to have a go down the inside and Falat has to go offline, they'll start slowing each other down. Meanwhile, back in that fourth place, still Shivar, still holding back Wraith Owen. So, as the race comes to a conclusion inside the final 2 minutes, it's all about to get very, very juicy.
All of the top three, in fact the top four, all running seeded numbers from last year's championship here in the Bambino Kart Championship, and Wraith Owen has found a way past Benjamin Shivar in the final complex of corners. You can see him there in the 31 with the black and red helmet in front of the driver in green, which is the 7 of Benjamin Shivar. They run up now towards Christmas Corner, back to the leaders. Long look over the shoulder by Hendricks Falat. The moment, Kalman Simon not looking ready to lead this race. He ducked out at the last moment, but I think that was more Hendricks Falat just widening the entry. And then he has another late move. Just needs, really, he's got to commit to one of these and just send it down the inside, similar to what Wraith Owen did there as he got back towards Benjamin Shivar, but
he hasn't got the gravity.
No,
he hasn't got the gravity to do that. He's looking at the gap, but he's not moving forward.
It's all them late moves, though, down the inside. They're scrubbing off speed.
Yeah,
And it's opened the
that's
gap
right.
up
Look
again.
at that. Yeah,
it's given Falat a little bit of respite.
He hasn't got that forward momentum. He feels like he has, and he just looks down the gap. So 30 seconds or so on the clock. So it'll be 2 more laps. Falat leading, Simon second, then Wainwright. Raythorne has eventually got by that green helmeted Benjamin Shivar. But Shivar, can we watch that for a little bit, Nick? Because I think, let's see if Shivar can come back and challenge. Here they come. It's the green helmet that we're looking at of Benjamin Shivar. The orange helmet of Raythorne just holding off. And I'm not sure whether Shivar can find something on this penultimate lap. We'll keep an eye on this for this penultimate lap and then head back to Hendricks Falat and Calvin Simon. But right now, he's right on his bumper, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's right on his bumper.
He's certainly got the pace. Whether he's conscious of showing his hand too early, Benjamin Shivar, racing under the flag of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the number 7, currently in 5th place. One of the younger drivers in the Coma class, just trying to get that run, and it's going to be all about that run up to Christmas. The problem is when you lead it to the last lap, you know the driver's going to hug that white line on the inside, and you're going to have to. It's going to have to be a special one all the way around the outside, and I think he scrubbed off a little bit too much in that last corner.
I think he has. I think Raythorne has got that breather he needs as the leaders head towards Christmas for the final time. Same thing for Falat, Calvin Simon right there. He's followed in his wheel tracks pretty much the whole way around. The whole race, I should say, not just the way around for one lap. And if anything, Falat beginning to break free. Did you see something there with regards to a steering input?
Simon, he tagged the curb on the inside and got a little bit of oversteer, and you can see there he's just rolled his head back. He knows that this one is over unless Hendricks Falat catches this black traffic that's just in front of him at the wrong point in the track. It doesn't, and Hendricks Falat's going to go round the outside, and I don't think Calvin Simon's going to have the same luxury. Hendricks Falat then will have a clean run to the checkered flag.
It was that one snag of a curb that dropped Calvin Simon off the rear bumper of that Kart there. It'll be Hendricks Falat that takes the win and makes it 100% record, takes the second heat as well as the first. Little bit of a change for second as Calvin Simon takes second this time. Will Wainwright swaps places with him for third. Raythorne in fourth. Benjamin Shivar finishes in fifth. Then we've got Santo Amico sixth. Seventh is Jensen Drummond. Freddie Purnell eighth. Max Centerlane ninth. And then 10th, Jensen O'Connor. The rest of the finishers coming through. There's the result on the timing board. As ever in the Kart Championship, this is the Winter Series event at Whilton Mill. The first of 3 events. They're not a series, they're not a championship. We have 3 standalone events where the accolade will be to win one of the events outright in the final, the super final that we'll see tomorrow. From here, we go to Warden Law. I've got to wait a month, nothing on in October. And then in November, we go to Warden Law. And then we round off the Winter Series at Three Sisters up in the northwest beside Wigan.
Get your calendars out right now. 16th and 17th of November for Warden Law. 7th and 8th of December for Three Sisters.
They're pretty close together, aren't they, really?
Yeah, so get them in the calendar. It's 2 of the, for me, the best tracks in the country on par with here, because Warden is sensational. They've done a lot of work there recently. Three Sisters, you're not going to find a faster track for me. I think you get slightly more speed at PF, but that run up down the straight, their Rotaxes are well over 70 mile an hour into the first corner after Three Sisters.
I've never ever asked you this question. I know I've kind of known you quite a while now. Did you do any racing?
A little bit, but not to a great standard.
Right. Well, that's not what it's about, though, Dave. We're not going to judge you. Oh, hey, you, Luke Millward, British Micromax champion. This pen I bought off you, right? Doesn't right, mate. Is that why you're giving them away? Look at this. I want a refund. I paid a tenner for that. Did I not? No, mate. What's the difference? You're trying it out now. I've just shown you. It's not working.
Right, Joe's going to argue with Mr. Millward to get himself a pen that actually works. But Junior Rotax getting themselves ready to go out. Final one of them, the Comas making their way in. Grid will be the same as heat number 1. Milo Manderson going off pole position. Heat 1 winner Riley Bishop alongside Jack Robinson and Lewis Sumner on row number 2. Logan Lauder and Owen Wallace go off row 3. Andrew Dixon and Sam Green Gomez on row 4. Your top 10 completed by Daniel Hartley and Marcel Poppercull. 11th, Ewan House. He's got Adam Turacek for company. Bella McConville and Jonas Klimas are on row number 7. Daniel Adamatis and Alfie Lambert are on row 8. Charlie Vary and Harris Alley, row 9. The top 20 sees Sophia Cordwell and Oliver Liversidge completing that. Daniel Callahan and Braden Donahue. Kostis Dazarov and then Zane Kuwaker and Lewis Holt. Keep an eye on Kuwaker. He went 24th to 10th and back down to 24th in heat number 1. He's certainly one to watch, who can certainly challenge up towards that top 10. Just needs maybe a little bit more luck this time round.
That is going to be a one to watch, Zane Kuwaker, as they get the go-ahead. Bella McConville there on the 220 here, just moving off there. Great to see Bella here in the Kart Championship again. Luke Millward, the current Micromax British champion, replaces my Kart Series pen, the one for a one that writes. Thank you very much. As we continue round then, and the junior Rotax class, the best subscribed for this weekend. Just trying to find out what we've got. 25 karts on the grid as ever. It's always been our strongest grid, hasn't it, really? Riley Bishop took the win in fine style on the brand new TB kart, the X-Kart team member. X-Kart being the distributors of that TB kart. Milo Manderson came second, Marcel Poppercull third, Logan Lauder was a fourth, Jack Robinson and Daniel Hartley fifth and sixth. So we expect fireworks as ever, David. The junior Rotax class, if anything, always promises some pretty tight and dramatic and intense racing. I do like that livery. I do like that green and white livery off the new TB. The X-Kart moving off the team livery there just to promote the fact that they're now the distributor of the TB kart. Here we go then.
Into the tram lines we go.
Oh, and that's chaos.
Oh, yes, it is.
That looked like chaos in the midfield. And once again, Riley Bishop absolutely sideways through the crook turn, sideways into Christmas corner. Not quite leading though.
No, it's Milo Manderson leading then from Riley Bishop. Jack Robinson up into second place. In the background, that's Andrew Dixon trying to make a move from fifth place. He's on the outside of one of the looks like the Ultimate R drivers. Is that 233 of it is. It's the 233 of Logan Lauder. When they come back into shot in a moment, we'll see in what order they are. Remember, Marcel Poppercull went 10th to 3rd in the previous race. Lewis Holt from the back as well got himself up into 11th place. He's another one to watch as they jump over the curve for the first time. It will be Milo Manderson leading us over the timing line from Bishop and Robinson, but I think Bishop might have got a good run up towards Christmas corner. I caught that out of the corner of my eye as the camera shot through, and through goes Riley Bishop into the lead. Bishop leads then from Manderson and Jack Robinson.
A lap earlier than he did in Heat 1. His tyres coming in, not quite in though. The kart's still squirming around underneath him. The line of preference for pretty much the whole of the junior Rotax field is to smash across that Nouvelle chicane curbing. There's no question it costs you time if you try to go around it. And as we get towards that point on the track, Riley Bishop, Milo Manderson will be the first to cross it. This lap, 2 laps completed and out and across the line. Manderson now follows Bishop across the line with Jack Robinson in second, Andrew Dixon up at the fourth. It's Poppercull, Sumner, Klimas, Lauder, Green Gomez, Turacek. That's your top 10. Daniel Hartley, I noticed, dropping to 14th, and Zane Kuwaker up to 18th already.
Andrew Dixon, who retired from Heat 1, going well in this one, but now struggling to find a way past a very defensive Jack Robinson in that run up towards Christmas corner, and Dixon showing his displeasure at the Cato Motorsport driver in front of him because he feels he's got the pace, but he's got to get through, and Robinson's just not going to move to one side and allow Dixon through. But Dixon clearly feels he's got the pace. He's got to make that move, and up towards Christmas corner, he's going to find that Jack Robinson is going to be very defensive once again. That has allowed Marcel Poppercull and Lewis Sumner into the mix as well. Third down to sixth now, split by less than a second.
Tremendous racing as ever as the two leaders break away. This is the battle for third. Robinson, Dixon and Poppercull. Here we go into Inkermans and down towards Ashby. This is a breaking point that you can sometimes get by down the inside. However, when everybody's braking at the very last point that you can possibly brake, then you've basically got to slot in. And that's a brave move. That is a very brave move from Popical, who went down the inside of Chapman and caught Andrew Dixon napping a little bit and didn't expect that. And Dixon coming back at him and almost making a connection with his front bumper. And that's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because you can risk a bumper penalty there if you hit it hard.
You can. Popical picks up a warning. That's what the half and half black and white flag is, over start finish. And Dixon there, by sticking that nose back down the inside, I don't know what he was trying to achieve, because you're not getting past anybody there now on this new layout here at Whilton Mill. It's not like where you stick the nose down in the layout they use on the rolling up lap, where you can then get down the inside in the final corner. It's a much different complex now. They haven't just added a chicane in. You'll find now drivers go to the inside and basically skim that curb that they're coming up to. The one on the right hand side, not this first one, this second one there. Drivers are on it. They were nowhere near that on the previous layout. They missed it. You go down the middle of the track and line yourself up for that final corner. And now it's a completely different corner, and Andrew Dixon trying to put that nose down the inside. Bishop's got a gap now of a second at the front. He's checking out from Milo Manderson, but behind them, and that's Lewis Sumner trying to go down the inside of Andrew Dixon into a gap that was always going to close at Christmas Corner. And that's cost him a few tenths of a second. Yeah, Dixon dropping off the back of Popical, Jack Robinson and Marcel Popical. They're the two Cato drivers, aren't they? Yeah. They've been followed round by the two X-Kart drivers of Dixon and Lewis Sumner. And if anything, Dixon now needs to get his head down. Dixon, of course, on the 225. Just beginning to gain his composure back. He's taking Lewis Sumner with him as Bishop crosses the line, 6 laps completed. And it's Riley Bishop, the X-Kart driver on the new TB chassis, the fastest kart on the track on lap 6. There are 3 minutes to go on the board, and he's putting in a 46.79, which is considerably quicker than Milo Manderson in second place. Behind them, though, that's where these four are getting mixed in amongst it. Milo Manderson, the kart just at the top of the screen there, then the two Cato karts, and then the two X karts there on the screen now. Kuwaker's not really making the same progress that I thought he would be. He's currently stuck in 17th place. Lewis Holt in 18th. Those two drivers off the back who charged through the field to run at about in 10th and 11th at this time in the previous race. It does look to be a good battle going on at around about 11th. We've got yellow flag out over start line. There is a car off on the outside of Crook Corner. We'll keep an eye out again. That's Sam Green Gomez falling down the order in the 277 for Sam Green Gomez. So he looks to be out of this race. And he'll drop down into 25th place. Lewis Sumner now back up onto the back of Andrew Dixon. So I'd say that just outside that sort of top. Well, it was about 11th before, but looks like Daniel Hartley now was. In terms of timing wise, they're all very close together, and they're chopping and changing lap on lap. Well, Daniel Hartley finished 6th in the first heat. He dropped down the order from his grid position, and he's basically been clawing his way back. If we can drop down 3 karts off the back of these two here, Nick, potentially, and pick up the progress, he's now behind. There, that's Hartley with the blue helmet. Yeah, he's with Ultimate R now, isn't he? So he's got a bit of space. So he's came through the traffic. He dropped down from his grid order, and now his grid position was. Let me just check that, because he has missed me cursor there. He started 9th. He dropped down the order. He's back up to where he started, which he'll not be happy with. And now he's got a bit of space ahead of him to try and make up ground. So we'll keep an eye on that, because he's got just under a second and a half to make up for that, and before he challenges for a place further up the grid than where he started. Sumner's found a way past Dixon for 5th place. The reason we focus on Hartley is because he won Junior Primo last year, and he's stepped up now into the full Junior Rotax and is running well inside the top 10. Also ran well at that Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, finished in 2nd place in the junior class. And we know the thing about this series now, or going forward into 2025 and continuing with the senior classes, this is the national series that can take your 6-year-old all the way through to senior level.
without stepping outside of this series.
Sorry, Joe, we've got 2 karts off now on the outside of Crook Corner. We had Sam Green Gomez off there earlier. The yellow flag came in, but it's back out again over the start line. Looks like it's back in again now, but we should have, in a moment, another driver dropping down the order, I believe. You can see there, we've got 2 or 3 off, have we, on the outside of Crook Corner. So not everybody's crossed the timing line yet, but in a moment I think we're going to see drivers falling down. It's Lewis Holt and Harris Alley, the 245, the 276, I believe, are the drivers dropping down, and they are dropping down in unison as well. That'll be Lewis Holtz. He started at the back, finished 11th. He's going to finish in 23rd, I believe, in this one. Looks like both him and Harris Alley are out of Heat 2 Junior Rotax.
This is the battle for second. Then as we get towards the 1 lap to go board, that's Milo Manderson on the black and blue kart. And the red and white kart of Jack Robinson is catching him. The Cato Motorsport kart is the red and white one. Milo Manderson is going to be doing all he can. He looks over his shoulder there. Robinson's coming. They're on the final lap up ahead of them. Riley Bishop on the green and white kart. He's away with that new TB kart and heading towards the second checkered flag of the day for him and the second win of the day. Meanwhile, Jack Robinson, that red and white kart now gaining ground. Just getting very wide out of Parker, out of Chapman now. Time running out, opportunities running out, and I'm not sure if he's got enough in the toolkit to get by him as Milo Manderson. He hangs on to that across the curb, and that loses him a bit of time, and Robinson onto his bumper at the line, but just not quite enough. As 1.7 seconds up the road, we saw Riley Bishop take the checkered flag and his second heat of the day. That will give him the pole position for the super heat tomorrow. Milo Manderson second, Jack Robinson right on his tail in third. Behind these 3, we had Marcel Popperkuhl finishing ahead of Lewis Sumner. Andrew Dixon, his teammate in X-Kart, finishing 6th behind him. Logan Lauder was 7th, 8th was Ewan House. Daniel Hartley had to settle for that 9th place. Adam Turicek was 10th. The rest of the finishers there on the timing board, all the way down to 25th, with losing Lewis Holt and Harris Alley, as you mentioned, David, and Sam Green Gomez going out on lap 6.
Yeah, Sam Green Gomez off at half race distance. Harris Alley and Lewis Holt joining him all on the outside of Crook Corner. Luckily, there is an exit gate up there, so they'll be able to move the karts through that fairly quickly. I don't expect that we'll have a lot of delay. They will come past the commentary box, though, later on. So yeah. we'll see whether any of the drivers have still got their helmets on, which is the universal sign of please don't talk to me, I'm not very happy. But they should have calmed down by then, because
was it a coming together, was it?
I think Holt and Alley was, because they were together on timing and then dropped down in unison. Rather than having other drivers between them. Sam Green Gomez was off prior to that at half race distance, so tough race for them, particularly Lewis Holt, who certainly once again had that pace, but both him and Zane Kuwaker just struggled to get through in the same way that they had done in heat number 1. Kuwaker only making it up to 13th. Well, he made it up to 10th in the last one within the first 5 minutes or so, so before dropping back down the order. There's Sam Green Gomez, and that was a wheel being put back on the kart.
Oh, that looks like damage, doesn't it? That looks like he's hit the barrier.
That's a rear wheel.
Yeah, well, you can't come off at Oblivion and Crook. Oh, that might not be damage. I thought that was the front wheel.
Well, it's the right rear, but that's not. I don't think he's gone in the wall with that, because he'd have gone in left rear unless he's been tagged round and spun.
Well, the wheel nuts were off.
Yeah, so it looks like the
hub was still on the axle.
Yeah,
and the wheel studs were still there. So he, dare I say it, I'm not going to. Let's not speculate on whether those wheel nuts have come off.
No, that would have been an unwelcome surprise going into one of the fastest corners on the track for Sam Green Gomez.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to stay with Junior Rotax now with our penultimate heat of the day, bringing to almost at the end of our coverage for today. The first heat for Junior Primo. This is basically Junior Rotax for younger drivers. Exactly the same karts, exactly the same engines, exactly the same power, exactly the same tyres. And it's just the younger drivers in the Junior Rotax classification. Heat 1 was won by the novice, Joseph Mills, for True Performance Motorsport. And what a great drive that was, under a lot of pressure from Tyler Davis, if you can remember. He will start on the front row of the grid alongside the pole position driver, which is Hayagriva Gokulnath. 47.31 got him the pole position. As I say, Heat 1 winner Joseph Mills starts alongside. Got Thomas Harper on his distinctive liveried kart, starting on the second row with George Cole alongside him. Row 3 is Thomas Butcher and Tyler Davis. Row 4 is Zach Kane and Trevelyan Sansom. Row 5, Ronnie Legg and Lewis Gilbert. Row 6, Alfie Forrester and George Ralston. And then in row 7, Jensen Cook and Elijah Hartley. And then Laurie McVeigh rounds off what is a 15-kart junior Primo field.
McVeigh, who made up 6 places in the first heat to move up into the top 10 in 9th place, certainly one to watch. And that did include also a front fairing penalty. So Laurie McVeigh clearly has a bit of pace.
Well, he didn't have any qualifying time. Yeah. That's why he was starting at the back. So he's clearly got pace. It's just unfortunately he's had a bit of an eventful qualifier. That explains why he came up the order. Yeah,
definitely. Let's see how we go. Obviously, we've got karts just being recovered from the outside of Crook Corner. Once that's sorted, the drivers will be sent on their way. We'll get the... we do get the helpful... we hear the engine about 2 seconds before they move.
Yeah, we do.
So and they are right behind us, which is handy.
Yeah, they're just behind us. We're just off the collecting area, aren't we? We're just in that building, actually, with a grey door. Just in part of that building. If you want to find out the geography of what you're listening to. So we've got another couple of heats. The Senior Max are next. It's a new step, as I was saying. I'm going to leave the chat about Senior Max coming into the Kart Championship for Senior Max Heat, probably. We are recovering some karts from out on the track, which is, I'm not going to say a delay, because I don't think we are delayed. We're just a few minutes away from firing these motors up on these junior Primo runners and releasing them. But and as I say that, as if by magic, they're listening to me, and away they go then. Hayagriva Gokulnath will lead the field round. There's the coat. You see the cold tyres there? Slewing, just no grip whatsoever. The kart's just sleuthing round and the driver's fighting the slide just to get some heat into those slick tyres on the track surface.
It's very much and turn and go straight on.
Yeah, absolutely. We've all done it. And then on these Rotax Max karts, if you put the throttle into hard and cold tyres, you'll spin up the rear axle and you'll be pointing the wrong direction within a fraction of a second.
Yeah, you don't want that. Zach Kane, probably him and Tyler Davis, very experienced, probably in what will be their final year, I think, before they move out of junior Primo. But you can see them, they're the ones at round 5th and 6th, they're the ones working the tyres hard. Just trying to keep some heat in now. Joseph Mills just doing the same. They just want to get that heat in because they've got to have confidence heading in towards that first corner that when they turn in, the front's going to give them the grip levels they need.
Here they go.
Cut through.
Yeah, missing the chicane out, thankfully. And here we go towards the line. They'll be wanting a steady start. It looked a bit quick, and already we've got carnage and a spinner at the back. I think he was hit up the back end.
Yeah, it's a false start.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's Lewis Holt's kart just being recovered back in.
From
That's why I said
from the previous one. You did say they would pass by here, and we could check it, but we had a bit of a check up there, and I'm not sure who that was speared off onto the right.
Well, it was Joseph Mills in the 90, oiled up on the right-hand side out of second place.
And didn't get his foot down.
Didn't get down, and then Thomas Harper had nowhere to go because he was right behind him, as he should be. Tyler Davis then went in the back, and I'm keeping an eye out as to where Joseph Mills is. We've got one driver who's spun, who's just got going again, who I think is Lewis Gilbert in the 14. But in terms of this field being gridded up, that is definitely not Joseph Mills on the lane.
No, it's not.
Gogglenats in the white and green, and then effectively now that's George Cole, but he should drop back alongside Harper, but again he's just going to try.
No, he's not. He'll fill the gap.
Yeah.
Remember, Joseph Mills won the first heat, and I still can't see the True Performance livery in that field. As we get this underway, we'll keep an eye out on where Joseph is as they come across the line.
Another false start, Joe, and we've got a driver on the grass cutting through. That's Tyler Davis on the grass, isn't he, rejoining back onto the circuit.
he's completely missing from this grid.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I know in this championship it has happened at times that they may well, if they don't get this going again next time round, because now they've got a lot of drivers out of position because of these 2 starts, they may well consider red flagging, reforming, going again. We'll see what happens, because with all of this sort of movement now, I know that Dan Ashton does that every now and again when the field have had a few false starts and aren't quite in the order that he expects them to be in. He will stop, and again in the background you've got Davis rejoining in the middle of the boot.
Well, it's stopping them and kind of reading them the riot act, isn't it, about what he wants to see at the start, and they've maybe got one more chance of doing this. We've completely lost Joseph Mills off the timing screen. Only 14 karts out of 15 now are still with us, and we are going to get this underway, and we do go racing. George Cole, Agriva, Gokilnath at the front of the field, through Crook now and heading up to Christmas Corner. We've got a bit of a gap for the leader, who's got quite a comfortable lead there.
That's George Cole, who swept round the outside of Hayagriva Gogolnath at the start, and Cole makes that run down into the right-hander. Gogolnath in second. Who's that in third place? That's Thomas Harper. Be interesting again to see what happens post-race, because Tyler Davis was reforming in the middle of the boot, and we know that's already caught one driver out already today. So Sonny's back here out at Whilton Mill at the front. George Cole then leads with a gap of what I imagine will be around about half a second as they cross the line at the end of the first lap.
It's Cole, Gokilnath, Harper, Thomas Harper in third, Thomas Butcher in fourth, Zach Kane fifth, sixth is Trevelyan Sansom, George Ralston, Tyler Davis, Ronnie Legg and Alfie Forrester, the driver, rounding off the top 10. This is a massive gap though for George Cole, and behind them Gokilnath has got Thomas Harper not that far away from him. Remember, tyres still cold, still coming up to temperature, and this Junior Rotax Primo field has kind of fanned out a little bit as Harper comes to the rear bumper of Gokilnath. Looks like he might want to challenge, not necessarily this time, because the tyres aren't quite there yet.
No.
It's going to be the next lap where he's got the confidence on the brakes, or even on the turn-in with the kart sliding underneath him. He might have a go then.
Heat 1, remember, George Cole went fast early and then dropped back through the field. That's a sign of having a slightly higher tyre pressure. Thomas Harper, exactly the same, was right in the mix at the start and then fell away once again. These are your younger drivers with slightly less experience, so they're likely to go up on tyre pressure to get that first 2 laps, but then it's going to go over the level of adhesion.
Yeah.
You know, and let's see whether Cole can hold on to that gap of 6/10 or whether Gogolnath can come back into it, because if he's gone lower at the start and then gets to the point by mid-race, and already I think he's potentially starting to ease into this one.
They're coming on, aren't they?
Yeah, he's gapped Harper by a few
His tyres are
lengths.
coming on now, and you see Gokilnath beginning to be a little bit more composed in that second place. Harper dropping off the rear bumper of him, and Harper, the previous 2 laps, was right on his rear bumper. Well, Gokilnath's kart's come in now. The tyres have come on, and now we'll see if Gokilnath's got anything that he can do about George Cole. That's the outside of Inkermans. We await the arrival of these 3 now coming back together, aren't they? We were right. Gokilnath approaching the rear bumper of George Cole, and to me, it looks now that George Cole is about to come under threat from Gokilnath.
Yeah, I think run up to Christmas is going to be the first opportunity for Gogolnath to find a way past George Cole, but Cole, who we mentioned exactly the same in Heat 1, broke away from Joseph Mills, got reeled in by Mills, who unfortunately is already out of this race. His plug oiling up for the first false start. And now, again, Gogolnath with that run out the final corner. He is what I mentioned about having his first opportunity up towards Christmas Corner. He elects not to take it at the first time of asking, but that's going to give Harper a chance. He's back in the mix in the 15.
Yeah, I think George Cole was really, really fast into Christmas. That was why Gokilnath really couldn't really get alongside him, maybe challenge. He's going to have to think of somewhere else, because Cole is really, really quick at Christmas Corner. Here they are, just to our right, David, across the back straight and into the boot. And it'll be whether or not he can get the momentum through Oblivion and Crook this time. This is not a passing place at all across those curbs. We're into turns 1. That's the Oblivion and Crook. This is where he needs to get it.
Cole from Gogolnath and Harper split by half a second. Behind them, Butcher and Kane in a good battle. Then it's Davis on his own. And you see him there in the background in the yellow kart. He's the one that had that off on a lap earlier on. Had to take evasive action across the grass at the start of the second false start that we had in this junior Primo second heat. Top three split by that half a second, because behind Butcher and Kane are having a ding-dong over fourth place.
Fourth place is something we're going to have to just keep on the shelf and have a look in a moment, because right now we've got Gogolnath approaching the rear bumper of Cole, and likewise Harper approaching the bumper of Gogolnath. And that was that a mistake there, David? I think
Cole. It was. Cole went slightly wide, hand off the wheel as he held his head. Don't know whether that was in a bit of frustration, but now he's going to have to defend, I think, up. And Gogolnath decides now is not the time to overtake, when I thought that Cole was a bit of a sitting duck there on the run up to Christmas.
He's really good into Christmas corner. That's the thing. It's a press of the brake, yeah, but you can carry lots of speed into there, and the camber of the road allows you to maybe overcook it now and again and go in really, really fast. And Gogolnath has just not got enough there. I'm not sure what that was. Putting his hand on his head there, hand on his visor. Our leader, George Cole. Oh, he misses the curb completely there at the Nouvelle chicane. I think, has he got a problem? Because Gogolnath now, and because he missed the curb of the chicane, had to slow down to go around the curb, and that's put him under massive threat.
Gogolnath's got to make the move. Yes, Cole is strong up to Christmas corner, but I think it's going to be the only place that he can get past George Cole. Cole with two issues into the final corners here at Whilton. I'm not sure whether he's got some sort of problem, but he's not hitting that curb on the inside in the same way that the drivers behind are, and it's certainly costing him. And again, he's wide round the left-hander now in the run up towards the boot.
He's good on the brakes, though, isn't he?
Yes,
he's good on the brakes everywhere, because Gogolnath trying to get down there. Let's see if he uses the curb. He does. He's kind of reluctant to smash across it, and you kind of have to, because look at how much that's slowing him down.
It's slowed him down. Gogolnath, for me now here, he's just got to put the cart on the inside, and whether Cole is later on the brakes or not, he's just got to give Cole a decision to make. And Cole's decision already with a minute and a half to go is to defend that lead.
If they're not careful, Thomas Harper,
Thomas Butcher as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, is about to have company in the form of Thomas Butcher. Thomas Harper looking threatening on that second place, but likewise Thomas Butcher can see all of this unfolding in front of him. Behind Butcher, we've got Zach Kane, Tyler Davis and Lewis Gilbert. They're coming as well. Less than a minute to go now, and as they cross the line, they're lapping in 47 seconds across the curb. It's going to be on the cusp. It's going to be right on the cusp of 47 seconds. It could well be only 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Tyler Davis up into 5th place, finds a way past Zach Kane on that lap. George Cole then leads from Hayagriga Gogolnath. Then it's Thomas Harper, the Anglo-Lithuanian driver, in 3rd place. Thomas Butcher, Tyler Davis, Zach Kane, all within one camera shot there, split by 2.3 seconds. But George Cole, again with hand signals to go forward, but then he's ultimately defending every corner that he gets an opportunity to do so. And then Gogolnath now is fallen away ever so slightly. Harper right on the back, but if Harper can't find a way through, he's going to find Thomas Butcher all over the back of the 15.
Yeah, now as ever, the concertina back up in towards the boot in the Nouvelle chicane. Will it be the final lap board? I think it will be. We're waiting to see what the timing screen says.
It says 2 laps.
It says 2 laps. Really? That was absolutely 47.46 the last lap. And we have final lap board. Yeah. It is indeed final lap board, and that's actually trackside, what I can see there. So it is indeed the final lap, and that's whether the drivers saw that, because they were underneath now when it triggered, so they might not even know it's a final lap. They are going to know when they see a checkered flag, though.
Yeah, it means that they won't be going for moves that they probably should be, because they don't realise potentially that this is the final lap. George Cole in front of Hayagriga Gogolnath. They're bouncing over the curbs. Can Gogolnath get a good run? He'll see the checkered flag as they head up. George Cole holds on from Hayagriga Gogolnath. Thomas Harper, the top 3 split by less than half a second from Thomas Butcher and Tyler Davis. Zach Kane and Lewis Gilbert, with Laurie McVeigh finding a way past Trevor Jan Sanson on the final lap for 8th place. George Ralston, Ronnie Legg, Jensen Cook and Alfie Forrester. And then Elijah Hartley there crossing the line in the 81 to finish in 14th place. The only driver that we can't see was Joseph Mills, the Heat 1 winner. He didn't take the start, the plug oiling up in the 90.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, cracking racing there from George Cole, who was under a lot of pressure pretty much the whole of that second heat. Gokilnath tried as much as he could to challenge, tried to sort of edge a bit of a mistake from him by putting him under pressure. He didn't crack. Great drive from Thomas Harper in third. But commiserations, complete and utter commiserations to Joseph Mills on the True Performance Motorsport kart there, who oiled up on his pace lap, and he will have a win and a non-finish. That's going to cost him dearly for that grid, isn't it?
Absolutely for Mills. Day of two halves really for Joseph Mills, and for a driver that we know he's a novice, certainly in outdoor karting, but certainly has some pace. But sort of finding out now that sometimes you don't get the results that your performance sometimes deserves in karting. It's tough, but again, the good thing with karting is that you'll often get another opportunity an hour later to right the wrongs.
That's right.
And so he'll come back tomorrow with a super heat and a final. He's certainly got an opportunity of a podium, I think, as Joseph Mills. So hopefully he gets a good night's sleep and gets back here tomorrow. And we'll be able to see all the action on Karting Live TV. One more race for you to go here today. It's Senior Rotax, and as Joe mentioned earlier on, it's a new class to the kart championship with the seniors joining the Bambinos, Cadets and Juniors.
Well, you know how we were talking about how the kart championship was unique. It was quite unique insofar as it was a kids-only championship. That's going to change going forward, and certainly going to change into 2025. So we can't really continue with that moniker, can we? We can't use that little tagline. But what we can say is that this is a series that will see us taking a driver from 6 years old, 10 years later at 16, he can still be racing karts into the senior classes. And I've had 10 years experience in this series. And why wouldn't you? It's a really well-subscribed national series. It's got one of the best live streams in the business, hasn't it?
It has, and we go to some of the best tracks. We go to some of the best tracks as well.
Yeah.
We already know we've got a sneak preview of the 2025 calendar. There's some quality circuits on there.
Well, watch the Paddock Show tomorrow lunchtime, where David and I let slip. We'll probably get in trouble for it, but we've let slip the 2025 calendar. We have a bit of a chat about it. We're not going to say anything until tomorrow afternoon when we've spoke about it. Right now, though, Senior Rotax, as we mentioned, they're out for their second heat. We've got some of our juniors in moving up into the senior class for this weekend. The one to talk about there, that man there, that gentleman there, that young lad there, Kasper Tomilewski, our junior Rotax champion this season, is moving up into seniors. Here they come then. Zaki Hussain leading them round. Tomilewski alongside. Harry Blow, Harry Hurst-Grover. Second row, Jensen Pugh, Lewis Mercier, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Ewan Hughes. Getting away though, we are already racing and already a bit of argy-bargy.
Yeah, good start. Fairly clean. There was a little bit in the early part of the corner, but as they make their run up towards Christmas, Jensen Pugh, I think, with a good start there, up into third place in the white and sky blue suit, slotting in behind the two leaders. Kasper Tomilewski's fallen down the order from the start as Zaki Hussain and Harry Bloor battle it out for the lead. Bloor went for the lead. He's fallen back now behind Jensen Pugh. The fast starting number 60 in the green kart there in second place. And he's going to have to defend, and that's Tomilewski coming back into things. There's a little bit of contact between himself, and I think that's Morgan Hudson-Brown potentially in the background as they make their way through and up and over the curbs to end the first lap.
Here they come then across the line. Zaki Hussain leads. Jensen Pugh up into second place on that new TB kart. Harry Blow in third. Morgan Hudson-Brown fourth. Tomilewski down to fifth. He was hustled down to fifth, wasn't he? Harry Hurst-Grover through in sixth behind him. Then Mercier, Marika, I should say. Lewis Marika, Ian Hughes Elliot Foster and Sam Kelbrick rounding off what was a 10-cart field.
Change for second place. Harry Blore down the inside of Jensen Pugh into the right-hander of Ashby's. Behind them, you've got Morgan Hudson-Brown coming under pressure from Kasper Tomilewski, who I think is down the inside. He is down the inside. I can see it out the commentary box window for fourth place. So they run up towards the boot. At the front, though, Zaki Hussein's going to have a gap now because Harry Blore has fought his way back past Jensen Pugh. That's given Zaki Hussein a gap of just over a second. Back to Blore and Pugh. Tomilewski in fourth place. Harry Hurst-Grover taking advantage of Tomilewski and Hudson-Brown battling, moves up to P5. Brown down to 6th. America, Hughes, Foster and Kelbrick complete your senior standings.
Here they come then. 6 minutes remaining. They are on their third lap, and that's beginning to hot up. However, these two battling for second and third. Harry Blore, Jensen Pugh. This is allowing Zaki Hussein to break free. He had a second gap lead the last time by. Let's see where it is here as they will clatter across the Nouvelle Chicane curbing. Here they come, 3 laps completed. Zaki Hussein leads. Gap's gone out at 1.1, so not that much of an increase. Harry Blore, Jensen Pugh in second and third, and it's Jensen Pugh in the green and white cart there, who is just sitting in the wheel tracks of Harry Blore, and behind them, Tomilewski ahead of Harry Hurst-Grover. Hurst-Grover is on the X cart. Tomilewski with Cato, of course, current junior champion. We mentioned that, didn't we? Current junior champion, moving up into seniors, and certainly on a bit of a steep learning curve already.
Yeah, not afraid though to get his elbows out. We've seen in the opening couple of laps, it's taken him a little while to get into it. After that though, it's getting himself stuck in that fourth place. It looks like Pugh has fallen off the back of Harry Blore. Indeed he has, because Tomilewski's taken 4/10 out on the previous lap. This one's in a bit of a mid-race lull. Get the feeling it's going to ramp back up towards the end as the field come back together, with the exception at the moment of Zaki Hussein, who's just putting in personal best after personal best. But it was Tomilewski with the previous fastest lap on the previous, in fourth place there with the KMS suit, red and white cart, looks over his shoulder. In front of him, Harrison Pugh for X Kart, but on that TB chassis in the sky blue race suit. Make their way through once again.
5 laps completed then. Hussein it is, gap out at 1.4 to Harry Blore. Jensen Pugh on the number 60, the green and white cart, now coming back towards Tomilewski. Tomilewski, who's got Harry Hurst-Grover right with him. These two moving up from the junior class this year in their first senior race in the kart championship. In fact, it's only the second ever heat in seniors for the kart championship. And whether or not Tomilewski down the inside, and he's made that move on Jensen Pugh, and it's stuck, and as that
Hurst-Grover's got and Hudson-Brown.
Incredible move from the three of them. Absolutely mugged Jensen Pugh, who's sitting there through the chicane thinking, how did that happen? And if he's not careful, he's going to have Lewis Merica absolutely on him. Here we go. And this is why the three of them came through, because once you're on the outside, you've lost your momentum. You're on the curb on the right-hand side, and along that back straight towards the boot, you've got no speed. You've lost all your speed, and that's why those three, Tomilewski, Hurst-Grover and Hudson-Brown, came through.
Oh, Pugh wide there on the exit of Inkerman's left rear wheel, tags the grass. He does well to keep it facing in the right direction. He's just got to settle back in here. A lot of time to go as down the inside goes Harry Hurst-Grover on Kasper Tomilewski. He'll then defend up towards the boot, and that's going to allow Morgan Hudson-Brown. Brown's going to be on the outside. Pugh just needs to stick the cart on the inside here, but Hudson-Brown's going to slot back in. Then he tags some curb, and then he's going to find himself a few cart lengths off the back of Kasper Tomilewski.
He absolutely got delayed by clattering over the curb there, did Hudson-Brown. But there's nothing you can do about it. You can get your foot in, go through Pitts Bend, and gather yourself up, and then defend by the time you get to oblivion. Meanwhile, Tomilewski is right on the bumper of Hurst-Grover. These two now, that's the third place battle and down over. Meanwhile, Harry Blore and Zaki Hussein have gone off. Hussein's pulled out a gap of 1.8 in the lead. That's the 2-minute bell that I can hear ringing. So 2 minutes remaining. And the number 14 there, Harry Hurst-Grover, he's got a lot to do, hasn't he, keeping Tomalewski behind?
Yeah, and also the train now goes all the way down behind to the 39 of Leon Hughes in 8th place. So he's got a bit of a gap as Harry Hurst-Grover. Behind them, though, Morgan Hudson-Brown is down the inside of Kasper Tomalewski into the right hand of Christmas corner. And now Hudson-Brown up to 4th. Can he catch Hurst-Grover, who finished 5th in juniors last year, moved up early as soon as we were done. He moved up into seniors and has competed in a few senior races since as Harry Hurst-Grover, the 16-year-old from Littleborough in Rochdale, now running up in 3rd place. Tomalewski racing under the flag of Poland, drops down into P5. He's got Jensen Pugh for company just behind them, Lewis Merica, Leon Hughes as well in 8th place. Hurst-Grover looks like he's done enough though to break the toe with a minute to go.
You know that's going to come back on the straight towards Christmas though, don't you? I think he has though. I think you're right. I think you're spot on. It has closed a little bit as Tomalewski goes on the brakes and then closes that gap, but he's given himself a bit of a cushion to Tomalewski, and if anything, he's catching Harry Blurt, and if he can just get towards Harry Blurt and get dragged along a little bit, now the gap's too wide, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's Harry Blurt there, yeah.
Blur's down the road. That's Hurst-Grover in the white suit with
that's who I'm thinking. That's who I'm looking at. Yes,
but you're right. He is dragging Morgan Hudson-Brown, Jensen Pugh down the inside, gives Tomalewski a choice. Either we're going to come into contact or you need to back out. And
he did indeed, didn't he?
Out.
Tomalewski had to make room for him because he was coming through. He gets down, squeezes down the inside all over the curb there. The curb helped the kart change direction, and he was just pointing at the chicane, and that assisted him massively. Did massively well to keep control of that. But Tomalewski is going backwards. It seems like something's happened to the way that kart is handling. It's become a bit of a handful for Tomalewski, and he's already down to 6th place. Behind, he's lost out to Hurst-Grover, he's lost out to Hudson-Brown, he's lost out to Pugh now.
I think he could even be behind Lewis Merica in the 72. Indeed he is. Behind Lewis Merica in the Ultima R machine. So Kasper Tomalewski, who was impeded in that corner on the previous lap, is going to cross the line in P7 onto the final lap. Zaki Hussein leads with a gap of 2.2 seconds from Harry Blore, Harry Hurst-Grover and Morgan Hudson-Brown. Then it's this battle behind Jensen Pugh, Lewis Merica, Kasper Tomalewski and Leon Hughes. And there's the final 2 runners. Sam Kelbrick finding a way past Elliot Foster in the last few laps up into P9.
Zaki Hussein, though, he's had a very dominant run to take another heat win for him. Laps in the very high 45s have brought him a gap of 2.2 seconds. He won by just 6/10 last time in Heat 1. He's won with a more dominant finish here as he crosses the line to take the final checkered flag of the day. In 2nd place is Harry Blur, and then that battle that we've watched pretty much the whole of that heat. Harry Hurst-Grover, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Jensen Pugh, Lewis Merica, Kasper Tomalewski. Don't know what happened there. His car just went off a cliff, didn't it? Ian Hughes was 8th, 9th was Sam Kelbrick, and rounding off the top 10 was Elliot Foster. That concludes our winter series from here at Whilton Mill for today. We are, of course, back tomorrow with the first of our super heats. We get running and we'll be live with you at 10:15 tomorrow morning. So it's a big thank you for being on board with us. Myself and David Sullivan will see you tomorrow. Good night and have a lovely evening.